So I'm dead. Well, that is to be expected when you get shot in the lungs. I am not the narrator here, but I'd like to give you a little filler before we continue with my passage to the underworld. I am Rio, a normal high school kid, but I've always had the worst luck possible. I sometimes feel like my bad luck has been intentional, maybe Lady Luck hated my guts for some reason. That terrible luck is the reason I suddenly got shot by a robber at night. And it wasn't even my house that got robbed, it was 5 houses away. Yet they just had to pass by me when I stepped outside. I normally wake up at night and take in some air outside. It had become what I would call a ritual. While I was carrying out my ritual last night, the robbers came running through. One of them sighted me, and before I could say or do anything, the sound of a gunshot resounded, and a bullet dug into my chest and lungs, killing me in seconds. And that brings us to the current situation I'm in. Rio's eyes opened, and he took a look around the place he was in. He half expected to see 2 gates, one leading to paradise and one to the abyss or something like that, but none of that happened. He was inside a cozy living room. It was warm and kept to a minimalistic decoration. There was a long couch opposite Rio, and seated there was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her skin was as white and soft as silk, without a blemish or scar. She wore a beautiful black dress that matched her jet black hair. Her eyes were like the starry skies, a void that held endless mysteries. Rio felt his chest tighten as he looked at her. He felt as though he was drawn to her for some reason, her presence gave off an aura that calmed and pulled him. Rio shook his head to clear his mind. He didn't have time to admire this woman, he had to understand what was going on. Is this the underworld? He asked, using all the composure and confidence he had. No, it is not. This is my personal place, she spoke in a sweet, soothing voice. Then who are you, and why am I here? He asked her. Well, I am a goddess, she said. A goddess? Is this real, or are you toying with me? Rio asked. He didn't have time to overreact to what she said. It was better that he just calmed down and listened to what she was saying. Well, we are as real as anything, gods and goddesses. We exist for what is known as the balance, but all that aside, it is not the reason you are here. After you died, your soul was to go through the circle of rebirth. Your soul would be cleansed, and you would restart in another world with no memory of the life you had before. But I need your help, so I put in a word to those above, and they allowed me to take your soul, she explained. Need my help? How? You're a goddess, what could I possibly have to give to you? He asked. We gods can't overly interfere with our worlds, so we need vessels. I want you to go to my world and help me there, she said. I understand most of what you're saying, but I still don't understand what I'm supposed to help you do, Rio said. Well, I can't tell you the details now, the reasons are also classified. Just know that you have to uncover the task I have for you. Now I'm unsure about doing this, Rio said. No need to be. There would be no point in playing you, I sincerely need your help, she said. Rio thought about all that she had said. There was no point in him refusing. He had already died, and she was giving him a chance to live again with his memories. Though he was skeptical about the whole task thing that she didn't reveal to him, it wasn't enough to stop him. Alright, there's nothing for me to lose at this point. I'll do it. Good. Now I'll explain something quickly. Your powers in this new world will not be like those of a normal person because right now, you have the ability to make edits to your power. Does that sound good? She asked. I just have one question. Can I get a summoner-type power? I watched some anime and read some novels, the summoning power always got me, Rio said. I see. Well, if that is what you want, then you will awaken the ability to summon and tame all races except humans, she said. I understand. Is that all? Rio asked. No. The last part is receiving a legacy, because you will need one to survive, she said, and suddenly 6 cards appeared and floated in front of Rio. Legacy? What is a legacy? Rio asked. A legacy is the inheritance left by a being that has left their world one way or another, she explained. So I get to pick one of the cards. But what about this blank card? Rio asked. That card is mostly part of the procedure in general. I don't advise it, but I have to put it there. The card is a gamble, where you let fate decide the legacy you will get. Right now, all the legacies that I have laid before you are A-ranked, but with that blank card, you could pull an F rank or S rank, she said. Rio understood the risk that he was taking, but for some reason, the card kept calling out to him. He looked at the goddess and spoke, "I'll take the blank one. I know the risk, but still." She saw the resolution on his face and decided not to try to sway him. She let him take the card. Rio stretched out his hand and touched the blank card. "You have gained SSS ranked Dark Dragon Legacy. You have gained SSS Dark Dragon Legacy." The goddess stared in confusion at the screen and announcement. How is this possible? There had only ever been one other SSS ranked legacy to enter my world. Her voice left the normal calm and entered a surprised pitch. Rio stood there looking. He felt as though he had just spent a lifetime of luck for this. He understood that there was S rank, and farther that would come SS, and then SSS. And after hearing the goddess react, he knew that indeed this was a big deal. But still, he had finally had some good luck, and that made him happy. "I guess I just had good luck," he said. "Putting it like that is an understatement, but let's leave that for now. You have surprisingly gotten an SSS ranked legacy. And even thought this legacy is powerful, it will also have a huge drawback. Legacies change the character and though of a person, the stronger the legacy, the more the power of the legacy, the more you change. And from what I know, the Dark Dragon was a prideful being, and also very selfish. I don't know how you will become, but his character will definitely influence you." Rio listened to her closely. He understood what she was saying, but there was no point thinking about it much. He had already gotten the legacy. "I understand, so now, is this all?" he asked. "Yes, but one last thing, your legacy will awaken 1 year after your birth, because your body needs at least some time to get ready," she said. "I understand, so how do I get reborn?" he asked. "Follow me," she said and walked out of the room. He followed her into another room, where a portal was activated there. "This is my personal rebirth gate. Gods have it for times like this, when they have to personally rebirth a soul," she explained. "So I just walk through?" he asked. "Yes, you walk through and your journey begins," she replied. He walked to the gate and was about to walk in, but he turned back and looked at her. "I never asked, what is your name?" "My name is Ophelia, please remember me." She flashed a smile. Rio nodded and walked through the portal, and his soul was transferred to a new world, where he would be reborn to start his mystery task for the goddess Ophelia. Underscore 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 underscore. The cry of a newborn baby filled the mansion. The Lord ran towards the room, expecting his second son, one that would carry his name like the first. As a duke, he was hailed and respected all through the lands. His status was second only to the king. He was also a very powerful mage, and that was a well-known fact. His first children, the twins, had also carried their father's blood. They had been born last year, and seeing how much of prodigies they were, he decided to have a second son as soon as possible. The Duke was a man of average build with jet black hair, neatly cut and arranged. His demeanor was a calm, yet serious one. He walked to the door of the room and pushed it open. Inside the room were several women helping his wife, and a medical mage as well. The medical mage was a middle-aged man with the baby in his hand, a little white-haired bundle of joy, the same color as his mother, who was exhausted on the bed. She was very beautiful, a woman that would be considered a world-class beauty on earth. But the air in the room was not one of celebration, it was heavy, and the faces of those that were inside held sadness. "My lord, your son seems to lack your affinity for magic, I am sorry," the medical mage said with a downcast expression. The Duke didn't react to what was said, he simply looked at the medical mage and told him. "My name will not be sullied, kill the child, he died at birth," the Duke said. Nobody there was shocked by what the Duke said, they knew it would come to this as soon as the child came out without magical affinity. But the wife of the Duke raised her hand to the Duke to draw his attention. "Please, my husband. He may not be the child you wanted, but he is still our son, we should at least give him a life. Why don't we give him to a family far away and pay them to take him as their son? We are the cause of his life, we should let him live." The Duke thought about what she said, he gave out a sigh and walked towards the door. "Do as you please, but he should never been regarded as my son," the Duke said and left the room. Rio had been watching the whole thing, he was beyond shocked at what was happening. Day 1 of reincarnation and he was almost killed and now he was getting kicked out. His mother took him from the hands of the mage. She looked at him with teary eyes, yet sadness could not be hidden. Rio felt his chest tighten as she looked at him. He felt sad that he would have to leave this woman that obviously cared for him. His mother looked at one of the maids and handed Rio to her. His name is Silva. When you take him to the new family, tell them his name is Silva. The maid took the child, she bowed and left. And that night, she covered herself head to toe and went through the night. Rio, now Silva, gazed at the mansion that would have been his home, but now was an enemy home. Just wait, I'll come back here one day, and I'll make my father pay dearly. The maid that carried him through the night, going outside the city to a small town via a nighttime carriage, and giving the child to a new family. A year had passed since Silva was brought to this new home, and so far, he had fit in. His father was an adventurer in the town and was quite a good one. His mother was a mage, but she focused solely on healing magic, so people came to her for healing, and she got paid. His father's name was Leon, and his mum was Sarah. Both of them were good-looking, but they had jet black hair, which was a heavy contrast to Silva's hair. They also had 3 kids before Silva. The first was their eldest son, who was currently 4 years old, and the next were the twins, a boy and a girl who were 2 at the moment. Silva had quietly stayed in this house without causing a fuss. He was like the perfect child, so much so that it caused his mother to worry at times. She didn't understand how Silva was always calm and barely cried at all. She tried her best to understand Silva, but she came up with blanks at every turn, so she decided to take Silva as he was. Silva had waited for a year patiently, awaiting the day that his legacy would awaken. But he wasn't just sitting around in that time, he had slowly been gathering information about this world and also learning to read and understand the language as much as he could. Still, the information that he was able to get was minimal. He only found out that this town was Ribist, a small adventuring town. As for the language, he was able to understand when spoken to, but his reading was still basic. That was to be expected, since he didn't have access to reading materials. Silva was busy chilling in his crib, counting the minutes and hours as they went by, but then, today would be the last day of doing that. SSS ranked legacy awakened. Dark Dragon legacy fully awakened. Beginning synchronization. Complete. Congratulations on becoming the spawn of the Dark Dragon. The Black Dragon legacy increases all abilities and skills by 10x, including EXP gathering rate, SP rate. This effect stacks up after leveling up. Name * Silva. Race * human, 50%. Dark Dragon, 50%. Legacy * Dark Dragon legacy, awakened. Magical affinities * summoning, darkness, abyss, magic. Mana * 10,000 x 10, 100,000. EXP * 0 out of 100. SP * 100 by 10, 1000. Level * 1. Strength * 1 by 10, 10. Defense * 1 by 10, 10. Speed * 1 by 10, 10. Agility * 1 by 10, 10. Intelligence * 1 by 10, 10. Free stat points * 4 by 10, 40. Skills. Scale hardening LV1. Cover yourself in Dark Dragon scales for 5 minutes, 200% increase to defense and strength, x10. Dragon Eyes LV1, see energy forms, lasts for 5 minutes, x10. Magic. Abyss magic, Gate of Hell, sacrifice your blood to open a powerful gate to consume the souls of your enemy. Effect multiplied by 10. Silva took his time to read through everything, and he came to one conclusion, and that was that the Dark Dragon legacy was overpowered. He didn't know the exact way power worked here, but the effect of multiplying by 10 was something that would change everything. It seems that I am half dragon, but I can't use any dragon skills or abilities indefinitely. Even the scale hardening is for 5 minutes, but with the times 10 effect, it will last for 50 minutes, that's almost an hour. Silva decided to test this skill. He simply thought about it, and then black scales started covering his body, covering everywhere. Silva was happily admiring his scales, but then the door to the room opened, and he immediately called off the skill. His mother walked in and picked up Silva from his crib. She held him in her arms in a way that said she knew what she was doing. She kissed his forehead and then used healing magic on him. The soft glow soothed Silva. This was sort of her daily routine, ensuring that she treated him daily. Silva didn't understand how this woman could be so loving to someone that was not her real son. He understood that they were paid to care for him, but he could tell without a doubt that the love they showed was not bought. They cared for him like one of their own, even though he was obviously very different from the rest of the family. All this made Silva happy, and subconsciously, he had begun taking ownership of them. They were his. This was a character effect that came from the legacy, but it was too little for him to notice. He thought it was simply normal feelings, and that was all. After she healed him, she took him outside in her arms. She got a chair and placed it at the entrance and sat with him. Their house was a little removed from the main town, so there were few houses around them. His parents had chosen this side because his mother loved the quiet. She wanted to minimize the noise as much as possible. Silva looked at the surroundings that were to be his home from now on, and he started planning on what he would do. His first task would be to become the strongest adventurer in this town. That would lead to some good recognition that would help him gain more things like knowledge and strength. His mother later took him inside. She took a book from her shelf about the way magic worked, but Silva snatched it from her. She tried to get it back, but he refused, so she placed him down and opened the book for him. Silva began to seriously read the book, though his mother thought he was playing, but she let him be. But after that day, Silva would bother her day after day, asking for books with his limited vocabulary. The rate at which he consumed the books was outstanding, and his mind stats shot up. After he became 3 and was a whole lot more fluent, his parents tagged him as a genius because of how well he read and wrote at that age. For Silva, he discovered that even reading like this was giving him EXP. Whenever he conquered a harder subject, he would get EXP, and with the 10x effect, he had steadily risen to level 5, with enough stat points to distribute and system points to spend. Years passed, and Silva was now 5. He had grown up to be the perfect anime isekai protagonist, the young genius who learned to walk and talk early and was already reading tons of books. His parents, though, didn't let him out of the house much, and the reason was because he was too unusual, his abilities and other stuff. Not to mention the fact that he didn't even look like them with his hair color and all that. All this had slowly made Silva detach from society, but he couldn't care less. He was happily living his days with the numerous books his dad had bought him. His level had risen by so much, and so had his skills, though he hadn't used them for much, but the 10x effect was raising him through the levels easily. Currently, his stats looked like this. Name Silva. Race human, 50%, Dark Dragon, 50%. Legacy Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana 120,000. EXP 200 of 700. SP 5,000. Level 7. Strength 40. Defense 30. Speed 50. Agility 50. Intelligence 60. Free stat points 80. Skills. Scale hardening LV4. Cover yourself in Dark Dragon scales for 5 minutes. 200% increase to defense and strength, x10. Dragon Eyes LV4, see energy forms, lasts for 5 minutes, x10. Speed Comprehension LV2, x10. Magic. Abyss Magic, Gate of Hell, sacrifice your blood to open a powerful gate to consume the souls of your enemies. Effect multiplied by 10. Consume, eat the soul or parts of the soul of any being to gain strength. His strength had grown by leaps and bounds, so much so that he was almost as strong as his father, and he was only 5. The way he knew that he was that strong was through the dragon eyes. When it leveled up to LV4, he was able to see the stats of others. His father was a level 20, specialized in swordsmanship, and had an average stat of 70. He didn't know if that was impressive or not, but he had seen his father train around the house, and so he knew that his father was quite strong. About the skill, Consume, Silva didn't know how he got it. He simply woke up one day, and the skill was there, and it looked very dreadful. It looked even more scary after he read the contents, the ability to eat the soul of a being to gain power. That sounded evil and overpowered, but he had come to accept all this because the SSS ranked legacy was the cause. I think it is time I start getting some action. I'll never know why she sent me to this world if I don't get started. Silva left his room, the one that he shared with his brothers. One of his brothers was now 9 years old, and the other was 6. Though none of them really talked to Silva all that much. The eldest one was engrossed in training and couldn't make the time for Silva, and the other one was simply being an ass. The reason for that was simply because his twin sister had taken a liking to Silva and doted on him to a very abnormal level. There had been times when Silva had to literally hide to get some alone time. He didn't hate her company, but there was always a limit to what he could take. As soon as he stepped out, his sister sprang up from the side and grabbed hold of Silva. "I've been waiting for a while now. Mom and Dad have made a birthday breakfast for you," she said in a jolly tone. "Leah, you seem more happy about it than I am," Silva said. "Well, that's because I'll get to feed you. I'll make sure you eat a whole lot. And also, I helped Mom out to make some of the food. I am eager for you to try them out," she said eagerly, pulling him to move. "I can feed myself, there is no need for you to feed me," Silva said. "Not happening, I'll die of depression if I miss this chance," she retorted. What does a 6-year-old even know about depression? Silva thought. He knew his sister and what she was like, and the fact that she would not allow him to resist until she had her way, so he gave in and walked to the dining room with her. The whole family was seated there waiting for Silva, the table filled with all sorts of food that they would normally not cook. But since it was his 5th birthday, they had to do it. His 2 brothers, Quinn, the eldest, and Mike, the second, were seated as well. When Mike saw Leah pulling Silva like that, a frown formed on his face. Silva noticed the frown. He knew that this issue would escalate one day, but he really didn't care. He didn't have the parental love he wanted in his past life, because of his parents' jobs. Also, he didn't have siblings, and as such, was alone. But in this world, he had a sister that loved him so much that it was bordering on what was normal and what was not. Though she wasn't really his sister even in this world, he had come to accept her and all of them as his family. He just prayed that Mike wouldn't destroy all that out of anger. Just like she said, Leah fed Silva, despite him wanting to refuse. He didn't understand why, but even though he was 10 times as strong as her, for some reason, he couldn't fight back. The scene made his mother and father smile. Quinn didn't care, he still had his emotionless face, but Mike was seething and trying to hide it with food. After they ate the birthday breakfast, Leah and her mum took the dishes away while the boys remained at the table with their father. "So now that you are 5, what do you want to do?" "It is at this time that most people start choosing paths that will fit them," his father asked him. Silva thought for a moment, then answered him. "I'd like to try out my options, father, in magic, swordsmanship, and other things. So for now, I'll just see what I can do in all aspects, and the one that suits me will take the cake," Silva said with a little smile. Smart kid indeed. "Alright, your mom is the only one with any amount of magical know-how, and I am the one with the sword. Though I am relatively weak, I can still teach you a bit," his father said. "Dad, you said you are weak. Can you explain to me?" "Because I think you are strong," Silva said. "That's a dumb assumption," Quinn looked up and said. His father nodded as well and then started explaining to Silva. "Listen closely, son. Everyone lives by levels and grows by levels. Our strength, skills, and abilities rise through leveling up. But leveling up is not that easy, especially for us commoners, because we most times lack what is called a legacy." Once Silva heard that word, his attention was fully drawn. He paid full attention to his father. Nobles, royals, and high-ranked people, most of the time, all have legacies. This legacy may be an inherited one, passed down from generation to generation. This legacy normally allows them to level up faster and get stronger faster than normal. But that is not all there is. The second thing that makes them different is that the legacy they receive by inheritance will also mutate based on the person. So a person can receive his legacy, and his own body will change it and make it more powerful. That's why nobles and royals are already leagues above us. Commoners that manage to awaken a legacy are most of the time taken to academies run by the kingdom to train them. I'll let you in on a little secret, your sister Leah awakened a legacy. I still can't tell which it is, but it was verified by the city healer. He has the ability to appraise. She will one day leave us for greener pastures and surely surpass me and your mother by a margin that is very large. Silva was shocked to hear that his sister had a legacy. He had never used dragon eyes on her, hence he didn't know. Legacies also have levels, mostly known from F to A. I hear that you can only find A and B level legacies in the royal families. C is mostly found in the noble houses. I, your father, don't have one, and to top it off, all my abilities are average, so I am limited. I have been on level 20 for 3 years now, with no signs of leveling up. It is possible that I may have reached my peak, but I don't want to accept that fact so easily, so I train and take on quests. But there are many levels beyond that little 20, far many levels. You can make it to level 100, and after that, you can undergo what is called evolution. I don't know much about it, because I have never met a person that has evolved, so my knowledge is limited, he explained. Silva was shocked. He didn't expect there would be this level of difference in strength. Looking at it now, his father was weak as hell. But still, his father struggled for the family to get stronger, and he could see that. He watched him train like there was no tomorrow, with little results to show for it. I'll do my best, father. I'll make sure that I reach the highest height, Silva said. Stupid, Mike said with a scoff. Quinn glanced at Silva but said nothing. Alright, kid, tomorrow your mom will take you to test your magical affinities and other stuff, and maybe you will have a legacy, but don't get your hopes up, his father said and left the table. Quinn got up early, heading to go train, but Mike didn't move. He looked Silva dead in the eyes. You think you are better than me because you are smart? Mike asked. How the hell does a 6-year-old come to that conclusion? This world is very terrifying, Silva thought. I don't understand what you mean, brother, Silva played dumb. Don't mess with me. Mike snapped. Sheesh, take a chill pill, bro. Your tantrum will give me a headache. Still, I have to deal with this issue before things escalate. I am sorry if I have wronged you, brother Mike, and I beg your forgiveness, Silva said and bowed his head. He sincerely thought this would quell his brother's anger, even just a little bit. But what happened next was going to drive a rift between them so deep and large that their very existence would become a threat to each other. Mike stood up from his seat and walked to Silva, who was bowing. You think your fake apologies will trick me? Mike asked. He took the only ceramic bowl in the center of the table and smashed it on Silva's head. Silva was stunned by the sudden events. He had started bleeding from his head. He didn't know why Mike did that, but a sudden rage filled his heart. He immediately threw a punch, but at the last moment, he held back some of the power, yet still, the punch sent Mike flying through one of the chairs. The noise drew the attention of everyone in the house. They came in to see Mike on the ground, struggling to breathe on a pile of broken chairs. Silva was also on his knees with a bleeding head. Silva knew that if they came in and he was standing, they would not see him as a victim, so he went on his knees and held his head in pain. His father and Quinn quickly grabbed Mike from the ground, while his mother and Leah tended to Silva. Leah kept asking Silva if he was alright, with tears gathering in her eyes. Mike saw this scene, though it was blurry, and his hate grew deeper. Silva's mom was able to patch up the boys. Their wounds were not too bad, but they had to rest for the remainder of the day. Later that night, the two of them were called down to the living room. Their father, mother, Quinn, and Leah were there. I want to understand what led to that situation, and I want the truth from both of you, their father said, his tone serious. Mike had already started shaking. He knew that if the truth were to spill, he would be the one to receive most of the punishment. I was the cause, father. I started to tease brother Mike and took it too far. Something I said made him angry, and he hit me out of rage. And even though I was the cause, I still hit him back after he hit me, rather than just take the punishment for talking too much. I understand that what I did was wrong, and I should not have even retaliated after being the one to wrong him. So I beg you, don't take your anger out on him. I'll bear the punishment, Silva spoke up and explained the situation. He had decided that since Mike wanted a war, he would use a method that Mike wouldn't be able to counter, and that was reverse psychology. Normally, people would play the victim card to get out of situations, but what Silva was doing was playing the criminal card. Even though he did this, he would be labeled as the criminal, though he and the person would know that he wasn't. That person will, in turn, hate this, because the person he hates is now saving his neck. The other thing that will come out of this is another opportunity. If anything should happen around Silva, and it is caused by Mike, or even if Mike was just around when it happens, that becomes the perfect time to merge the victim card and the criminal card. Creating a whole new level of trickery, because when they are asked about what happened, Silva would just say that it was because he had hurt Mike all those days back, and Mike had taken his revenge. Then he will plead for them to forgive Mike, and all scores would be settled. At that point, Silva would have won because Mike would face a greater punishment than he was supposed to. His father will see him as an evil child that couldn't even forgive his brother after so long. That was the whole play, a plan that a 6-year-old like Mike could not possibly understand. It seems having high intelligence stats and past memories makes me some sort of mastermind. I think the legacy had something to do with this as well, Silva thought. He didn't have any hate towards Mike, but his pride had been stung by Mike. He felt like he had tried to make peace with Mike, but Mike shoved it away. When Mike did that, he felt his pride take a hit, and so, he decided to make Mike see how futile it was to fight him. He wanted to make sure Mike knew their difference. When his father heard what Silva said, a frown appeared on his face, but then it disappeared. Even if you are the one that instigated the whole thing, I will give equal punishment. Mike did not just retaliate, he gave you wounds that could have killed you. I can't allow that to slide. So starting tomorrow after you check your magical affinities with your mother, you will both have to split 20 pieces of wood for the next 3 days, his father gave his verdict. Silva didn't care about this sort of punishment. To him, it was nothing due to his strength, but he could see the dread etched into Mike's face. A kid like him splitting 20 pieces of wood every day for 3 days straight, that was a nightmare in the making. After the whole thing was settled, his father dismissed them. But he made one mistake, he didn't ask them to make up with one another. He forgot to read the lines that were clearly showing, these two were not on good terms, and the longer it took to reconcile, the harder it would get. Night came, and it was almost time to go to bed. The boys were all in their room, not speaking to each other at all. Quinn was fiddling with a wooden sword, Silva was reading a book, and Mike was just at the side, seething with rage. Even though Silva had saved his neck, he hated it so much that he would have rather told the truth and taken the punishment. The thought of Silva saving him made his heart cry, but it was far too late to fix it now, the motion had been set. Knock, knock. The door opened, and Leah walked in. She walked as though she was in a rush, grabbed hold of Silva, and started pulling him out of the room. Well, wait, Leah, what's going on? Silva asked. I can't allow you to sleep in the same room with the person that tried to kill you, she said. At this point, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Leah. Leah, they both hurt each other, you shouldn't just take Silva's side, Quinn said. You know that's a lie, brother Quinn. I may not be capable of complex thoughts, but you know Silva would never cause any trouble. He is always trying to keep to himself, and that's what I love about him, Leah said, and then looked at her twin. All of them knew the meaning of that look, she was blaming Mike for what happened. Quinn didn't retort after that. He knew as well that it was very difficult for Silva to be the cause of this issue, but since Silva said it was him, what else could he have done? Fine, take him, Quinn said, and she dragged Silva out of the room. Quinn looked over at Mike. Mike was about to explode from rage. Quinn knew this was just the beginning. The next day, Silva and his mother headed out to the place of the medical mage. Though his mother was a healer, the medical mage in the town was the only one capable of casting appraisal. The place of the medical mage was towards the center of the town, which meant Silva and his mother had to pass through crowded locations. His mother was quite well known due to the fact that she healed people. It wasn't every time that they could afford the full treatment from the medical mage, and so Sarah would heal most things. As they passed through the town, people constantly greeted her, but not before looking at the child beside her. It was known that they had another son, and that he didn't look like the family, but now that they looked at him, they understood that it was not just that he didn't look like them, he was completely different. If not for the trust they had in Leon and Sarah, they would have certainly said that she was lying about him being their son, or maybe she had cheated on Leon and gave birth to him. Sarah and Silva were not oblivious to the looks they were getting, but they kept moving, and after a while, they finally arrived at the medical mage's shop. There were already people there carrying out their checkups and other things. Silva and his mother entered the shop as well and went to the waiting area. They sat down and waited for someone to come and attend to them. Sarah could have just walked into his office and gotten it done, but she would feel bad about getting ahead of people. For a time, she had worked with the mage, the two of them healing together, and they were basically partners. She stopped due to the fact that she had to take care of her ever-growing family. One of the apprentices walked out of the office of the mage, she was a dainty girl, with 2 pigtails. She looked no more than 14. When she saw Sarah, she ran up to her with an eager expression and admiration. You could tell that this girl looked up to Sarah. Lady Sarah, I'm so glad to see you here, she said. Same, Janeth. I wanted to get your boss to use appraisal on my son Silva, Sarah said. Janeth looked at the son she was talking about. She blinked for a moment after she saw him. "Hello, kid," she said, starting a conversation with Silva. She pronounced each word clearly so that Silva would understand. "I may be 5, but you don't need to overexert yourself for my understanding," Silva said. The way he spoke shocked Janeth. She looked at him closely. "Don't worry about him, Silva has always been different. He learned how to read before he was 2, comprehending complex words. Sometimes I wonder how his mind works, it's simply crazy," Sarah said with a smile. "I see," Janeth said, still glancing at Silva. She didn't know how to react to what she was hearing, a child reading that early. "Lady Sarah, why are you in the waiting room? You can easily walk in, you are an honorary member of this clinic." "I don't think there is anyone who would object to you cutting," Janeth said. "No, there is no need for that," Sarah tried to refuse, but Janeth grabbed her hand and started pulling her towards the office. Silva followed behind, watching his mother get pulled against her will. When they got into the office, the mage was just finishing a simple checkup on a woman. The woman was just leaving as they entered. The mage was a middle-aged man, but he looked quite well kept, his beard trimmed properly and his robes neat. When he saw Sarah, he got up from his seat and rushed to her, holding her hands and greeting her. "Lady Sarah, it's so good to see you here," he said. Silva noticed something about the way the mage greeted his mother, and that was the fact that there was a very heavy longing in the eyes of this man. He could tell that this man most definitely had some sort of feelings for his mother, but they were probably not reciprocated. He could see a deep sadness hidden behind that smile, maybe it was due to his high intelligence or something, but he could see it. "It is good to see you, Luke." "Seems you are still well," Sarah responded. Silva also noticed from his mom that she knew about the feelings of this Luke dude. He could tell. "It's been a year, you barely come this way anymore, and the work has not allowed me to visit," Luke said. "Well, it can't be avoided. The reason I came here today was to have you check the status of my son," Sarah said. As they spoke, Silva remembered something. His stats were abnormal, even he knew that a child his age should not have this type of stats. He had to hide them, or part of them somehow, but that would mean buying a skill, but the shop only opens after level 10. This would be problematic, but there was really nothing he could do now. He just hoped that his legacy would be hidden, or that the appraisal of this man would not be high enough. Yeah, it shouldn't, because it could not even tell what sort of legacy that Leah had, so he should be safe in that regard. "Alright kid, come, and I'll check you," Luke said. Silva walked to him. Luke placed his hand on Silva's head, and then a light came from his hand. Luke froze after that, he shivered and drew his hand away from Silva. "What happened, Luke?" Sarah asked. He is level 7, and his average stat is around 40, Luke said, shocking Sarah and Janeth. "That's not all, he seems to have about 2 magical affinities or so, one is summoning magic, but I don't know the rest. The last thing is that, he has a legacy." The next day, Silva and his mother headed out to the place of the medical mage. Though his mother was a healer, the medical mage in the town was the only one capable of casting appraisal. The place of the medical mage was towards the center of the town, which meant Silva and his mother had to pass through crowded locations. His mother was quite well known due to the fact that she healed people. It wasn't every time that they could afford the full treatment from the medical mage, and so Sarah would heal most things. As they passed through the town, people constantly greeted her, but not before looking at the child beside her. It was known that they had another son, and that he didn't look like the family, but now that they looked at him, they understood that it was not just that he didn't look like them, he was completely different. If not for the trust they had in Leon and Sarah, they would have certainly said that she was lying about him being their son, or maybe she had cheated on Leon and gave birth to him. Sarah and Silva were not oblivious to the looks they were getting, but they kept moving, and after a while, they finally arrived at the medical mage's shop. There were already people there carrying out their checkups and other things. Silva and his mother entered the shop as well and went to the waiting area. They sat down and waited for someone to come and attend to them. Sarah could have just walked into his office and gotten it done, but she would feel bad about getting ahead of people. For a time, she had worked with the mage, the two of them healing together, and they were basically partners. She stopped due to the fact that she had to take care of her ever-growing family. One of the apprentices walked out of the office of the mage. She was a dainty girl, with 2 pigtails. She looked no more than 14. When she saw Sarah, she ran up to her with an eager expression and admiration. You could tell that this girl looked up to Sarah. Lady Sarah, I'm so glad to see you here, she said. Same, Janeth. I wanted to get your boss to use appraisal on my son Silva, Sarah said. Janeth looked at the son she was talking about. She blinked for a moment after she saw him. Hello, kid, she said, starting a conversation with Silva. She pronounced each word clearly so that Silva would understand. I may be 5, but you don't need to overexert yourself for my understanding, Silva said. The way he spoke shocked Janeth. She looked at him closely. Don't worry about him, Silva has always been different. He learned how to read before he was 2, comprehending complex words. Sometimes I wonder how his mind works, it's simply crazy, Sarah said with a smile. I see, Janeth said, still glancing at Silva. She didn't know how to react to what she was hearing, a child reading that early. Lady Sarah, why are you in the waiting room? You can easily walk in, you are an honorary member of this clinic. I don't think there is anyone who would object to you cutting, Janeth said. No, there is no need for that, Sarah tried to refuse, but Janeth grabbed her hand and started pulling her towards the office. Silva followed behind, watching his mother get pulled against her will. When they got into the office, the mage was just finishing a simple checkup on a woman. The woman was just leaving as they entered. The mage was a middle-aged man, but he looked quite well kept, his beard trimmed properly and his robes neat. When he saw Sarah, he got up from his seat and rushed to her, holding her hands and greeting her. Lady Sarah, it's so good to see you here, he said. Silva noticed something about the way the mage greeted his mother, and that was the fact that there was a very heavy longing in the eyes of this man. He could tell that this man most definitely had some sort of feelings for his mother, but they were probably not reciprocated. He could see a deep sadness hidden behind that smile, maybe it was due to his high intelligence or something, but he could see it. It is good to see you, Luke. Seems you are still well, Sarah responded. Silva also noticed from his mom that she knew about the feelings of this Luke dude. He could tell. It's been a year, you barely come this way anymore, and the work has not allowed me to visit, Luke said. Well, it can't be avoided. The reason I came here today was to have you check the status of my son, Sarah said. As they spoke, Silva remembered something. His stats were abnormal, even he knew that a child his age should not have this type of stats. He had to hide them, or part of them somehow, but that would mean buying a skill, but the shop only opens after level 10. This would be problematic, but there was really nothing he could do now. He just hoped that his legacy would be hidden, or that the appraisal of this man would not be high enough. Yeah, it shouldn't, because it could not even tell what sort of legacy that Leah had, so he should be safe in that regard. Alright kid, come, and I'll check you, Luke said. Silva walked to him. Luke placed his hand on Silva's head, and then a light came from his hand. Luke froze after that, he shivered and drew his hand away from Silva. What happened, Luke? Sarah asked. He is level 7, and his average stat is around 40, Luke said, shocking Sarah and Janeth. That's not all, he seems to have about 2 magical affinities or so, one is summoning magic, but I don't know the rest. The last thing is that, he has a legacy. Immediately after saying that, Sarah ran to the door and shut it tight. Her body simply moved on its own. She rushed back to Luke and eagerly began to ask him. Are you certain about what you saw? My appraisal may not be high, but I can say for sure that it is true, Luke confirmed. How can a kid have stats up to 40? That is like the stats for a normal grown adventurer, Janeth said. It makes sense now. The other day he got into a fight, and when we came, his brother was thrown through a chair, Sarah said. This is something beyond normal. For a kid to already be level 7, what could he have done to raise his level that much? Luke asked. I am not sure, but he started reading since he was 1 and has been obsessively reading for the past years. Could it be that it was the reading that pushed his level that high? Sarah asked. It is not common, but very possible, and it would make sense. Though his strength doesn't make sense, maybe it is an effect of his legacy, Luke said. Silva had been watching them as they spoke. He didn't say anything and waited for them to calm down, and when they did, he spoke. Would it be troublesome for people to see my stats? He asked, though he knew the answer already. Indeed it is. If word of your stats at this age got out, and the fact that you have a legacy, you can kiss your family and life here goodbye. Even your sister, who came here with your mum last year, her information had to be hidden due to her legacy. And her stats were nowhere near yours, so do you get the picture? Luke asked. I think I understand it, Silva said. We have to find a way to hide his stats, Sarah said. He will need to learn the skill concealment, but that is very hard, just like appraisal. The best thing to do is to get an item that can hide his status from prying eyes, Luke suggested. I can get the skill. I am certain of it, Silva spoke. Luke wanted to tell him how hard that was, but Silva spoke again. This town only has one appraisal user, and that's you. I have several years to try and get the skill before I ever think of leaving this place. I think for the time being I am safe, so there is no need to worry. I plead with all of you here, Sir Luke and Miss Janeth, help me keep my secrets, Silva said and bowed his head. I don't know how you did it, Sarah, but this kid is amazing. He keeps surprising me in ways I don't comprehend, Luke said with a smile as he raised Silva's head up. Don't worry, kid, we will protect your secret. After all, your mom helped build this clinic. I owe her more than she knows, Luke said. Silva was relieved after he heard that, but now he had to seek out the skill like he promised. A skill was obtained in ways that no one understood. People just got them, some through training, and others just got it like that. When Silva said that he would get the skill, Sarah and Luke said nothing, but they knew that if he wasn't born with it, it would be near impossible. The best thing would be for them to get an item for him to conceal. After leaving the clinic, they headed home straight away. His mom rushed to tell his dad about what had happened. Silva, on the other hand, went to the back because today was the day he started his punishment. He looked at the heap of wood and realized that Mike had yet to start his punishment as well. He didn't care, though, and took the axe that had been prepared for them. It was smaller than normal to fit their child builds. He took the first piece of wood and set it on the platform for him. He took the first swing and cleanly cleaved it in half. This will be easier than I thought, Silva said before getting the next piece. It took him just under 30 minutes, with a few short breaks. After splitting 10 of the 21 pieces, he dropped the axe. He wasn't going to do more than he should, even if he could. He was about to head inside, but he came face to face with Mike. Mike paid him no heed, walked past Silva, but froze when he saw all the wood that had been split. Who did this for you? Mike asked. Silva paused and turned around. I did it myself, Silva said. Lies. I know when you and Mum returned. There is no way that you finished this in that time. You cheated your way out of this punishment. Admit it, Mike yelled. This 6-year-old surely knows how to talk a lot, Silva thought as he looked at his brother. Admit what? I did it myself, Silva said. You liar. Mike rushed at Silva with his axe raised, but when he saw Silva smiling, he quickly stopped in his tracks. If his rage had taken over him, he would have injured or killed his brother. That smile was simply Silva telling him that if you do that, I still win. I'm telling father. Mike resolved that telling was the best solution, so he ran inside after dropping the axe. This will be an issue. I may have to seriously fight my brother one day, maybe to the death. I don't want that, but he is being too unreasonable, Silva said. He walked into the house and headed to take a bath. He was quite sweaty. Later that day, Silva saw Mike splitting wood in the back with a face contorted in anger. It seems the plan to tell father didn't go as well as Mike had hoped. 3 days had passed, and both boys had successfully gone through their punishment. Leon, their father, started sword training for Silva and Mike. Quinn had already been far ahead when it came to training and was now a rank 10 after several years of training. His growth was fast compared to normal people, and his father had high hopes for him. Mike, on the other hand, was a level 3, a growth achieved just by growing up. He gathered experience by simply growing, so there was no training behind his level. The same could be said about Silva, he didn't have any physical training behind his leveling. Alright, for the next 5 years of your life, you both will train in the sword. It doesn't matter if you want to learn magic or anything else, you have to prove yourself with the sword first. If you ever want to learn magic, then in these 5 years that you will train, show me that you deserve to be heard, that your requests deserve to be considered, their father said. He took 2 wooden swords and handed them to them. He already knew about Silva's stats, but he didn't want to weaken Mike's spirit, so he kept that information away from the others. It would be a big blow to Mike's pride if his younger brother was several times stronger than him. He knew he wouldn't be able to keep this hidden for long because the difference would most likely show during their training, but he hoped that it would push Mike to go further when that happened. Alright, today you start with practice swings, you have to do it till the sunset, no breaks until dinner, Leon said. Mike wanted to complain about how insane the training was, but then he saw Silva already swinging, so he reluctantly started as well. Silva had been reading books for years now, but he was yet to get any action. His skills and magic had been dormant for all this time. He was eager to do something that involved combat, so he swung his sword without wasting any time. This motion continued for over an hour, and fatigue had started to set in slowly, especially for Mike. Sweat had started trickling down his face, and his face was getting contorted. Silva kept pushing, slashing downwards, and with every slash, his movements became smoother and more refined until finally. Sword Mastery LV1x10. As soon as that notification came through, his sword movement became 10 times better and faster. It was as though he was slicing through air, the sound of his sword cutting the air was crisp and sharp. His father, who had been watching, saw this change, and then he understood how naive he had been. Silva was not in the same league as Mike, his speed of growth was not something Mike would be able to overcome through determination. He just watched Silva transition from a novice to a better swordsman in an hour, while Mike was still struggling to breathe. Still, he decided to let it play out for today and see how it would go, but that was a very bad mistake on his part. Because after over 3 hours of slashing, Silva finally leveled up to level 8, he got extra free stat points added to the ones he had before. So he decided to put all his stat points into his stats today. He had been keeping them because he had not started combat training yet, but now he had started. Name Silva. Race Human, 50%, Dark Dragon, 50%. Legacy Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical Affinities Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana 120,000. EXP 0 of 800. SP 5,000. Level 8. Strength 40. Defense 30. Speed 50. Agility 50. Intelligence 60. Free stat points 100. Skills. Scale Hardening LV4, cover yourself in Dark Dragon scales for 5 minutes, 200% increase to defense and strength, x10. Dragon Eyes LV4, see energy forms, lasts for 5 minutes, x10. Speed Comprehension LV2, x10. Magic. Abyss Magic, Gate of Hell, sacrifice your blood to open a powerful gate to consume the souls of your enemies. Effect multiplied by 10. Consume, eat the soul or parts of the soul of any being to gain strength. Let's assign 20 stat points to all my stats, Silva said. He received a sudden surge of strength as his strength and all stats increased far past the 50 mark. His sword became faster and more refined in that instant, it was like he had been a veteran for quite a while. But it didn't stop there as his swordsmanship leveled up as well to level 2, and that caused another exponential increase in his skill. His sword became so fast that his father had trouble keeping up, and that was when his father knew that it would not be for the best if these two even spent time relatively close together. Silva, stop. He called out. Silva immediately stopped swinging. Come over here, please, Leon said. Your sword, it changed multiple times over the period of your training. I don't know how you did it, but the way you swing is no longer that of a child. And the strength behind your swings sadly surpasses even mine. I think I know the reason for all this, but sadly, I can't tell you yet. Keep your training up and get stronger, and I'll tell you. But for now, you can't train with Mike. I'll arrange for you to start another training, it will be something that matches your level. I feel like if you keep on training with Mike, the difference in abilities will kill his spirit. I understand, father. I'll do my best to train harder, Silva said and left. He knew that the thing he wanted to tell him was about not being their son, but Silva felt like it was too early for such information. It didn't matter to Silva, though, that information was already with him. He saw everything the day he was born. After that day, Leon took it upon himself to start training Silva in a full course of swordsmanship. But in just a year, Leon could not even keep up in the slightest, Silva had gone beyond what he could handle. So he stopped the lessons and decided to ask a favor from the leader of the Adventurers Guild, who was known to have the highest strength in the town. Today was the day that Silva was going to start his training with the guildmaster. He would have to pass a test first, and if he proved capable, the guildmaster would train him. During the past year, Silva did his best to get to level 10, and with his 10 times effect, he was able to achieve it before his training began. His stats had basically dwarfed his father's and everyone else's in the house. This led to heavy resentment from Mike. It had gone from anger to pure, unfiltered hatred. They never met gazes anymore. Mike threw himself into training, wanting to surpass Silva. He poured his soul into it and collapsed on multiple occasions. His father explained to him that he was already on a great path and that he should stop the obsession of surpassing Silva. He told him that what he was doing was hurting himself and that he was still not getting where he wanted to be, so he should stop. His father had said that with all good intentions, but all that Mike heard was that he wasn't as good as Silva and would not be able to surpass him. That pierced his heart and caused him to start pushing harder and harder, not caring how much damage he did to himself. Leah, on the other hand, had grown to like Silva more over the year, and that caused Mike even more pain, watching his twin sister act that way with the person he hated. After getting to level 10, Silva was finally able to access the shop feature of his system. When he had first come to this world, he thought that everyone was able to use a system like him, but it seemed it wasn't that way. For other people to see their stats, they needed special items or the appraisal skill. He, on the other hand, had a full system with awesome features. He was certain that this was the work of the goddess. He was yet to check the shop feature, but he would do that after he passed the test with the guild master. Silva. His father called from outside. Silva left his room and headed out to meet his father. They both headed towards the Adventurers Guild, which was a full 10 minutes walk from their house. They arrived at a 2-story building with the sign Adventurers Guild boldly displayed. Leon walked in, and Silva followed behind. As soon as they entered, some adventurers who were seated there started calling out to Leon in greeting. While some shot Silva some looks that he didn't understand, he paid them no heed. Leon walked to the counter where the receptionist was. "Is the guild master in?" he asked. The receptionist was a beautiful lady dressed in a green and white uniform for the guild. "Sir Leon, it's nice to see you. The guildmaster is upstairs, you can head there," she said with a smile. Leon nodded and headed towards the stairs with Silva. When they got to the second floor, Leon headed straight for a door and knocked on it before opening it. "Leon, it is good to see you." A huge man called out to Leon as soon as he entered. His body was ripped, and his muscles glistened like they were made of metal. His clothes were barely able to keep from ripping. He was far above 6 feet tall, and with those muscles, he looked like a giant. Silva used dragon eyes, and he was shocked to see the stats of this man. He was a level 70, with stats over 150. His most impressive stat was his strength. The strength was 200, while all other stats were about 150. This man is a monster. That was the only thought passing through Silva's head. "It's good to see you again, Guildmaster," Leon said and bowed his head. "Drop the Guildmaster business. We've been friends for a long time now, call me Rays." "That's my name, or have you forgotten?" the Guildmaster asked. "No, I remember, but this is me asking for a favor, so I should at least show some respect," Leon said. "Forget that. So is this the young man that I am to be train?" Rays asked. "The hell?" This man clearly said beat. "He wants to beat me up? What the hell have I done to you?" "We just met," Silva yelled in his mind. "Yes, he is the one. His situation is special, like I told you before, which is why the details have to be between me and you," Leon said. "I understand, you don't need to stress about it. But he has to prove that he is worthy of being my student," Ray said. If this was just a test, Silva was sure that he could stand his ground. After all, his stats had really gone up after he became level 10. He received an increase of 2 to all stats, and his 10x effect multiplied them to 20 and added them to the original stats. Name Silva. Race human, 50%, Dark Dragon, 50%. Legacy Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana 150,000. EXP 0/1000. SP 80,000. Level 10. Strength 80. Defense 70. Speed 90. Agility 90. Intelligence 100. Free stat points 40. He may not be half of Ray's, but his strength was enough to pass any test that Ray's could throw at him. If he was not able to pass with stats like his, then Ray's simply didn't want him to pass. Ray's led them into a small arena at the back of the guild. It was a place used to settle some disputes and other things. There was a rack of weapons that had seen better days, but no one tended to them as long as they were still a bit functional. "What weapon do you use, kid?" Ray's asked. "I use a sword," Silva replied. "Alright, take your pick," Ray said. Silva took a sword from the rack that fit his size and came to face Ray's. Ray's, on the other hand, took a piece of stick that had been lying on the ground. "I'll be using this. The rules are simple, you have to survive a minute of me attacking, and after that, you have to attack me and land a hit in the next minute. If what your father said about you is true, then you should be capable of pulling this off, right? After all, you are stronger than your own father," Ray said. Ray's looked at Leon at the side. "Keep count for us, tell us after every 10 seconds, Ray said. Leon nodded, he raised his hands, and then brought them down to signify the start. Ray's charged from his position like a rocket, he covered the distance between them in less than a second and then swung his stick towards Silva. Silva took a step back as fast as he could and raised his sword, parrying the stick to the side. Even that simple parry put a lot of strain on his body. This was the disparity in strength. He set one of his feet back and planted it into the ground. He managed to get through the first attack. He quickly withdrew a few steps and got ready for the next attack. "That is good, but can you keep it up?" Ray said and charged again. He went in for another slash, but Silva was able to parry that one as well. He continued that way until his father called out the 30-second mark. As soon as it reached this time, Ray's increased his speed and power behind his attacks. He started pushing Silva back with several attacks, but Silva was able to block the attacks. Silva could see a smile forming on Ray's face whenever he successfully blocked an attack. It was as though Ray's was having fun sparring with Silva. "You're really something else, kid. When your father told me about you, I, for one, thought that it was exaggerated, but it seems all he said was true," Ray said as he went in for the final attack, using more force than normal. Silva set his blade to block, but then the stick suddenly disappeared and appeared at another angle. Silva was shocked by this, but he quickly calmed his mind. He had high intelligence stats and was able to make rational and quick decisions. He spun his body in an unusual way, allowing him to parry the attack. The way he parried the attack was risky, and so it sent a shock up his arms, but it wasn't something he couldn't withstand. "That's 1 minute," Leon called out. "That last move you pulled off there, Silva, was really unconventional. I had wanted to land one hit against you at least. So I used a move that I was sure you wouldn't be able to dodge, but you still managed to pull it off somehow. The way you twisted your body, that was simply amazing," Ray's praised Silva. "I guess now I just have to hit you once," Silva said. After that last move you did, I can say you passed already, but if you feel like you can land a hit, then have at it. I will remove the time limit and have you try as much as you can," Ray said. "No, that won't be necessary. I'll land a hit in 1 minute," Silva said. Ray's was shocked when Silva said that with so much confidence. He could feel his heart beating faster and his anticipation building for the fight. "Alright, then come at me with all that you have," Ray's called out. Silva didn't waste a moment. He charged forward with his sword at his side, and then he activated Dragon Eyes. The initial use of Dragon Eyes was to see the flow of energy. If he used it in this fight, he would be able to predict the motions of Ray's. For instance, if Ray's were to take a step back, energy would gather in the leg first for the motion. Silva would see that energy motion before the leg moved, and that would give him a split second to make decisions. It may not be much, but his landing a hit could all come down to just a split second. As he got close, he went in for a conventional thrust to get things going. Silva noticed the energy flowing into the lower abdomen and some parts of the hips. The energy moved in a twirling motion, and so Silva was able to predict that Ray's would be twisting his body to the side in order to dodge. Just as he predicted, Ray's did indeed shift his body to the side and dodged the attack, but because Silva had a split-second head start, he immediately slashed his sword to the side. Ray's did not expect Silva to have such reaction time. He used his stick to block the sword, but then Silva added force behind his slash and cut through the stick. Ray's took a few steps back, the shock on his face was evident. This kid, he is adapting his attacks at reaction speeds that I have never seen before. His first thrust should have completed the motion even after I dodged, but he quickly halted his sword and went for a slash. I tried to block the slash, but then he added force. It is like he is reacting as fast as I am making my moves. What sort of monster is this kid? Now that he had managed to break Ray's stick, Silva was not going to give him a moment to rest. He would press harder and land his hit. Silva charged in, going for a stab while observing the energy flow of Ray's. Ray's took a step back and was about to twist his body. Just like before, Silva was ready to move the same way and change the direction of the sword to a slash. But Ray's did something that Silva was not expecting in the slightest. Ray's hand suddenly moved, slapping the side of the sword and pushing it in another direction. Silva had been too focused on making the best use of his split second and didn't notice the last energy flow that Ray's used. Ray's made a last-minute movement when he saw that Silva would react quickly to him dodging. The best way he could fight against Silva's reaction speed was to make last-second decisions and act on them without care for what might go wrong. Your fighting style is indeed a very good one. You maximize your reaction time and use it to your advantage, making split-second decisions that throw your enemy off guard. To combat your style, I took a risky path that involves me making a move at the last moment, just before you react to my first motion. That means, when you reacted to me dodging and were about to swing your sword, I took the risk of blocking it with my palm. My hand moved forward just before your blade changed directions, and that allowed me to block. It is a crazy technique that requires a keen eye and higher speed than your enemy. Ray's explained how he blocked the attack. That's a lot of calculation going into blocking one move, Silva said and charged again. This time, he pushed his speed to the max and went for the legs with a slash. Ray's leaped into the air and dodged the attack, but that was what Silva expected. Silva paused the flow of his sword, and then changed direction once more. Ray saw through this. It was not as effective as his former moves. Ray's brought one leg down. Silva tried to lift his sword, but it hit the underside of Ray's foot and went back down. Ray's landed on the sword that was on the ground and sent a kick at Silva. Silva had no other choice but to let go of the sword and block the attack. You attacked me, I was supposed to attack, Silva said. Yeah, it slipped my mind since the fight was getting so good, but sadly I think your minute has come to an end, Ray said. Leon nodded to confirm that the 60 seconds were indeed over. I wasn't able to land a hit. Silva felt pissed that he couldn't land a hit. Don't get angry about it, kid. You passed and will be my student. It was never possible for you to land a hit in the first place. Even with your stats, there was no way that I would allow you to land a hit on me, Ray's explained. He patted Silva on the shoulder. I'll give my best in training you for the next few years, Ray said with a smile. I feel like I will have surpassed him strength-wise in the next year, if not less, Silva thought to himself. The training will start tomorrow. Go home and get some rest, you need it after the test that you just got through, Ray said to Silva. Silva and his dad headed home. They had managed to get the guildmaster to train Silva. The next day, Silva met with the guildmaster, and he informed him of what their training would be. Your abilities don't really need much in the way of training, you just need some experience, and all your stats will go up accordingly. So on that note, you and I will be heading into the forest to carry out some quests and gather you some much-needed experience. The best way to get better is by actually being in life and death battles, Ray's explained. Ray's took out a few pieces of paper and laid them down on the table. These are quests that I have handpicked myself. I felt that they would match your level of skill and strength. You have to carry out all these quests in the next 30 days. I'll be there for you for the first 3 quests to show you the ropes of survival. After that, everything will be in your hands. If you succeed, I'll take it that you passed the first phase of your training, Ray's explained. I understand. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations, Silva assured. Alright, so take your pick. What quest will you be taking? Ray's asked. Silva read through the quests that were on the table and landed on one that had to do with exterminating giant slimes. In all honesty, Silva didn't need all this training and stuff. His legacy could make him grow as fast as possible. But Silva wanted a solid foundation. He wanted to ensure that he took his time to get what was needed and didn't rely solely on his legacy. He would train in the basics of the sword and other things, so that when added to the legacy, he would basically be an unstoppable monster with unlimited growth. Silva stood at the entrance of the forest, with Reyes behind him. Silva was holding a sword that Reyes gave to him before they got here. According to the quest, there was a group of giant slimes near the outskirts of the forest, and they had been trying to enter civilization. Silva had to head to their lair, or wherever they stayed, and deal with the slimes. He entered the forest and started searching for a slime. Finally, he found a giant slime hopping through the bushes. It was as tall as a full-grown man, translucent blue, and jelly-like, bobbing up and down as it went. Silva didn't need to use his dragon eyes to spot the slime's weak point. The core was clearly visible through its translucent, jelly-like body. However, he still decided to use his eyes to check its stats. Giant slime. Level *8. Strength *20. Defense *25. Speed *15. Agility *10. Intelligence *5. Seems I don't have to worry about anything, Silva muttered after seeing the slime's stats. He then charged at the slime with a sword he had received from Reyes. The slime noticed Silva's presence and fired a slime bullet at him. Silva dodged the bullet, which struck the ground and melted it around the impact site. Tisk, that's a nasty technique. I can't let that hit me. The slime fired more slime bullets, but Silva easily dodged them and closed the gap, stabbing into the slime and hitting its core. The core shattered, and the slime's jelly-like body spilled out like water. You have killed a giant slime. 50 EXP, 25 SP, x10. With that kill alone, he had gained 500 EXP. If he killed another slime, he would level up. It seems I didn't even need to come with you. You handled that so easily I felt it was pointless, Reyes said. No, I did gain experience from it. I can handle a giant slime faster than I did now because I now have a little understanding of its abilities, Silva responded. Alright then, you should search for the next one. The more you find, the closer you get to their home, Reyes said. Or I could get a skill that allows me to find them easier, Silva thought to himself. He had yet to use the shop since acquiring it, so now seemed like a good time to do so. The interface for the shop opened before his eyes, and a long list of skills and spells filled the screen. If he began to search manually, he wouldn't find what he was looking for in this large list, so he tried something different. System, is it possible to narrow the skills on the list to those that can help you search for enemies? Ironically, the skill that appeared at the top of the list was called Search. It cost 1000 SP. Search LV1, seek out a specific target or specific type of target that you have in mind. Skill consumes 1 mana per second. Effective range, 100 meters, x10. Luckily for Silva, his legacy made it possible to use Search for 10 kilometers, and it also reduced the mana cost by a tenth. Silva decided to wait on buying any more skills, he couldn't keep Reyes waiting. He activated Search with the giant slimes in mind. Immediately, he picked up on their locations, even identifying the place where they gathered most, which was likely their home. I have found them, their homes as well, Silva said. What do you mean by found them? Reyes asked. I have a search skill, so I was able to find them, Silva said casually. Reyes opened his mouth to say something but then closed it. He took a deep breath and finally spoke. At this point, nothing you do will surprise me, kid, Reyes said. Silva didn't respond and started running toward the closest slime. When he was able to see the slime, he increased his speed and went for the attack. He didn't want to allow the slime to attack at all. He stabbed the slime, penetrating its core, and the slime spilled like water. You have killed a giant slime. 50 EXP, 25 SP, x10. Level up. 2 free stat points, x10. Reyes met up with Silva, not rushing because he was certain Silva could deal with the slimes without his help. In fact, he felt like his presence here was quite pointless, but he had promised to be there for the first 3 quests Silva took. Silva used Search to locate his next target. He made sure to take out all the slimes that were alone before heading for those in clusters of 2 or 3. Silva charged at one of the 3 slimes. The other 2 fired slime bullets at him when they saw him. Silva easily maneuvered through them, but one brushed his shirt and melted it slightly. It seemed his speed wasn't quite enough, but that was not an issue. He killed the first slime by slashing it in half, body and core. He immediately charged at the second slime and killed it the same way. You have killed a giant slime. 50 EXP, 25 SP, x10. You have killed a giant slime. 50 EXP, 25 SP, x10. The last slime seemed to be smarter than its brethren, it tried to retreat, but it was too late. Silva charged at it and stabbed through its core. You have killed a giant slime. 50 EXP, 25 SP, x10. Silva went around taking out other slimes until only the ones at their home were left. By now, he had leveled up to level 14. He decided that it was the right time to use his stat points. The number of slimes there was over 20, he had to be stronger to deal with them. Name * Silva. Race * human, 50%, Dark Dragon, 50%. Legacy * Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities * summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana * 150,000. EXP * 500/4000. SP * 100,000. Level * 14. Strength * 80. Defense * 70. Speed * 90. Agility * 90. Intelligence * 100. Free stat points * 120. He had accumulated quite a number of SP and stat points. Silva made a mental note to start getting some new skills and spells from the store. He had 100,000 SP, more than enough for a shopping spree. As for the stat points, he decided to add 20 to all stats and leave the remaining 20 for any emergency, bringing his stats to Strength * 100. Defense * 90. Speed * 110. Agility * 110. Intelligence * 120. Free stat points * 20. It had only been a few days since he met Ray's, but his stats were already getting close to Ray's. Silva was beginning to think there was no point in getting Ray's to train him in the first place. Silva headed towards the herd of slimes. Ray's had offered to help him, but Silva refused his help. He couldn't let the EXP that he could gain from there be taken away. As soon as he got to the place, over 20 slimes took notice of him, but before they could do anything, he had already dived into their midst. His speed was too fast for the slimes to react to. Their base speed was around 10, but Silva was already at 100, which was 10 times their speed. They also had very low intelligence, and because of that, they couldn't keep up with his movements, even with their 360-degree sight. In less than a minute, over 20 slimes were already killed, and that amounted to 10,000 EXP, and an additional 5,000 SP. He leveled up to level 16, with some EXP left over. Ray's looked at the scene in shock. He was capable of pulling off something like this, but he didn't expect Silva to do it, not in his wildest dreams. That's the last of them, is the quest considered complete now? Silva asked. Why yes, the quest is complete. I didn't think we would get it done in one day, I believed we would have to return another day to finish off, Ray said. That would be a waste of time. I want to get through all the quests as fast as possible, Silva said. When they returned to the guild, Ray sat Silva down in his office. He wanted to have a talk with him. Kid, there is really no point in me training you, your sword skill is already at a high level. Your movements are fluid and fast. You also have your own personal style added to it, with extremely fast reactions. It takes people years to create styles unique to them, but you already did. All you need now is experience to level up more and more. This is something that you can't get from me. The best I can do is offer you pointers from time to time, Ray's explained to Silva. Then how do I get this experience? I can only take the quests that you give me, Silva said. I understand, and that is why I'll be making the first exception, and I'll be making you an adventurer. That way, you can mix up in real quests, not the quests that I have chosen for you. I had selected those quests for you while keeping safety in mind. But I've come to realize that the way for you to grow is by going through some difficult situations. I know you are a 6-year-old, but I believe you can handle it, Ray's explained his offer to Silva. I want to take the offer, but I believe that you should inform my parents about it first, and if they let me, then I'll be an adventurer, Silva said. After that, Ray's went ahead to tell Silva's parents about the offer, and after a long discussion, they agreed to it. The word of a child adventurer got out, and it caused an uproar all over the town. Many people tried to find out more about this adventurer, but Silva kept a very low profile for the next few years, completing quests and leveling up. Underscore 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 underscore. A few years went by just like that, and Silva celebrated his 12th birthday. He had grown so much in that time. 12 years were considered the real starting point of life for any person. It was also the legal age of becoming an adventurer, though he had started far younger. All this time, Silva had been growing in strength and skill. That was the only thing he did. The amount of spells and skills now were amazing, and his stats had also reached crazy heights. But he was yet to start searching for the reason why the goddess sent him here, but all that changed after his 12th birthday when he started having some kind of dreams. The dreams always started with him going to a certain magical academy, and then something of massive chaos happens in the academy. He knew he had to go to that academy to find out what the dreams meant. The academy was called the Blackstar Academy. It was in the nearest city to them, Blackstar City. It was also the original place where Silva was born. This was the academy that Leah had been trying to get into. Her legacy had come to be an ice-type legacy, and that made her a very powerful ice mage. She had started receiving training since she was 10, preparing to get into the academy when she turned 14. Normally, her training would have cost way too much for her parents, but they had Silva. Silva was now a C-ranked adventurer and was making tons of money after every quest, and he was able to pay for her training. This action further increased how much Leah loved him, and how much Mike hated him. The gap between them was so evident that even his parents knew about it but could do nothing about it. Quinn, on the other hand, didn't care about all that was happening. He had become an adventurer and had also risen to the rank of C. He trained hard and became a very skilled swordsman, well known throughout the town. Most of the time, the people of the town referred to Quinn and Silva as the Shining Brothers. Leah, on the other hand, was referred to as the Rising Star. As for Mike, it was as though he failed at the game of life. Even though he trained and was getting better, he was still far outshined by his siblings, especially Silva. No matter what he did and how he trained, he was always compared to his brothers, and his own accomplishments always fell short of theirs, and not by a friendly margin. This had slowly thrown his soul into despair, and all that hate was getting channeled at Silva. Silva headed to the Adventurers Guild early in the morning. He was very close to reaching level 25, and he wanted to finally level up. Though the quests he could receive were limited to C rank, if he wanted to get to B rank, he had to do something worthy of recognition by the lord of the town or a higher authority. But Silva had dodged that recognition for years now. He didn't want to get involved in political issues at this stage of his life. Though he might be able to get better quests and grow stronger faster, it wasn't worth the stress that came with politics. Silva arrived at the guild and noticed a crowd of adventurers. This was something that wasn't seen often, so he became curious about what was happening. The crowd was so large that no one even noticed him when he walked into the guild. The place was bustling, filled with so much noise that he couldn't make out what was happening. He looked around and noticed Quinn and Mike seated at a table, so he went to meet them. "Hey guys," Silva greeted. He raised his hand in a slight wave, then drew out the empty seat and sat down. "Good morning, Silva," Quinn responded to Silva's greeting, but Mike outright ignored him. Mike and Quinn had not been home for a while. Quinn was considered an adult now, and he had a small place in the main town, which allowed him to carry out his adventuring better. Mike decided to stay with Quinn for a while. "What's happening?" "This place is far more crowded than usual," Silva asked. "A labyrinth was discovered in the forest yesterday. It has pulled all the adventurers because they want to get early permits to enter before the big city adventurers start heading this way," Quinn explained. A labyrinth was an enigmatic construct with laws that differed from those of the normal world. It is a place that offers tons of resources, but in return for the resources, it gives equal dangers. Labyrinths were considered national treasures, and the place that finds one will surely get popular and grow faster. "I see, a labyrinth should warrant such attention. I have never been to one before. Is there a way I can get a permit to enter?" Silva asked. "With the number of adventurers here at the moment, it would take you all day to get one. You could use your connection to the guild master as a student to get a permit, but sadly, he was called out of town today concerning the labyrinth," Quinn said. "I have to find a solution. It would be bad if I missed the first entry," Silva said. "Well, you can join my party. I know you move solo, But this time you have to compromise if you want to enter the labyrinth early. I managed to get a party permit, and it allows one more member, Quinn offered. We don't need his help, Quinn. Mike said in anger, standing up from his seat. Mike, sit down. This is not the time or place for your feud with Silva. Don't let your hate cloud your senses. Silva is stronger than both of us combined. Added to that, he is very reasonable. Even if he gets most of the kills, I'm pretty sure he will let us have a very decent share. In my book, that is a good bargain, so put away all your issues and work with him, or you can sit out of the party. You understand that I don't work based on relationships, but rather effectiveness, and on that note, Silva is far more effective than you, Quinn said. Every word that Quinn said was like a dagger, penetrating the soul of Mike. They were all true, but it didn't make it any easier to stomach. You guys don't have to worry about the sharing, everything will be equal amongst all party members. I, for one, mostly want the experience that comes with the labyrinth raid, Silva said. Bullshit. Mike said, but Silva and Quinn ignored him. They waited a bit for the rest of the party to arrive. The party was made up of 2 other men and 1 lady. She was just about 16 and used dual daggers. Silva used dragon eyes on all of them, their base stats ranged from 50 to 70. It had been a long time since he had stats around that amount, his current stats were double that. Name * Silva. Race * human, 50%, dark dragon, 50%. Legacy * dark dragon legacy, awakened. Magical affinities * summoning, darkness, abyss magic. Mana * 300,000. EXP * 10,000/14,000. SP * 50,000. Level * 24. Strength * 160. Defense * 140. Speed * 180. Agility * 180. Intelligence * 200. Free stat points * 500. Currently, he stood as the strongest person in this town, though he had bought the conceal skill and hid his real stats. The stats he let show were under those of Reyes, the guild master, and a few other veteran B-rank adventurers. Silva didn't want the tag strongest, because it would attract unwanted issues. Finding a safe point was the way to go. That didn't mean he would take it easy on anyone who crossed his path, his pride as a dark dragon would not allow that. Quinn told the party that Silva would be joining them. Their excitement when they heard that could not be hidden, after all, he was known throughout the town. My name is Rock, I act as the tanker of this party, the bigger guy spoke first. The second guy spoke up and introduced himself as well. My name is Roy, I specialize in magic. The girl refused to introduce herself. Silva didn't know why, he hadn't met her before, but she outright refused to look him in the eye. Since she was not going to reveal her name, Quinn decided to introduce her. She is Roxy, she specializes in sneak attacks and assassinations. After introductions were done, it was time to head to the labyrinth to start their raid. When they arrived at the labyrinth, they met a massive crowd standing in front of the large door. Many people still wondered how such a thing could just appear out of nowhere. The door was connected to a mountain and was said to lead downwards into the mountain. This particular labyrinth was found when someone accidentally blew up the mountain, revealing the door. We should head to the front, it seems a few people have already entered as well, Quinn said and led the team to the front of the labyrinth. There were quite a few guards from the town and seemingly from Blackstar City as well. When they saw Quinn's team, they halted them and asked for their permit. Do you have a permit to get into the labyrinth? The man asked. He was one of the guards from the city, not the town. We do, Quinn said and took out his storage pouch to remove the permit. He handed the permit to the man. The man looked through it, it was a party permit for 6 people. He looked at the team and then spotted Mike and Silva. He decided to ignore Mike since he seemed older, but he focused on Silva. Isn't it reckless to take a kid into a labyrinth that was just discovered? Sure, he may be at the acceptable age, but that doesn't mean you can just take him to his death, the guard said with a pissed face. I made the conscious decision to come here, there is no need for you to worry about me. I may not look like all that much, but I am pretty strong, Silva said. TSK, kid, it doesn't matter what you think, it is careless to do what you want to, the guard said, his tone getting pissed. Sir, I don't think you have the right to tell us what to do and what not to do. Everyone in my party is of the acceptable age, And if there is anyone qualified to enter this labyrinth, it would be Silva, Quinn said. You damn brat, do you want me to revoke your permit? The guard asked. Their discussion had created a scene, and the people around were looking. When the town guards saw the people that the guard was arguing with, they all ran over. They immediately pulled the guard back and bowed their heads to ask for forgiveness. Sir Quinn and Sir Silva, we are deeply sorry for wasting your time. He didn't know better, a guard said in apology. Raise your heads, we just want to get in, Quinn said and passed them, entering the labyrinth. The guard that had been pulled away snapped at the town's guards. He didn't understand why they would just come and pull him like that. What the hell is wrong with you? He asked. Those two people you were stressing out are Quinn and Silva. Both of them are C-ranked adventurers of this town, you can't just disrespect them, one of the guards explained to him. What? How can that kid already be C-ranked? He looks 12, the guard asked. That's not all, there is a rumor that he's already good enough for B rank, but he refuses to have political connections and so has remained at C rank. He is the town's prodigy, the first person to become an adventurer at 6 in the town. The guard that had been pulled raised his brows in shock. He could remember years ago, a rumor of a kid becoming an adventurer spread through the city. Many didn't take it seriously, but here he was today, and he saw that same person. He now understood why the guards reacted the way they did, such a person was basically a treasure. Underscore. Inside the labyrinth, it was like a cave, illuminated by some white stones on the ceiling. There was the dripping sound of water hitting the ground at intervals, giving a strange vibe to the place. The air was also heavy and stationary, there was no movement of wind at all. As they passed through the place, Silva used his advanced search to check for enemies. He simply searched for living organisms, and in less than 3 seconds, he found a group of what seemed to be goblins headed their way. There are a ton of goblins headed this way, about 15 of them. Their base stats are all around 10 to 20. Their weaponry seems heavily beat up, it shouldn't be able to take a full hit from yours. Silva gave them all the information they could possibly need. Everyone took out their weapons in response to what he said, but Silva didn't do that, he simply stood and waited. There was something he wanted to try, and that was summoning. He hadn't done a summoning since he came to this world, and that was his base magic. He wanted to get the feel of summoning, he didn't need such weak creatures, but for the sake of testing it out, he would do it. The group was happy that they had Silva on their side, his search ability just saved them all the trouble that could have come with those goblins. After a while, the goblins were in sight, brandishing their weapons at the party. You three handle it. Mike, join them, Quinn said and retreated back. Such creatures hardly helped him level up ever since he got to level 20. Silva didn't know how it was happening, but he knew that Quinn had something special about him. Even without a legacy, Quinn leveled up very fast, there had to be a reason that only he knew about. The issue was that he had to face tons of stronger monsters if he wanted to grow faster. The 4 people took the front line and charged at the incoming goblins. The battle began with the mage casting a fireball that exploded on the head of a goblin and killed it. Silva watched as they fought, he approached the battle and snatched one of the goblins like it was nothing. The goblin shook and struggled, but nothing it did was even helping in the slightest. Do you wish to force a summoner contract? This feature was an aspect of the summoner contract that Silva could use to force a being to submit and be his summon. But for this summon to work, he needed to dominate the creature and force it. The goblin was very weak, and so Silva was able to use this feature. Yes, I want to use the forced contract, Silva said. A light shone on the head of the goblin, and it went down, leaving a mark that looked like a 4-pointed star and an eye at the center. The mark also faded away after a few seconds. Silva could feel his connection with this goblin, his emotions, and other things as well. Silva could even slightly tell what this goblin was thinking. He could sense the goblin's hate for Silva, but it could do nothing about it. Silva had an idea since the goblin hated him that much, and so he gave a command. Whenever you think ill of me, you will choke yourself until you stop thinking about it. Immediately he gave that command, the goblin used both hands to choke itself. It began struggling for breath, but its hands refused to stop. The others had dealt with the goblins, and so they watched this horrific scene. They had killed goblins and other monsters, but they never actually put them through something like this. They could see the tears welling up inside the eyes of the goblin, its eyes were bloodshot, and its veins were all popping. Silva looked at the goblin with a blank, expressionless face, waiting for the goblin to find its way out. The goblin was about to pass out, but then its hands left its neck, and it was able to breathe. It seemed it had finally let go of its hate for Silva. But that was too early an assumption, as the goblin grabbed its neck a few seconds later. It seems you still hate me. I tried to believe that you were capable of forgiveness, but it seems you can't, so I'll end you now, Silva said. He walked to the goblin and plunged his sword through the heart of the goblin. He didn't even flinch as blood sprayed on his face. The others looked at Silva with some fear in their eyes. Silva had killed that goblin without the slightest care after torturing it. The law of the labyrinths was that when something died in the labyrinth, it would be transformed into certain materials known as drops. The most common of them are crystals. The monsters and things killed here normally turn into crystals that can be sold for a good buck. Many people have also died in labyrinths, but there was no corpse, no body part to remember them by. Most of the time, their funeral is held by burying the crystal or whatever drop came after they died. Still, this didn't stop anyone from exploring labyrinths. Humans still seek out the treasures that lay in the depths of those hellish labyrinths. The goblins that they killed transformed into crystals, and Quinn took them and put them into his storage. We should head deeper, we have wasted a bit of time here, Quinn said. Sorry about that, I was the cause. I just wanted to test my summoning magic, Silva said and walked up to them. Summoning magic? Quinn asked in shock. Oh, it seems Mom and Dad never told you about it. My main magical ability is summoning. I have not been able to train it for years since I focused on training in quests. I just decided that today would be a good day to start, and so I used it on the goblin. It was choking itself, because of the command I gave it. Bound by the summoning pact, he is unable to defy me unless he possesses greater strength than mine, Silva explained. I see, but Silva, you said that you have never practiced this summoning magic before, right? Quinn asked. Yes, today was the first day, Silva responded. Sigh, is there no end to your abilities, Silva? Quinn asked. Hee, I just got lucky, that's all, Silva responded. Quinn knew his brother all too well and how he downplayed his abilities. In fact, something told Quinn that he was yet to know the true depths of Silva's power. Honestly, that feeling was true. Silva had never for once used the numerous dark dragon abilities and skills he had gathered over the years. Neither had he shown some of his sword skills that were level 7 and above. He had reached level 10 mastery in basic swordsmanship and was about to evolve the skill. This, among many more, were the unfathomable growths that he had over the years. The party headed deeper into the labyrinth, and soon they were met with two choices, a path to the left and a path to the right. We should take the left, I used search, and there was a ton of goblins on the left, even a few hobgoblins of good strength, Silva said. What the hell are you saying, you brat? If the left has more monsters, then we should go right, Mike barked at him. Mike, what the hell do you think we are here for? To enjoy our walk through the labyrinth? We are here to get stronger, gather experience, and gather resources. The only way we can do that is if we head to the places that are more risky because that's where all the good things are, Silva explained. Bullshit, you just want to get us killed, you little bastard, Mike yelled. Roxy came and stood beside Mike. She folded her arms and spoke. I agree with Mike. We can't just head into danger because your lust for battle is very high. Are you even human? How can you want to take us to our deaths like that? She spoke with a pissed-off look on her face. It was at this point that Silva understood why she refused to greet him when they met. Her mind had been poisoned by Mike, against him. Now that he knew what was going on, an evil plot set in Silva's heart. See, there was one thing he didn't like, and that was the fact that over the years, Mike had used other people in the feud. Mike would always aim to use people to attack Silva, but Silva always turned it back on him. Silva had made it sort of an oath that whenever Mike used someone against him, he would use that same person to hit Mike hard. Right now, he was pissed because this girl had nothing to do with them, yet Mike had gone ahead to tarnish his name to her. Now she was hating him for no particular reason. His pride stood in the way of letting this go, and so he would have to take care of this. I stand with Silva on this one, Rock said. I don't think he wants us dead. Rather, he wants us to get the best out of this labyrinth, he wants us to gain more resources. I'm also with Silva on this one. I'd rather go to the left and fight to better my abilities, Roy agreed. Then the majority has it, let's head left, Quinn said and went into the left cave. Mike was pissed at this decision. He wanted to lash out, but he couldn't, so he reluctantly followed into the left path. It didn't take up to a minute since they started the path, goblins charged their way, holding their rusted-out weapons. Silva took out his sword, he took his stance beside Quinn. "I'll back you up, Quinn," Silva said. Quinn nodded and charged ahead with Silva right behind him. "Roy, provide general cover for us," Quinn yelled. "The rest of you, hold the midline and protect Roy." The goblins moved to surround Quinn and get to his back, but Silva intercepted them. A goblin leaped into the air and came down with a slash, Silva sidestepped and dodged it. He kicked the goblin in the abdomen and sent it flying into a wall, killing it. "You have killed a goblin, 50 EXP, 25 SP, X10. Silva didn't want noise during his fight, so he immediately turned off his notifications. Another goblin came from behind Silva, trying to attack his blind spot. The blade was about to hit Silva, but Silva vanished and appeared behind the goblin. He stabbed the goblin through the chest, the goblin let out a horrendous cry and fell down dead. 3 goblins charged at Silva from the front. Silva pulled out his sword from the dead goblin, took one step forward with the other leg planted at the back, and then he slashed. The sword cut through the 3 goblins like a hot knife through butter, their bodies flew in halves. As he fought, one slipped past him and was about to get to Quinn. Silva saw this and immediately activated Flash Step. Flash Step was a skill that increased his base speed by 10, but Silva's skills were all multiplied by 10, which meant he could go 100 times faster than normal. In a flash, the goblin that was almost in Quinn's blind spot was pulverized into a mist of blood. When Silva stopped running, there was not a single drop of blood on him, as that speed didn't allow the blood to rest on his body. Underscore 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 underscore. Quinn saw what Silva did. He was happy and a bit jealous. He would have been able to take care of the goblin, but Silva kept to his word that he would watch his back. 3 goblins tried to attack Quinn as he was distracted, but a huge fireball landed in front of them and sent them flying. Quinn looked back and gave Roy a thumbs up. He faced forward, the 3 goblins were just burnt, but they could still very much fight, and so they charged at Quinn again. Quinn held his sword with a double grip, then took a step back and thrust forward. A single thrust looked like 3 and pierced the 3 goblins. Seems like Brother Quinn has some pretty good skills in his arsenal as well, Silva thought. Quinn dashed forward. The goblin panicked as it saw Quinn. It swung its blades carelessly, Quinn dodged to the side and then slashed, cutting the goblin in 2. He spun around as soon as he cut through the goblin and threw his sword. The sword penetrated the head of an archer goblin that was behind him and about to shoot. He drew the sword out and looked around. There were still quite a few goblins around, but they had become cautious, or in better terms, they were scared. "If you won't come to me, I'll come to you," Quinn said and dashed at a small group of 3 goblins. They quickly held their swords up to fight. But the fear in their eyes could not be hidden. Quinn smiled when he saw that fear. He drove his sword and used the same skill as before, killing 3 of them in what looked like a single thrust. Silva had been watching Quinn fight even as he fought, he saw when Quinn smiled. Quinn hardly ever smiled, no matter what, he tried to keep a calm expression at all times. But just some seconds ago, Silva saw it, he saw his brother smile. So that's what gets you happy, the thrill of battle, the joy of winning, Silva thought to himself. What was the point of his asking us to protect Roy if none of the goblins even got through? Rock said with a sour expression. If this keeps up, we will not be able to gather any experience. The captain normally allows us to work as a team, and we all grow. Now that Silva is here, he is working with him rather than us. It pisses me off, Roxy said. You can't deny it, they have a better flow than when we are with the captain, Rock said. Quinn pulled his sword out of the head of the last goblin, but he knew the battle was not over. He could sense the hobgoblins not too far away. He turned around and looked at the party. You were able to reserve your strength in this fight, and that's a good thing. But now, there are several hobgoblins headed our way, so you have to fight, Quinn said. There are 7 hobgoblins, and their base strength is 50 to 70. But there is one with stats in the 80s. I'll handle that one personally, Silva informed them. Silva is taking out the strongest, that leaves us with 6. I'll be handling 2 at a time. You 4 have to find a way to win or at least hold off the other 5. Each of you has to take one on and hold it off until we are done or until you can kill it. Quinn laid out the plan. With the plan in motion, they headed towards the hobgoblins, and the goblins headed to them as well. Finally, they met with the over 10 feet tall goblins, holding massive weapons. Their muscles tightened, their veins popped, and they stood like mountains, like giants about to crush puny insects. Silva, now! Quinn ordered. Silva charged like a bullet. He was so fast that the goblins swung down to hit him but couldn't get him. He easily dodged them and got to the goblin at the back, the strongest one. The hobgoblins saw that he was going after their leader. They tried to give chase, but Quinn and the rest started their assault, forcing the goblins to concentrate on their own issues. Silva stood before the leader with a smile on his face. It had been a while since he faced something with reasonably high stats, and he was eager to play with this goblin. Alright, I won't use too many skills, just the bare minimum. I want to be able to savor this fight, Silva said to himself. The leader got pissed at Silva's nonchalant attitude. He swung his sword down, wanting to crush Silva. The sword cut through Silva cleanly and hit the ground, digging a deep hole and raising dust. But the goblin didn't feel like he had hit something, it was as though the sword passed through air. When he looked again, he saw the afterimage that he had cut fade away. In panic, he looked around for Silva but could not find him. Then suddenly, from above, he felt a chill. He looked up and saw Silva coming down. The goblin instinctively used his sword to block. Silva slashed down, and both swords collided with a loud bang. The leader was forced several steps back before he found his footing. He looked up and saw Silva standing there with a smile. The look on Silva's face pissed him off to no end. He could tell Silva was mocking him, a great goblin warrior. He wanted to rip that look off Silva's face, he wanted to stomp all over his corpse. Roar! He roared in anger, charging forward like a bullet, his every step leaving prints in the solid ground. Now you're talking, Silva said. He charged at the goblin to meet it halfway. He swung his sword, but the goblin parried it, sending Silva's arm up with his sword. The goblin looked up at Silva's face. He wanted to see the despair that would form as he landed the final attack, but when he looked up, he saw Silva smiling. A chill ran through his body. Why was Silva smiling? It was clear that he had the upper hand and would end things now, but he wasn't sure anymore. He felt like if he made the next move and slashed down at Silva, he would be the one to die. This feeling overpowered all other thoughts in his mind. His body moved on its own, and he leaped back a couple of meters. When he stopped, he looked at Silva again and saw Silva frowning. At that point, he knew that Silva was baiting him in. That frown meant that he had just escaped a deadly trap, one that could have claimed his life. Why did you retreat? Is that how a goblin warrior acts? You have seriously pissed me off now, Silva said in anger. He kicked off like a bullet. The goblin took a stance to block Silva, but Silva disappeared. You think you can block me? I told you I'm pissed off right now, Silva said behind the goblin. The goblin jumped in pure fright. He tried to get away, but Silva didn't let him. Silva was not holding a sword. His hands were covered in black glistening scales, with inch-long claws that looked like they were made of metal. The goblin trembled as he saw this. He looked at Silva's eyes, they glowed red and gave off a threatening aura that suffocated him. Silva dug his hand into the stomach of the goblin, deep inside until his forearm was buried in the goblin. I'll show you what pissing me off causes, Silva said and activated the spell, Consume. The soul of the leader started getting pulled into Silva. The process was not simple at all. It caused the goblin so much pain that he yelled out his guts. You have gained 30 EXP, x10. You have gained 30 EXP, x10. You have gained 30 EXP, x10. Silva kept getting notifications as he absorbed the soul of the goblin. He had only ever used this once. It gave him a lot of EXP, but he didn't want to use it much because it caused unimaginable pain and destroyed your soul, so no reincarnation for that being. The body of the goblin fell to the ground lifeless, empty, and hollow. You have killed a hobgoblin, 100 EXP, 50 SP, x10. Just a little more before I level up, that's good, Silva said. He undid his scales and claws and went to meet the others. Silva recognized that he needed stronger opponents because even with his legacy and the 10 times buff, fighting weak opponents was not helping him. The party managed to take down all the job goblins, but the others were tired afterward. They had expended so much energy in the fight. Each of the hobgoblins was at least their strength, so the Bayless were somewhat evened out. Silva and Quinn, on the other hand, didn't look tired, even after Silva fought the leader and Quinn took on two of them. It simply served to show that their strengths were not on the same level. "Alright, we should take a rest here," Quinn said, so they camped there for a bit. Roxy decided to whip up something quick. Normally, parties took food pills and preserved foods, but in their party, Quick had a storage pouch. That allowed them to carry a lot of things, so they could even cook during their quests and explorations. She was the one who handled the cooking, since the other guys were incapable. Silva saw this as an opportunity to start his plan against Mike, so he quickly bought a few skills in cooking. Purchased beginner cooking skill LV1. Purchased kitchen skills LV1. Use as many points as you need and get both to level 5, Silva said. The system had a way to allow him to increase his skills to level 5 using points, but after that, he could only use repeated actions to level them up. But this wasn't an issue because he had his 10x buff, which would make the cooking skills he had 10 times better. After purchasing the skills, he was filled with a ton of knowledge on handling the basics of cooking and the kitchen. If he wanted to level up more than this, he would need practice and research. "This should be enough," Silva said. He got up and walked to Roxy. "Hey, can I help you? You had a very stressful battle, so I'd like to assist you," Silva offered. His offer drew the attention of the others. They didn't think Silva would know anything about cooking. Mike, on the other hand, had a very bad feeling about this. He could tell that Silva was plotting something, and it was targeted at him. "When did you learn to cook?" "You should let her be and not ruin what she is doing," Mike said. "To think you would be this uncaring, Mike. She fought the same battles as you and went through the same stress, even more. She is not a frontline fighter, but she still had to fight and win. She must have been under a ton of pressure. It's a good thing she isn't completely burned out. Yet now you want to place all the work on her while you sit and do nothing. I do know how to cook. I took my time to learn, but even if I didn't know how to, I can't just sit down and watch her," Silva said. His argument was so sound that Mike had no comeback, he just kept quiet. "Alright, since Silva seems confident in his skills, would you mind him assisting you, Roxy?" Quinn asked. Roxy looked at Silva for a brief moment and shook her head. "I don't have an issue with that," she responded. Silva started helping her. She was making porridge. He made sure to stand out of her way and only help her. He was so efficient in helping her that all she needed to worry about was the pot on the fire. Whatever she needed, she didn't have to ask, he already had it prepared and waiting. At one point, she stopped thinking about anything else and just stretched out her hand when she needed something, and he would give her exactly what was needed. Mike watched this while fuming. He knew Silva was up to something. He felt like he was close to understanding, but yet he could not understand. Their intelligence was worlds apart. Quicker than expected, the food was done, and they all ate. Their reactions let Silva and Roxy know that the food tasted great. Silva was happy because his level 1 was complete. It may not be enough yet, but he planted the seed, and now he had to water it. This time, he would hit Mike so hard that Mike would stop messing with him. After a full meal and rest, the party headed deeper inside the labyrinth. When they went deeper, they saw a large hole with a path leading downwards. This should be the way to the second floor of the labyrinth. "We should take a bit to ensure we are in top condition before we head into that place," Quinn advised. While the others sat around resting, Silva sat at the edge of the hole, staring deep into it. He felt a very subtle energy coming from it, but he couldn't say what it was. As they rested, two parties came by. They looked like they weren't from the town. Both parties stopped when they saw Quinn's party. Both parties consisted of 6 people, and they were fully armed with swords and staves. They were the perfect image of a party, and they seemed to know that fact, so they moved with pride. Both parties left soon after and headed inside the hole, disappearing. "We should head in as well," Quinn said and got up. They went into the hole as well. Roy lit up a flame to guide them. The path was slim, and one wrong move would send you to the bottom. They didn't know the depth, but it was risky no matter how you looked at it. They continued their path for 10 minutes and finally made it to the bottom. As soon as they landed, they could hear the sounds of battle. They rushed to the scene of the battle and saw the two parties battling a chimera. What the hell is wrong with this labyrinth? How can it switch from goblins to a fucking chimera? Rock said. The chimera before them had the head of a tiger and a lion, the body of an eagle, the feet of wolves, and a scorpion's tail. It ferociously attacked, with each strike sending party members flying. Even with both parties combined, they were at a heavy disadvantage. Silva looked at this chimera, and an irresistible urge to fight filled him. He could tell it was strong. He used dragon eyes on it to see its stats, and just as he assumed, it was strong. Chimera LVL 50. Strength, 150. Defense, 160. Speed, 180. Agility, 180. Intelligence, 140. The lowest stat of this chimera was its intelligence, and it was still a staggering number. Silva felt his blood boil. He wanted to fight it so badly, he needed to. This would be his first opponent that was around his strength for a long time. He took out his sword and stared at the fight. Quinn saw this, shook his head, and spoke. "Can you take it down?" Quinn asked. "Definitely," Silva responded, not breaking his gaze. "Alright, then do what you want to," Quinn said. He didn't finish his sentence, but Silva had already disappeared. Silva used Flash Step from the get-go and arrived at the chimera in less than half a second. The chimera noticed the new threat quickly and recognized that it would be in trouble if that person hit him. It retreated, barely escaping Silva's blade. "Whoa, to think you have your own Flash Step and that crazy reaction time," Silva said with a pleased expression. The parties that had been fighting were shocked to see Silva. Where did he come from? Did he teleport? Silva looked at them and spoke. "You guys are heavily beaten up. You should rest, I'll take up the fight from here." "Who the hell do you think you are? You want to steal our kill?" one of the party captains yelled at Silva. "What did you just say?" Silva looked over, his eyes glowing. A pressure poured out from his body, so much that even his party felt it and were having issues. The captain who had spoken took the full brunt of it. He fell to the ground with terror in his eyes. Silva faced forward, looking at the chimera. "Alright, now it's you and me. We can dance to our heart's content. You will be the foe I use to enter the new level, so come at me with all you have, or you'll die," Silva said. The chimera didn't know why, but for some reason, it felt compelled to move first. If it didn't move, it felt as though it would die. Roar! The chimera charged like a rushing bull. It came in for a two-directional bite, one for the arm and one for the head, the benefit of two heads. The scorpion tail also came from above, locking in three directions that the attack would land from. Silva smiled. He calculated the trajectory of all three attacks in his head. He stepped to the side slightly to dodge the stinger while placing his sword at his back to parry the lion's head. He raised one leg and kicked the tiger's head, escaping all attacks at the same time. He pushed the heads back and took a few steps back. "Your strength is on par with mine. Still, I don't want to use any skills, I want to fight this out," Silva said and charged at the chimera. The chimera swung its paw, and Silva parried to the side. He spun around and slashed the back of the leg, sending the chimera into a world of pain. The chimera tried to back away, but Silva was already charging at him. It quickly used its stinger, coming at full speed. Silva used his sword to block the full strength of that stinger. Bam! The sword cracked on impact. It didn't break, but that spider-like crack spread all over it. "I knew I should have bought a better blade, this one is shitty," Silva complained. This was his current best sword, and the other ones inside his inventory were all worse than this one. He normally overwhelmed his opponents, so he never saw the need for another sword. The chimera saw the situation with the sword and wanted to attack again. Corrode. Silva cast a darkness spell. A dark orb shot from his palm to the face of the lion head and started burning the face. The chimera fell back in pain as it roared and shook its head like crazy. "You thought you could use the opportunity to finish me off? Think again." Silva charged at the chimera. He leaped into the air and was about to slash down. Unexpectedly, the stinger attacked once again with more force. The stinger shattered the sword as he blocked with it, but it couldn't get to Silva. Silva landed on the ground. He took a look at his sword that had been shattered down to the handle. "Here, take this." The second captain threw his sword at Silva. Silva caught it and looked at the blade. This sword was the best he had held. It was light, sturdy, and extremely sharp. He felt like he could slice through steel easily with this. He looked up at the chimera that had finally regained composure. "Alright, let's try this again," Silva said. He ran towards the chimera, going head-on for it. The chimera saw this and attacked with its stinger. Silva could easily handle all this situation with the arsenal of crazy skills and spells he had, but he wanted the thrill of battle, so he refused to use any. He used the sword to parry the stinger, and it worked well. He was amazed by how much his flow increased by just switching his weapon. The stinger dug into the ground beside him. Silva made a quick spin and slashed the stinger, cutting it off. The chimera roared in pain as blood spilled from its tail, but it had to steady itself because Silva was already charging for the closest limb. The chimera moved back, but it wasn't fast enough. Silva's sword sliced the leg clean off. "This sword basically makes me dominate. Is this what having a good weapon can do? I want something better. I need something better than this," Silva said to himself. The chimera saw that the situation had turned bad. It needed to get away from Silva. It tried to retreat, but Silva was already in a world of his own. Silva had started making changes to his stats so that he could enjoy the sword to the fullest. Name * Silva. Race * Human, 50%, Dark Dragon, 50%. Legacy * Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities * Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana * 300,000. EXP * 13, 000/14, 000. SP * 80,000. Level * 24. Strength * 160. Defense * 140. Speed * 180. Agility * 180. Intelligence * 200. Free stat points * 500. I should round all my stats up. Let's see what a jack-of-all-trades stat feels like. Silva added his stat points, making all of his stats stand at 250, and leaving him with 110 stat points. Strength * 250. Defense * 250. Speed * 250. Agility * 250. Intelligence * 250. Free stat points * 110. A powerful surge of power filled his body and made him feel elated. He charged at the retreating chimera without a care in the world, forgetting that his stats now almost doubled that of the chimera. He leaped into the air and struck down, his sword splitting the chimera in two like it was butter. You have killed a chimera. 500 EXP, 250 SP, x10. Hidden quest complete, slay a soulless being, 1000 EXP, 10 free stat points, x10. Level up, 2 free stat points, x10. Major level up, 100, free skill ticket, 1000 EXP, 1000 SP, 10 free stat points. Dragon Roar LV1, x10. Level up, 2 free stat points, x10. Silva received several messages after he killed the chimera. He leveled up twice and was now at level 26. He also got a ton of cool rewards, but all paled in comparison to the joy he got from the battle he had just fought. The body of the chimera slowly disappeared, leaving behind a sword. It was as if the labyrinth heard his cries for a better sword and sent him one. It was a one-edged, black sword. He picked it up, and the blade appeared before him. Stinger of the Chimera, item type, B-tier sword, upgradable. Special ability, poison. Silva swung the sword around a few times and was happy with how it felt. He turned to face the others and then realized they had all been staring at him all this time. They all had one question in mind: was Silva even human? This was the Chimera they had struggled to stand against. When he initially fought the Chimera, it looked like he was struggling, but then, all of a sudden, he split it in two with a smile on his face. "Who are you?" The man who had lent him his sword spoke, walking up to Silva. "My name is Silva." "There is nothing special about me," Silva said. "Nothing special? Are you joking? We are a peak C-rank adventurer party from Blackstar City. Our strength is no joke, even in the city, yet my party, along with another C-ranked party, could not trouble that thing. Yet you killed it, so easily at that," the man said. "Sigh, seems I did too much. I was eager to kill that Chimera, I didn't care if they saw me." Well, I am pretty sure that I can't stay hidden for long. The task the goddess is showing me has something to do with Blackstar City and the Academy. I'll have to go there soon. Don't worry too much about it. Your team should rest up and continue your exploration. I used search, and there are no other beings like the Chimera around, Silva said, signaling Quinn to get going. He handed the sword back to the man and walked away with his own party. Normally, people would get pissed at you for stealing their prey, but everyone there knew that even if they ganged up on Silva, they would lose. Underscore 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 underscore. Have you been hiding your strength all this time, Silva? Quinn asked. You already knew, didn't you? Silva asked as well. Well, I know you more than you think. I may not have interacted much, but I watched you grow and observed all your actions. You are very good at plotting and always have a plan ahead. I know that the reason you told that person your name back there was because you have a reason, Quinn said. You know me quite well, brother. I do have a reason. It's something to do with the city of Blacklight, Silva said. If my name went around, Mother would know I am still alive, and that her plan to keep me alive worked. She named me so that one day she would find me. I still remember that look of love in her eyes and the pain she felt as she let me go. As they headed deeper inside, they started coming across goblins and hobgoblins. Silva refrained from any battles of that sort and let the others handle it. They continued that way through the second floor without issues. At breaks, he would help Roxy cook and then clean up. She had become more comfortable with him helping. Mike, on the other hand, got pissed at this sight. Whenever he saw Silva helping Roxy, his blood boiled. Mike, your swordplay is dull. It seems your mind is not here. And so, Silva will spar with you. Take out all your anger on him, Quinn said as they rested. Mike looked confused for a bit. What was his brother plotting? Quinn knew that he was not half as strong as Silva. Why would he suggest this now, to disgrace him? I know what you're thinking, but it is not to disgrace you. It is to show you something. If you manage to land one hit on Silva, it means you are capable of going against him. If not, you are to drop this crazy anger that has filled you, forget about Silva, and focus on the labyrinth. Do you understand? Mike looked at Silva with a frown. He stood up and drew his sword, getting into a stance, inviting Silva to fight. Silva knew that if he showed Mike any mercy, Mike would take it as disrespect, which would fuel the flames even more. Personally, Silva had no issues with that, but he wanted to respect Quinn, who set this duel. He took out a random sword from his inventory and got up. Mike saw the sword Silva was holding and frowned. Don't play with me. I know you have a better sword. Am I not worth it? Mike asked. Silva let out a sigh and took out the Chimera stinger, getting into his stance as well. Alright, fight, Quinn began the duel. Mike wasted no time, he charged as fast as he could, going straight for Silva's head. He slashed at Silva with full intent to kill. Silva got pissed at the fact that Mike was trying to kill him. He stepped forward, parried the attack, and grabbed Mike by the collar, throwing him against the wall. The scene shocked everyone, they didn't expect things to take this turn. What the hell are you doing, Mike? You went for the kill, filled with killing intent, Silva asked. Mike didn't say anything, he just got up and charged at Silva again. He went with an upward slash. Silva took a step back, and the sword passed just barely. He then went in with his own slash, so fast that Mike could not react. Silva stopped the sword an inch away from Mike's neck and then withdrew his sword to take another fighting stance. Mike got far more pissed at the fact that Silva could have won but refused to. He felt a burning rage in his chest. Silva looked at Mike as he fumed, and a thought came to his mind. Why did it get this way? What made it so that we can't be brothers? Quinn accepted me, Leah did, but Mike refused, and now the rift between us can't be fixed by an apology. If this goes on like this, Mike and I may never see eye to eye. Still, I have to show him full respect and respond to his hate. Since he wants me to show him my strength, I will. All of a sudden, everything seemed to become slow and calm for Silva. He could see the movements of Mike in slow motion. Sword skill, Calm Seas has been activated. Silva activated a skill that he had bought and learned, a sword skill that made the world calm like a sea before the storm. The first phase was the calm, the moment when he would make all the decisions he needed to make, and after that was the storm. The period of calm passed and the storm came. Silva stepped forward like a mighty wave, and in one downward slash, his sword collided with Mike's, shattering it and sending Mike flying and slamming against the wall, leaving a crack. Mike fell unconscious from the impact, before he even reached the ground. Silva looked at Mike lying there and bowed his head. "It's not your fault, Mike. You are a very good swordsman and very dedicated, but you kept choosing me to be your enemy. I wish I could tell you, but my life is basically a cheat code. Making me your enemy would make you seem inferior no matter what you do. Still, I am not ready to allow your actions to go. Whatever you bring, I'll double it and hit you back." The group waited for Mike to wake up. After that, they fed him a potion. It belonged to Silva, but he asked that they didn't tell Mike it was from him. A normal person would be happy to get a potion to heal up, but Mike would take it as spite. After Mike woke up and healed, he didn't utter another word until it was time for them to get going. He didn't even glance at Silva, he kept his eyes forward. As they went, Silva didn't know why, but the energy he felt from the first floor was getting stronger and stronger. A while later, they made it to another giant hole, which they presumed was the path to the third floor. They were all in top condition, so they went in. When they got to the third floor, the pungent smell of blood and rotten corpses filled their noses. The group moved forward quickly and saw the bodies of a party of 6 on the floor, decaying. "This doesn't make sense," Quinn said, his eyes trembling as he looked at the sight. He had seen dead people before, but the sight was still not pleasant. The others basically had the same look and expression as Quinn, with Roxy being the most panicked. Silva, on the other hand, wasn't shaken. Ever since the dragon legacy awakened, his emotions were kept in check by the legacy. A dragon would not flinch at the sight of death, and so that was subconsciously engraved into him, making him immune to this sort of thing. He walked up to the bodies and bent down. The smell hit him harder down there, but he didn't care. "Quinn, you noticed that they are all rotten to a large degree, right?" Silva asked. "Yeah, that's why I said it doesn't make sense. The labyrinth has been open for just a day or so. If you died, you shouldn't be this decayed. Aside from that, when you die in the labyrinth, your body is supposed to disappear, but they didn't disappear and even started decaying," Quinn said. "Exactly. I am not sure, but I think they were no longer categorized as living beings before they died. No, that would not make sense. There are labyrinths with undead, and the chimera I fought didn't have a soul. The only thing that I think is possible is that their existence was eaten up by something," Silva said. This was the power of a 250 intelligence stat, he was deducing at a crazy speed. "What do you mean their existence was eaten up?" Quinn asked. "We are about to find out," Silva said, looking in a certain direction. Everyone looked in the direction Silva was looking, and after a while, they started hearing heavy footsteps. Finally, the being showed itself, a cyclops with a glowing red eye. As soon as Silva saw the cyclops, he used dragon eyes to look at it, and then he saw it, the massive energy in the eye. He didn't know how to put it, but that eye was definitely the cause of the death of the party. "Whatever you guys do, don't look it in the eye, it will eat up your existence," Silva said as he took his sword and got into his stance. "Quinn, I don't know how to make plans. Make one that will help us kill it without anyone looking at it," Silva asked Quinn for help. "Alright, everyone, make sure you are in constant motion. Rock, you take the left arm. No matter what, focus only on the arm. Roy, take the right arm. Mike and Roxy, take the left leg, I'll take the right. We will leave the upper body to Silva. No matter what happens, try not to look up and focus strictly on the part of the body that was assigned to you, do you understand?" Quinn made a plan immediately. Silva was shocked at the efficiency of his brother, he made a plan like it was nothing. Now that they had a plan, Silva charged at the Cyclops, with the others behind him. With his dragon eyes activated, he didn't need to worry about the eyes, he could look at the Cyclops, but the others didn't have that. That was why he was the best person to take the frontal attack. The stats of this Cyclops were a bit higher than the Chimera's, but not by much. The Cyclops tried to squash Silva as he was headed its way, but Mike, Roxy, and Quinn attacked both legs out of nowhere. Their blades dug deeply into the Cyclops' legs and drew a lot of blood. The Cyclops was forced to step back. It tried to use its hands to stop its fall, but then Rock used his strength to slam into one hand as soon as it touched the ground, while Roy blasted the other hand with a fireball. The Cyclops fell to the ground. Before it could move, Silva leaped into the air and slashed down, splitting the head into two. You have killed a Cyclops, 500 EXP, 250 SP, x10. The body of the Cyclops disappeared and left a large crystal. Silva picked it up and put it away. There are two more headed this way, Silva said. The normal plan will not work for them, Quinn said. No need to worry, I'll take one out, you guys handle the second one, Silva said. Nobody argued since they knew he could do it. The Cyclops came, two of them, and like the first time, they didn't look it in the eyes. Silva ran to one of the Cyclops and then activated something he hadn't used in a long time, his abyss magic, Gates of Hell. He took his sword and cut his arm, causing blood to splash out. A small black hole appeared and consumed the blood before turning into a large black gate with a giant skull. The Cyclops saw the gate and was filled with fear, but before it could move, the gates opened and a powerful suction force drew out the soul of the Cyclops, permanently locking it in the abyss for torture. The only way for the soul to get out was when Silva would use Consume to eat the soul in the abyss for extra EXP. The empty husk, that was the body of the Cyclops, fell to the ground and disappeared as well, leaving a crystal. So removing the soul is not the same as removing the existence. I wonder how the eyes of this Cyclops do it, Silva said. He walked to the side and leaned against the wall to watch the others fight. This time, Quinn was the one taking the frontal attack, while Roxy and Mike took a leg each. It wasn't long before they toppled the Cyclops, and Quinn stabbed the heart. The Cyclops disappeared and left a crystal as well. The party managed to get rid of the Cyclops without expending much energy, so they immediately headed deeper. As they went deeper, Silva could still feel that energy, and it was getting stronger. It had been a while since they fought goblins, but they soon came across a group of well-armed hobgoblins. These goblins were by far more coordinated and stronger. They used formations to attack, with the swordsmen in the front and the archers at the back. Silva wondered how they got this coordination, and then he noticed a goblin at the far back holding a purple glowing crystal. Goblins evolved in many ways, but the first evolution was to a hobgoblin. After that, there was the goblin warrior, chief, mage, and lots more. But there was one specifically that used groups of goblins to attack and was known for their high intelligence and magic, and those were goblin shamans. From what he had read about goblins, he could guess that this was a goblin shaman. It will probably give a good fight, Silva thought. He ran and leaped over the entire group of goblins, landing in front of the shaman. The shaman leaped back in a panic and used its crystal to control the goblins to attack Silva, but the party started attacking the goblins, stopping them from focusing on Silva. Fight me with your own power. I want to see what your magic is capable of, Silva said as he dashed towards the shaman. The shaman stretched its hand out, and an earth wall formed between them. Silva sliced through the wall as soon as it formed, continuing towards the shaman. The shaman started firing earth bullets as it retreated, trying to keep its distance. But Silva closed the distance in mere seconds. The shaman panicked and called back all the goblins, whether they were fighting or not. The goblins all had to run towards the shaman, not caring if they were getting cut down by the party. You really think your army can stop me? Let me show you how stupid you are, Silva said with a grin, and then he used Flash Step. The shaman thought that he had disappeared. Silva stopped right behind the shaman and slowly stabbed his sword through the back, piercing the heart. I thought you would put up a good fight. You were pathetic, Silva whispered into his ears. He didn't stop there, he activated Consume. You have gained 100 EXP, x10. You have gained 100 EXP, x10. You have killed a shaman goblin, 500 EXP, 250 SP, x10. You have leveled up, 2 free stat points, x10. He left off the empty shell, that was the shaman's body. Now that the shaman was dead, all the goblins started acting individually, making it a bit easier for the party to take them down. After dealing with the goblins, there were a ton of crystals on the ground, including the one the shaman was holding. Silva picked the crystal up from the ground. Control crystal, control 20 beings of lesser power. This crystal's effect is multiplied by 10. His legacy made it possible for him to control 200 rather than 20. Now that they were done, they headed deeper and came to the next large hole. We shouldn't enter yet, I've made an observation and I want to share it, Silva said. All of them sat down to hear what he had to say. When we entered this labyrinth, we met with a lot of goblins, and that seemed normal. But when we dropped down to the second floor, things changed. We suddenly met with a chimera. The chimera was not supposed to be there based on common knowledge. Its strength is way too high. You would expect that immediately after the first floor, maybe we would get to a floor that had a lot of hobgoblins. We would normally expect a slight increase in strength, not a chimera. And now, the third floor also has things just as strong and in more numbers. It seems the concept of strength changes radically after every floor in this labyrinth. So, I'm going to assume that we will see something far stronger if we enter the next floor. Also, there is the fact that in this labyrinth, all paths lead to the hole, like it wants people to go down. There is no real reason behind the information I am sharing, I just want everyone to make sure they keep an eye out. The unexpected can happen here. The group started being more cautious, because if Silva was telling them it was dangerous, then for sure it had to be dangerous. If only they had known that the lower floor was not just dangerous, it was something else. As soon as they landed on the fourth floor, as they went deeper and reached a certain level, Silva felt the energy he hadn't been feeling for a while get stronger, and then suddenly his senses tingled. But before he could even make a move, a wall rose through the ground and separated them into two teams. Silva, Mike, and Roxy were on one side, and the others were on the other side. Silva threw a punch to try and blast the wall, but the wall absorbed the hit and spread it through the entire labyrinth. Because it spread out, it didn't do anything to the wall. He tried again, pouring every ounce of strength, but the same thing happened. He would have kept trying if the wall was simply strong, but this one was absorbing all his attacks and spreading them, so there was no way he could punch it down. He tried slashing, but the same thing happened. He called out to Quinn, but they could not hear each other. Since it had come down to this, they would have to continue on their own. Silva looked at the people he was with, he knew this was about to get stressful. We can't reach them, so we are going to have to make our own way. The wall is also not coming down at all, it absorbs my attacks like it's nothing. Tisk, useless when it counts, Mike said and turned to Roxy. Let's go, we don't need him. Roxy nodded and glanced at Silva before following Mike. It is not safe to separate, but now that Quinn isn't here, Mike would rather die than listen to me. I should go my own way, Silva decided. He waited for them to be gone beyond sight and then went his way. There was a very odd feeling about this floor. He felt like death was looping around, and to answer his questions, when he took his next turn, a group of 20 skeleton undead was gathered. This place just throws all things together into a labyrinth, goblins, chimeras, cyclops, and now undead. He took out his sword and waited for the skeletons to notice him, and they finally did. They all charged at him as soon as they saw him. Since no one is here now, I can go all out for now, Silva said. His sword suddenly lit on fire with black flames. He slashed down and fired an arc of black flames. The flames tore through the entire skeleton army and killed them all at once. His head was filled with notifications of kills, so he turned it off. The move he had just used was Darkness Magic and Abyss Magic, a spell that fused the two to create the flames known as Flames of the Abyss. These flames would burn through everything until that part was cut off, or superior mana was used to suppress it. Still, even after using superior mana, it would still burn slowly until light magic or a very high-end healing spell was used to stop it. Another perk of the flame was the fact that it could burn the soul as well. That was fun, it's been a while since I let loose, Silva said. He picked up all the crystals that were on the ground and continued his way inside. Roar! A powerful gust of wind hit Silva as he took his next turn. He looked and saw two chimeras standing and guarding what looked like a large door. This floor is unpredictable and fun, Silva said before charging at the chimeras. His movements were too fast, and he ran past them, causing the chimeras to explode into a mist of blood. He took their crystals and stored them. He walked to the door and placed his hands on it, adding just a little strength. The doors opened up. It revealed what looked like an arena. There was another gate on the other side, but Silva knew that getting to it was not going to be that easy. Just as he thought, a light appeared at the center, and a minotaur appeared, wielding a large axe. Silva eagerly used dragon eyes on him to see the stats of the minotaur, and what he saw had his blood boiling. The minotaur had stats above 200 and also seemed to have a unique bloodline. I can't believe I was sent to fight a child, what was it thinking? The minotaur spoke. It can speak? This just keeps getting better, Silva said, his hunger for battle rising. Kid, leave now, I have no intention of battling you, the Minotaur said, but when he looked up, he saw Silva charging at him with crazy speed. Silva had a wide grin on his face. He leaped into the air and came down with a powerful slash. The Minotaur used its axe to block. Bam! The sword and axe collided, causing a very loud sound. The Minotaur's arm trembled after blocking that attack, and he looked at Silva with shock. Such power, how can that small boy produce this much power? Who is this human, the Minotaur thought. Silva didn't give it any time to recover from the shock. He came in with another slash, more powerful than the first. The Minotaur parried the strike, but even then, the force his arm took was great. He took a step back to prepare for Silva's next attack. Silva kept going with slashes left and right, while the Minotaur was kept on the defensive. How is this kid capable of all this? I can't even counter him. Don't tell me I'll have to use that to win. The Minotaur was lost in thought about what to do. You should really activate your bloodline if you want to stand a chance against me, Silva said. How do you know about that? The Minotaur asked. Is that important now? Silva said as he attacked again. He went into a flurry of slashes that pushed the Minotaur back. All that Silva was doing was pushing the Minotaur to use its bloodline. He wanted to see how much stronger the Minotaur would become. The Minotaur saw that there was no way for him to overpower this kid, so he activated his bloodline. His body burst with a very sinister energy, his eyes glowed red, his muscles tightened, his size increased, and his skin became darker. I admit that you are strong, kid, but enough playing around, the Minotaur said and grabbed Silva by the head, starting to squeeze it. While his head was getting squeezed, Silva used dragon eyes to check the new stats of the Minotaur and see how much they changed. When he looked at the stats, they had all just barely passed 220, with the highest being strength at 230. When Silva saw this, he became pissed. He used his hands to grab the hand that was holding his head and then transformed his hand into his dragon arms. With this, his power was about 280 to 300. He squeezed the Minotaur's hand and dislocated its bones in a swift motion. The Minotaur let go of Silva and cried out in pain. Silva transformed his right hand back to normal and held his sword with it. You piece of crap, you had a little power up, and you thought you could disrespect me? You grabbed my head when you lacked the power to back yourself up, Silva said. What he was really pissed off about was how useless that unique bloodline was. But in actuality, that bloodline was not useless, some might even say it was overpowered. Small kingdoms would go to war to have a person with such a bloodline, that was how unique it was, just by increasing the person's stats by a few tens. But Silva didn't know this, and it pissed him off that the bloodline was that weak. The Minotaur looked up in shock. Even with its bloodline, he was unable to do anything. Rather, it seemed the kid had gotten stronger. Initially, Silva had wanted to make this Minotaur his first summon, but after this pathetic and disrespectful display, his interest disappeared. He walked up to the Minotaur. The Minotaur leaped back in fear, but Silva used Flash Step and was already behind it. He stabbed it through the heart and killed it. You have killed a Minotaur, 500 EXP, 250 SP, x10. Rather than a crystal, what dropped this time was a two-handed great axe. Silva took the axe from the ground. Minotaur's Rage. Special ability, increases all stats by 50% for 10 seconds, x10. Even though the Minotaur disappointed him, the drop made him feel better. After killing the Minotaur, the other door opened, and Silva walked through. He got into a cave corridor that was oddly quiet, but he didn't read much into it and continued moving forward. When he was so far away from the door he came from that he could not even see it anymore, he heard a hiss, a very loud one from a distance, and also a very loud shout, a voice he was sure belonged to Roxy. He quickly chatted in that direction. Silva ran at top speed, but he came into contact with an army of undead, and there were several liches at the back as well, with magical crystals. Aside from the army of undead, there was an army of goblins, along with shamans and hobgoblins. It seems that the labyrinth doesn't want me helping Roxy. It's trying to stop me, Silva said. He knew that he didn't have time to waste, so he decided to add his stat points into his stats. Strength * 250. Defense * 250. Speed * 250. Agility * 250. Intelligence * 250. Free stat points * 210. Through his leveling up, he had managed to amass another good amount. He added 20 to all his stats, pushing them up to 270. Strength * 270. Defense * 270. Speed * 270. Agility * 270. Intelligence * 270. Free stat points * 110. He still added 50 to his intelligence. He needed to think faster so that he could navigate through the enemy, and intelligence also made his use of mana and magic faster and stronger. Strength * 270. Defense * 270. Speed * 270. Agility * 270. Intelligence * 320. Free stat points * 60. He also made sure to keep some free stat points for the sake of an emergency. You never know what may happen. Now that he had done that, it was time to massacre. Using the same method he had used for the Minotaur, he transformed his arm into a dragon arm, covered in dark scales, and then he held his sword in the other hand. He activated his dragon eyes because he wanted to use the energy flow to employ his predictive fighting, which allowed him to be one step ahead of the enemy. Now that he was ready, he charged in without hesitation. He didn't know why Roxy screamed like that, but he was certain there was danger. If she was with Mike and still screamed that loud enough for him to hear it so far away, then it meant that whatever they faced, Mike was unable to handle the situation. The undead and goblin army also charged at him. He used the abyss flame again, and in one powerful slash, he wiped out the frontline fighters. The liches and the shamans immediately fired a barrage of spells at Silva. Silva didn't dodge, he used his sword and cut through all the attacks before charging forward again. The frontline army proved to be no more than a nuisance, and the shamans and liches weren't making any sort of difference. "This is taking too long," Silva said. He decided to use magic. He had been purchasing and training with spells that fit him for a while now, but he still liked close combat. That didn't mean he didn't know magic. In fact, his magic was on another level, with the abyss flames being on the lower end. "Blades of darkness," Silva called out, and swords made of darkness started forming and firing at a crazy rate. This spell consumed the opponent from the inside out. The blades would keep firing until he ran out of mana, and that was not something that would happen soon, as his mana pool was no joke. Name * Silva. Race * human, 50%, dark dragon, 50%. Legacy * dark dragon legacy, awakened. Magical affinities * summoning, darkness, abyss magic. Mana * 310,000. His mana pool was over 300,000. When he used a special means to check the mana pool of one of the best mages in this town, it was just over 1,000. That difference was not simply something that could be overcome, no matter how much that mage worked. The dark blades continued firing rapidly, taking out the army of goblins, undead, and hobgoblins alike. In less than a minute, the entire army was killed and turned into crystals on the floor. Now it was time to take care of the shamans and liches. He didn't waste any time. He used the same method and fired dark blades at them until they died. He used Flash Step to gather all the crystals, he still needed the money. Then he ran to find Roxy. He had only heard her scream once, and he was trying to get her position from just that scream. That was a hard thing to do, but he had his ways. He activated his search, keeping Roxy in mind, and the search picked up her signature. He used search again to check for any monsters around, and there were a ton. Strong ones as well. He could sense monsters as strong as the Minotaur, and they were close to Roxy's location. He had to move fast, or else she might end up dead before he got there. But like he had said before, it seemed as though the labyrinth was trying its best to stop him from getting to her because at the next turn, he met with a Minotaur that appeared out of nowhere. The Minotaur was bigger than the first and held a greater sword. "You are the puny human that killed my brother. I'll make sure I have your head for this," the Minotaur said. Silva didn't have more time to waste, he took out Minotaur's rage. The Minotaur's eyes widened in shock when he saw the weapon. He could tell that it belonged to his brother. "Give that to me," he roared and charged at Silva. Silva activated the unique ability, and his stats rose to an unprecedented level. The normal weapon increased stats by 50%, but with his 10x buff, it would increase by 500% and last for 100 seconds. His stats basically hit 1,000. He slashed down, and the entire path was blown away. A massive chasm was left, and the Minotaur was nowhere to be found, only a crystal lay at the side. You have killed a Minotaur, 500 EXP, 250 SP. Level up, 2 free stat points. His notifications had been on mute for a while now, but they automatically came back on to announce his level up. Silva took the crystal and stored it along with the axe. He started running after that, in search of Roxy. Silva made his way through several monsters, none being able to stop him, and finally, he got to the location where he had sensed Roxy. He saw her lying on the ground unconscious, with a deep gash across her chest. He ran up to her as fast as he could and placed his head against her chest to make sure she was still alive. Though that was pointless as she would have disappeared if she was dead, he still felt the need to do it. Her heart was still beating, so he took out the best healing potion he had and tried to feed it to her, but he couldn't. He decided to use another approach. He poured the potion into his mouth, then slightly opened her mouth, bringing his head down and interlocking their lips. He projected the potion with force into her mouth and down her throat. He sat back up and cleaned the sides of his mouth while looking at her. In less than a minute, her color returned, and the wound began healing at a visible rate. After 10 minutes, the wound had closed up, she coughed up some blood, and her eyes opened. She looked around, and everything was blurry. When it finally cleared up, she saw Silva sitting beside her. She tried to get up, but Silva pushed her back down. You need to rest and let the potion do its work. You aren't strong enough yet, Silva said. She did as he said and lay down, staring at the cave ceiling. Thank you, I owe you my life, she said. No, we are party members. We have to look out for each other even if it is temporary, Silva said. Suddenly, she started crying, tears pouring out of her eyes non-stop. Silva didn't know how to react to this, he just stared at her with a confused look. Sob, I disrespected you and was mean to you all this time, sob. I didn't even know the type of person you are, sob, yet I listened to Mike and thought you were a bad person, Roxy said. What did Mike tell you about me? Silva asked. He said you are manipulative and that you always turned people against him. You even made his twin sister hate him. He said you did your best to make his life a living hell, and that was the reason he decided to stay with Sir Quinn, Roxy said. I see, most of those are true in a way, but there are stories that led to all this. The people he claimed I manipulated against him were all people he told things to, just like he told you. When they found out the truth, they turned against him. His sister never disliked him, but he was always angry that she spent more time with me, and he started doing stupid things to hurt me. That made his sister angry, driving a rift between them, Silva explained. Sob, I understand. You aren't a bad person. I was stupid to listen to him, Roxy said. No, don't worry about all that. By the way, where is he? Silva asked. As soon as she heard that question, her body started trembling, her face contorted with rage and anguish all at the same time. Take a deep breath, Roxy. Calm down and talk to me, Silva said. She took a breath like he said and calmed her head before talking. We came here together, and suddenly, a Minotaur appeared and attacked us. I thought we would fight together, but Mike left me to my death and ran away. He used me as a shield to buy time. The Minotaur attacked me, but I was lucky enough not to die. After that, it chased after Mike, who was long gone, Roxy explained. That fucker. What the hell is wrong with you, Mike? Silva punched the floor and left a large crack. He immediately used search to locate Mike and found his location. There are some things you never do as a man, Mike. Dad taught us better than this. What are you turning into? Silva picked Roxy up. She tried to tell him that she could walk on her own, but he insisted on carrying her. He carried her on his back and ran in the direction of Mike. He was pissed because he thought that Mike was simply angry at Silva and would not take that anger out on anyone else, but it seemed Mike was simply an asshole. Silva ran and fought all at the same time, killing all the small fries that were in his way. Roxy was shocked at how all those monsters didn't even prove to be an issue for Silva. After a while, he finally got to the place. It was at the hole that led to the city floor, and from mere looking, it was deeper and wider. He saw Mike on the ground covered in blood, and the Minotaur standing there as well. Silva took out the axe again and activated its special ability. You puny human never learn, right? The Minotaur asked as he charged at Silva. Silva raised his axe with one hand and brought it down, repeating what he did with the former Minotaur. In that moment, his concentration was taken by the attack, and Roxy closed her eyes to avoid dust and other particles. Because of that, the two of them didn't notice the wounded Mike sneaking up on them. Mike pushed them with all the strength he could muster into the large hole. Silva and Roxy fell into the hole. Silva looked up and saw Mike smiling like a madman as they fell into the darkness. Silva and Roxy fell separately. If Roxy hit the ground, she would die for sure, so Silva dived in her direction and grabbed her. He wrapped his arms around her and held her tightly. He dived towards the walls of the hole, took out his axe, and swung it, but the axe bounced off the wall. It was as if there was a force stopping the axe from penetrating. "You have to be kidding me," Silva said. He had no other choice, he didn't have any floating or flying ability or skill, so he would have to make do with what he had. "Roxy, close your eyes and don't open them till we get to the bottom," he said, and then he activated his complete scales transformation. His entire body was covered in black scales. They plummeted at a crazy rate. He made sure she was on top and he was below, then he grabbed her tight enough for her not to fall off, but loose enough for her not to take the brunt as well. They slammed into the ground, creating a small crater. It had been a while since Silva felt this type of pain, it was like his entire body was slammed with a large bat. He looked at Roxy and saw that she was all right. "We made it without dying," Silva said, and finally let go. He closed his eyes, trying to stabilize himself. That fall was no joke, even for him with such stats and abilities. Silva expected that Roxy would have gotten off him, but instead, she clung to him tightly and refused to let go even after they safely landed. "Roxy, we're all right now, you can get off," Silva said with his eyes closed. "No, just a little while longer," she said and rested her head on his scale-covered body. Silva refused to undo his scales, he wasn't sure how he would handle it if the only thing separating them was their clothes. After a few minutes, she finally got up from him and sat down on the floor. Silva also got up, undid his scales, and stood on his feet. He looked up and could barely see the light at the top of the hole. "We really fell a long way," Silva said. "We didn't fall, Mike pushed us, and you saved me," Roxy said while looking down. "I can't believe I trusted and believed in him. He has tried to kill me twice in one day, and you have gone out of your way twice to save me. I can never repay you for that." "You don't have to think about repaying me, we're a party, we should look out for each other." "But we aren't, you just joined so that you could enter the labyrinth. You have no obligation to help me, yet you did, risking your life at that, even after I was that bad to you," Roxy said and broke into tears again. Silva walked to her side and patted her to comfort her. "You're like a broken record, going on and on about how you did bad to me, but you really didn't do anything. You just ignored me, that's not bad," Silva said. It is. "Don't try to make me look good at all after how I acted," Roxy said. He lifted her chin up and looked her in the eyes. "Roxy, stop crying, you're ruining your beautiful face, though your crying is kinda cute in its own way," Silva said and flashed a smile. Roxy had seen people smile, but for some reason, this smile felt and looked different, like she would never be able to forget it. "Beautiful? Cute? What is he saying?" Her mind became a jumbled up mess. "Mike, I wanted to slowly turn Roxy to my side and use her against you, but your stupid ass made all that easy for me. Sure, I went through some trouble, but it all worked out good. Are you two going to continue your little love moment in front of me?" Silva and Roxy heard a deep voice. Two blue eyes lit up, looking in their direction, and then a massive tiger with blue fur and black stripes walked out of the darkness. It had a domineering figure, its eyes held pride. It was a being that knew its strength and was ready to show it off. "I didn't even sense it here all this time, it was able to hide from me," Silva thought. He used dragon eyes to check the stats of this being. Thunder Tiger, LVL 90. Strength * 800. Defense * 780. Speed * 800. Agility * 790. Intelligence * 800. Silva was shocked when he saw the stats of this tiger, this was the first time he was seeing stats this high. It finally made sense why he could not sense the tiger. But rather than backing down, he was eager to fight this tiger and turn it into his summon. "Roxy, stand back, and don't interfere, no matter what. If things turn bad, then run with all you have," Silva gave his instructions and then turned to the tiger. "I want us to make a bet," Silva said. "A bet?" Why would I make a bet with a puny human like you? The tiger asked. Well, I'll just tell you. I want us to duel, and if I win, you will become my summon, and if I lose, you can have me for food, Silva said. Silva, what are you saying? Roxy tried to stop him, but he gave her a reassuring look. If it was before, he wouldn't attempt something this silly, but he had leveled up a bit and had also gotten the axe. Yes, the axe was his trump card, and it would allow him to get stronger than the tiger for 100 seconds. But he couldn't use that carelessly because the intelligence of this tiger was stupid high. Silva would have to wait for the right moment to outsmart him and use the axe. *** Summoning Mission Update, Subdue the Thunder Tiger ***. Rewards *** 2000 EXP, 2000 SP, 10 free stat points. Penalties *** Death. This was the first time that he had received a mission of this sort from the system, and he was eager for it. The tiger looked at Silva, saw the confidence and resolution in his eyes, and knew that Silva was not playing around. Since you seem so confident, I'll honor your wish and have the bet with you. But remember, your loss means your death, the tiger said. I completely understand. I don't plan to trick you, Silva replied. For this fight, he would have to pull all the stops, magic and skills. Even that would not be enough to win, but he needed to use them as a grand distraction that would all help set the stage for using Minotaur's Rage. He took out his sword in his right hand and transformed his left hand. He activated Dragon Eyes and Flash Step. He got into his stance, his eyes glued on the tiger to watch its energy readings and know what it would do next. Roxy moved out of the way, giving them enough space to fight. The tiger saw that Silva was not moving, and that meant Silva wanted him to make the first move, so he did. The fur of the tiger crackled with lightning, and then all the lightning channeled to the front of his mouth, and it fired a massive bolt of lightning at Silva. But immediately as the lightning was leaving the mouth, Silva had already moved out of the way. He used Flash Step to be fast enough, and he had already read the attack before it happened. Now that he had dodged that, he had an opening before the tiger would finish shooting out the lightning, so he took it and charged at the tiger. The tiger saw what Silva was doing, his eyes followed Silva, and then he lifted his paw and slammed it into the ground, causing the ground to explode from the impact. The force blew Silva away, slamming him into the walls. Silva fell to the ground, but he leaped out of the way as another large bolt of lightning struck where he had just been and tore up the ground. Your senses and reaction are good, but they won't be able to defeat me for sure, the tiger spoke with confidence, and that was the truth. Silva had been unable to even get close to this tiger, and the tiger had barely moved. This was the difference between them. So this is what others feel when they fight me, I see, Silva said to himself, but he was not troubled, rather, he was eager to continue. I guess I have to try my best and go all out. He used the Darkness Blade spell and began to fire dark blades rapidly. The tiger let out a horrific roar that destroyed all the blades, but even after that, the blades kept coming, so he roared once again. This process went on 5 times. By this time, the tiger was convinced that if he didn't take out Silva, he might as well continue using this spell. He hadn't seen a human use such a powerful spell and not run out of mana. I admit you have caught my interest, at the very least, but now I'll take you seriously. The tiger charged at Silva, faster than Silva could even react to. The body of the tiger was covered in lightning as it moved, and it covered the distance in a flash. Silva was unable to read the energy flow because it was very fast, faster than he could react to. The tiger raised his paws and slammed Silva with 800 worth of strength. Several bones in Silva's body shattered from the impact, his skin tore up, and blood spattered all around. His body slammed against the wall and fell like rags to the ground, his blood pouring out from all angles. The tiger walked to his side and was about to finish Silva, but he felt something was wrong, and he was right because as he raised his paw, Silva vanished. Silva appeared behind him, holding the Minotaur's Rage, his stats well over 1000, and using Flash Step at the same time. What had happened was actually very simple. Silva was a dragon and one with a very powerful constitution. Regeneration was child's play for the power of his legacy. As soon as he was hit by that paw, his body had already started healing up. But Silva was a darkness mage, and darkness was used for illusions as well. Using his illusion spell, he made it seem that he took the attack and was totally brutalized. He used this to bait the tiger, and when the tiger was close to landing the finishing hit, he activated the special ability of the axe. With a massive increase in his stats, and with flash step, he was able to move faster than the tiger could notice, and that allowed him to get behind the tiger. Underscore 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 underscore. The tiger felt dread as he saw that axe head for his head. He knew that even if he took this hit and survived, the damage would be beyond his imagination. I yield, the tiger said quickly. Silva stopped his attack and landed on the ground. I never thought that I would meet a human your age capable of this feat. I am utterly defeated, the tiger said. You could have put up a greater fight, but you underestimated me during the fight. You didn't think I was capable of such tricks, Silva said. No, I believe that even if I took you seriously all through, I have this feeling that I would still have lost to you, the tiger said. He stepped forward and bowed his head to Silva. You have won our bet. I'll be your summon and live for you, the tiger said. Silva nodded and activated the summoning ritual to make his first real summon. A magical circle lit up under Silva and the tiger. After a while, the light died and the ritual was done. The mark appeared on the forehead of the tiger and then disappeared. Mission complete. Mission complete. You have gained 2000 EXP, 2000 SP, 10 free stat points, x10. You have leveled up, 2 free stat points. You have gained a summon. Would you like to name him? Huh, you don't have a name? Silva asked. No, beasts can only get a name from a beast above them. I have been here all my life, so there was no one to name me, the tiger said. Alright, then I'll name you. Ugh, Thunder, no, that sounds dumb. Alright, Fong, does that work for you? Silva asked. That's a nice name, Master. Your summon is now named Fong. Your Legacy 10x buff will apply to your summon as well. This last notification shocked Silva. He didn't expect that his buff would be passed on. This basically meant Fong was 10 times stronger. Fong also felt the massive increase in his power and looked at Silva in confusion. Don't worry, it is just the buff that my legacy gives, Silva explained. I want to explore deeper into this labyrinth. I feel there is more to this place, but for now, I have to go back and take Roxy back. There is also the matter of Mike. He crossed the line, and this time I'm surely going to make him pay. Roxy, you can come out now, I have handled the situation, Silva said. Roxy came out of where she hid and stood behind Silva. She stared at Fong, still apprehensive about the tiger. Alright, Roxy, this is Fong, my summon, Silva said. Summon? She asked. I'll explain later. We should leave now and meet with the others, Silva said. Fong lowered himself for Silva to climb up. Silva climbed and assisted Roxy in climbing. Alright, take us up, Fong. Fong used the path in the hole and started running up. He was very fast, so they made it out of the hole in less than 5 minutes. When they got out, Silva immediately used search to find the others. He extended it as fast as he could, but he couldn't sense them on this floor. They went around the floor searching as well, but they didn't find any of them, aside from a party that had entered the 4th floor as well. Since they weren't here, they went up to the higher floor but found no one, so they continued until they finally came out of the labyrinth. The crowd had dropped a lot, but there were still a lot of people around. As soon as they got out of the labyrinth, his search picked up the presence of the party among the crowd. People were shocked to see a massive tiger and 2 people riding on it. They all stepped aside and watched. Silva came down from the tiger, his eyes glued to one person, and that was Mike. When Quinn saw Silva and Roxy, he ran up to them. Rock and Ro followed as well. They started asking them questions about what had happened. Mike said a powerful monster killed both of you, Quinn said. Is that so? Silva asked. He looked over at Mike, their eyes met, and Mike was trembling, in fear and in rage. Mike! Silva roared, his voice booming through the forest so that everyone heard him. They all kept quiet and watched what was happening. Mike, why don't you come and explain to Quinn what happened in the labyrinth? Silva said. WWH, what do you man? Mike asked while stuttering. Cut the crap. If you don't tell everyone what you did, I'll beat the truth out of you, Silva said. He took out his sword to show he was serious. Quinn wanted to calm him down, but Silva let his killing intent pour out of him. It choked Quinn and forced him back. Everyone close to Silva had to step back. Only Fong could stay close to him. And this killing intent was not targeted at the people watching but rather Mike, yet they felt it. Mike was sweating bullets and shaking like crazy, but he refused to yield, his face contorted in rage. He forced himself to stand and started walking towards Silva, one step at a time. Every step took all the energy in his body. "Fuck you, Silva!" Mike shouted. "I've always wanted to tell you that. You think you're so special, you think you're a big shot. You came and took away all that belonged to me, you piece of crap, and you aren't even a real member of the family," Mike said. That last part stunned Silva. How did Mike know? He looked over to Quinn, and Quinn bowed his head, meaning he also knew. "Ha ha ha, yes I know, for a long time now. Quinn and I overheard Mom and Dad saying it. You were abandoned with them. The people who gave birth to you didn't want you, they threw you out. They despised you and threw you away. You're abandoned, and yet you stay in our family acting like you own it." The people began to discuss what they just heard. "Is that why his hair is different? I've always known something was off. So he isn't their real son? Never expected that. Ha ha ha, your truth is out. I wonder how Leah will take this when she hears it. Quinn and I had a pact to never tell her, but all that is useless now," Mike said. "Don't bring her into this. If you damage my relationship with Leah, there will be nowhere for you to run, even in hell," Silva said. "Run? I'm not running anywhere. I want you dead before I run away, and I'll start the process by telling Leah." "That won't work, Mike," Quinn spoke up. "Huh? What do you mean?" Mike asked. "Leah knows already. She knew the exact same day we knew. Just like we overheard Mom and Dad, she overheard us making the pact. She has known for a while that Silva is not her real brother," Quinn explained. "Impossible," Mike yelled. "It's the truth, Mike." "She already knew," Quinn said. "No, no, no. If she knew, then why does she still fawn over him? Why won't she look my way? Why does she still hate me?" Mike asked, his eyes looking crazed. "That's because she likes Silva. She never cared about being his sibling, she simply liked him as a person," Quinn said. "No, no, no, this is all wrong," Mike yelled out, shaking his head violently. Something about him started to change. "Master, that human is turning into an abomination created by hate and despair," Fong spoke to Silva telepathically. "What is that? Explain to me," Silva asked. "There isn't much time, but his hate and despair have definitely gotten to a level where his soul is collapsing and reforming, creating an abomination. His consciousness and being will disappear, with only one thing remaining, his hate for you," Fong explained. As they spoke, Mike had truly started morphing and changing, his body was turning purple and increasing in size. "He may have done some terrible things, but I still see him as a brother. Is there a way to save him?" Silva asked. "The only way to do that is to unravel his soul and fix it back to normal. The way to do that is by making him let go of the emotion that caused him to reach this state. I doubt that he will let go of his hate for you, he may be beyond redemption," Fong said. "No, I can still try," Silva said and started walking towards Mike. Everyone around had given them a lot of space when Mike started transforming, they didn't want to be caught up in whatever was happening. "Roar. I'll kill you," Mike said and charged at Silva. He swung his now massive hand and slammed it into Silva's chest. Silva was sent flying and rolling until he came to a stop. He got back up and started walking again. "Mike, this was supposed to be a brotherly feud, where you trouble me, and I trouble you back. What you are doing now, it's not part of it, you're just being a dick," Silva said. Mike slammed him again, and he went flying. Silva got up again, his nose and mouth bleeding. Mike was still transforming as this was going on, and if Silva didn't turn him back soon, it would be all over. Silva kept going, hit after hit, until he was covered in blood, and those around started covering their eyes to avoid seeing this scene. Silva stood in front of Mike. Mike was almost completely gone. He raised his hand again, but he didn't hit Silva. "Why?" Mike managed to force the question out. Silva smiled with his blood-covered face and replied, "Because you are my brother." Mike froze, his grotesque-looking eyes staring at Silva. The rage in his eyes slowly subsided. Mike took a step back, but suddenly a man in a dark cloak appeared behind him. "How boring, I wanted to see more," the person said. He took a needle and pierced Mike before disappearing. He came and went faster than Silva or Fong could react to. Mike started reacting to the needle that was pierced into him, his veins bulged, and his body grew. His transformation was forced into completion, and Mike was turned into a full abomination. Silva just stood there, not knowing what to do. He looked at his brother, who was now rioting, and felt his chest burn up. Whoever that person was, he just made an enemy out of Silva for life. I have to find a way. System, is there a way to help Mike? Tell me now, Silva asked while going to intercept Mike, who was attacking people. Quinn also charged that way. He felt a sense of guilt for what was happening. If he had tried to smooth things out since they were kids, it would have never gotten to this level, but he felt that if he let it be, over time it would stop. His negligence had turned his brother into a monster now, and he may never be able to see Mike again. Fong, ensure that no one gets hurt. I'll find a way to stop him, Silva instructed before going through the list that the system compiled. He read through them and found one that could work. It was a darkness spell that allowed one to enter the minds of others. If he entered Mike's mind, he could possibly find Mike and try to bring him out. That was the only option for now. Darkness spell, mind invasion has been purchased. Silva cast the spell immediately, and his consciousness invaded Mike's mind. When he opened his eyes, he was inside a swamp environment, and at the very far end, he saw Mike, tied up with vines from head to toe. The more time passed, the more vines wrapped around Mike. Silva took a step forward, and several vines latched onto his body and started pulling him down. Silva couldn't use his magic or abilities in this place, he had to tear off the vines before he could take another step. As he took the next step, the vines shot out and wrapped around him again, pulling him down as much as they could. He repeated the process and took another step, and the same thing happened. He also noticed that with every step, it got more difficult for him to tear them off. Don't worry, Mike. I don't care how long it takes, I'm going to bring you back and have you apologize to Roxy. Even the worst people in the world had those they wanted to protect. Even an emotionless dragon had some people close to him. His mother, his father, Leah, and Quinn, they would all be heartbroken if Mike died. They had done so much for Silva, and he wanted to do his best to make sure that he paid them back in full. To that end, he couldn't let Mike die, he just couldn't let Mike go. He didn't want the family that accepted him to mourn. Step after step, it got harder and harder to reach Mike. The vines latched onto Silva and refused to allow him to move. But Silva pushed through it, taking it step by step, though he wasn't sure if this would be enough, because the vines wrapping around Mike were getting more and more. Silva decided to try something else. He needed a way to fight inside of Mike's mind, or else he wouldn't get there in time. The only way to do that now was with the help of the system. System, purchase whatever it will take to allow me to get through this place faster, Silva gave a vague instruction. Since his spells and skills didn't work here, he couldn't say for sure what would work, so he decided to leave it to the system. Unique Abyss spell purchased, the Joker of the Abyss. The Joker is a being beyond reason and reality, his uncanniness and craziness make him uncontrollable, a being that defies logic. The system offered a solution, but it didn't come at a small price, it cost Silva his entire SP in one go. This was the first time he had bought anything so expensive, he didn't even think there were things this expensive. The Joker spell activated, and a purplish aura enveloped Silva, changing his outfit into a purple Joker suit with a black shirt underneath. White makeup covered his face, and a grin was drawn in red, his eyes glowing in a sinister way. In his glove-covered hand lay a deck of cards, black as the abyss and giving off a terrible aura. Silva didn't know why, but he felt free and untouchable in this form. Whatever this spell was, it was not normal. He moved his hand, took a card out of the deck, and flipped it over. On the card, there was a sword, an A-ranked sword called the Severing. Silva knew that he didn't have this sort of weapon, but it seemed the Joker spell was the cause of this. He now understood why the Joker was said to be a being that defies logic. The card lit up in a bright light and transformed into the Severing sword. Sikasik gripped it, and he felt the immense power flowing through it. He raised the sword and took his next step. The vines shot at him, but he simply swung his blade, and several blade arcs shot out, destroying all the vines. Kaya-ahaha. A loud screech sounded when Silva cut the vines. The vines gathered a small distance in front of Silva and turned into a humanoid figure. Are you the abomination taking over his mind? Hand over my brother now. Silva demanded. He chose this path, his hate led him this way. There is no going back for him, the humanoid figure spoke in a very creepy voice. You will hand him over to me, or I'll tear you to pieces, Silva said, followed by an uncontrolled burst of laughter, a feature that came with the Joker, the inability to take anything seriously. Why am I begging this creature in the first place? I should just wipe him out, Sikag said with a grin and took out another card. On the card was the imprint of a heart. It transformed into a real heart, and when the vine figure was set as the target, it transformed again into a vine-shaped heart. The heart started beating in his palm. Silva squeezed it slightly. Kaya-ahaha. The vine figure screamed in pain as soon as Silva pressed the heart. Silva looked up with a smile, took the severing sword, and stabbed it into the heart. The vine figure screamed even louder, but Sikag didn't care, he just stayed smiling. Finally, he tore the blade out, and the heart crumbled, and so did the vine figure. Now that the path had been cleared, Silva stopped the Joker spell and headed for Mike. He got to Mike, and the vines around him unraveled. Silva caught Mike and held him tightly. Mike, if you are still in there, this is Silva. You may hate me, you may despise me. But remember that if you go, there will be people who will cry. The friends you made, your mother and your father, your brother and your sister. Even me, because we haven't finished our brotherly feud. We haven't found out who wins. You aren't just going to let me win, right? That's not who you are. You are a fighter, you never give up like that, and you push till the end, even against unimaginable odds. I don't know where the Mike I know went when you left Roxy for dead or pushed us into the hole, but I believe that wasn't the real Mike there. I know you believe that Leah hates you, but I promise you this, she will be sad if you die. So get back up and make her smile. Master, his body is transforming back to human, Fong told Silva telepathically. Guess it worked out then, Sikag thought, looking at Mike. I'll be going ahead for now, so wake up and plot against me like you always do, Silva said, and then ended the mind invasion spell. He returned to his body that had been lying on the back of Fong. He sat up and looked at Mike. His body had turned back to normal, and he lay there unconscious on the floor, naked. Quinn took out a large piece of cloth and covered Mike up before picking him up. Silva came down from Fong. I'll be heading back to town with them, Fong. Stay in the forest a bit. A lot has happened, and I don't have the strength to start introducing you to everyone that asks, Silva said and left with Quinn and the rest of the party. His mind could not forget the person who had appeared out of nowhere and forced Mike's transformation. He didn't sense that person's presence, even when the person appeared. Even Fong, who was a lot stronger, didn't sense the person. Who the hell was that? A week had passed since the incident, the tension had died down, and everything had gone back to how they used to be, aside from the fact that Mike had not yet woken up. He had been in a coma for 7 days now, with no sign of waking up. Silva had tried to enter his mind to check on him again, but he couldn't, the mind was completely shut down, and he could not enter. Today, Silva sat in his room. Since Quinn had moved out and Mike was in a coma, he had the whole room to himself. He wanted to finally add all the screen stat points that he had. The man who had appeared that day had made Silva want to grow stronger fast. Name * Silva. Race * human, 50%, dark dragon, 50%. Legacy * dark dragon legacy, awakened. Magical affinities * summoning, darkness, abyss magic. Mana * 310,000. EXP * 5, 000/18, 000. SP * 100. Level * 28. Strength * 270. Defense * 270. Speed * 270. Agility * 270. Intelligence * 320. Free stat points * 450. Over the whole thing, he had amassed 400 stat points. It wasn't an outstanding number, but it was good. He decided to add 100 to all his stats aside from intelligence. He added only 50 to intelligence, and that rounded up all his stats to 370. Strength * 370. Defense * 370. Speed * 370. Agility * 370. Intelligence * 370. Free stat points * 0. Silva got up and was about to leave. He hadn't done any quests in the week, so he wanted to take one, or at least head back to the labyrinth. There was so much that he wanted to find out about the labyrinth and how deep it went. After their report to the guild, the labyrinth was labeled as an A-ranked labyrinth, and that had started to cause more traffic in the town. Silva got to the door, he opened it, and saw Leah standing there. His guard had been down, so he didn't expect her and was taken by surprise. "Leah, what are you doing here?" he asked. "I'm sorry," Leah said. "Sorry? For what?" he asked. "I knew you weren't my blood brother, but I didn't want that to cause a distance between us, so I didn't tell you or act like I can." Her statement was cut short as Silva interrupted her with a hug, and then he spoke into her ear. "Why would you apologize for that? I am the one that should be thanking you for not seeing me any differently even after you found out. You stayed the same way and cared for me the same way that you always did. I'm grateful for that. Even though you are not my blood sister, you are the closest person to me," Silva said. "If that's the case, then indulge me this once, Silva." "Can you pat my head?" she asked. Huh? Huh? But you are the older sibling, shouldn't that be the other way around? Silva asked. Leah heard that and pouted her lips. Silva saw it and thought it was cute, but he decided to indulge her, so he patted her head. She pressed her body against him tightly, and that was when the man in Silva realized that Leah had developed far. It wasn't too noticeable because of the gowns she wore. But she had developed some sizable natural weapons, and they were pressing on his chest. "Shit, bro, get that shit out of your head. Sister, she is your sister." Silva tried to clear his head. Leah noticed the struggle on Silva's face, she smiled and pressed herself closer to him. The arm that Silva was using to pat her head immediately went down to her shoulders and pushed her away. "I have to get going, sis. I may be back later, or maybe not even today, so don't wait up. Just keep up with your training," Silva said and basically dashed out of the room. This was the first time he was this flustered. Leah watched him go, she pouted and then smiled. "Just wait, Silva. I'll make you see me that way," she said. Underscore 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 underscore. Silva arrived at the guild. He hadn't been to the labyrinth for a week, so he wanted to find out if there was any update. When he arrived, he saw Quinn and his party about to leave. Since Mike was in a coma, they had a new member, a girl of the same age as Roxy. She was a warrior who used a two-handed sword and was covered in full armor up to her neck. As soon as Roxy spotted Silva, she ran up to him and hugged him, throwing the two of them to the floor. Her chest was a bit bigger than that of Leah, and even though she was in her adventurer clothes, it still gave Silva a very good press. "What the hell is happening today? Why the hell does my story want to turn into some sort of erotica overnight?" Silva complained in his mind. "Roxy, get off Silva already," Roy said. "Keep quiet," she yelled at him. "Look at you. You gave him the cold shoulder when you first met him, but now you are all over him," Roy said with a smile. "Shut the hell up. That was a mistake back then," she said and then looked at Silva with pleading eyes. "You forgive me for it, right?" she asked. Yes, I do. Now please get off me, or there will be untold issues," Silva said. It seemed his body was getting to that age where it reacted to certain things, and with the battle clothes he wore, he might not be able to hide it. Roxy finally got off him, and Silva stood up. "Is she your new party member?" Silva asked. "Yes, she is our new frontliner, filling in for Mike," Quinn said. "Hi, I am Silva," Silva said and stretched out his hand. She took his hand but applied a powerful grip. Silva smiled, but he didn't retaliate. "She wants to test me, but I won't fight back." Even though he didn't fight back, she was unable to cause him any pain. After a few seconds, she said her name and let go. "My name is Tara Linsword." "Oh, a last name. You must be a noble then," Silva said. "Oh, a last name. You must be a noble then," Silva said. "Yes, I am. I'm from Blacklight City, my father is a baron. For certain reasons, I came here to be an adventurer," Tara said. Silva noticed that she was holding back some information. Something must have happened to her to make her lead the luxurious life of a noble. A baron might just be a step above a knight, but to a commoner, they were ridiculously rich people. "Alright, well, you picked the perfect party to be a member of. Quinn is very strong and skilled. I'm sure you'll go far with them," Silva said. Tara didn't reply, she simply nodded her head. Since she was fine talking to him, he faced Quinn. So, tell me about the labyrinth situation, Silva asked. Well, you already know that it has been classified as an A-ranked labyrinth, right? Well, that's not all. According to what was reported, no team has been able to make it past floor 5. Several C-ranked and B-ranked teams have tried, but they get stuck on that floor and have to flee. The labyrinth is just that dangerous. They even imposed a new setup, only teams from D rank and up can enter, and only individuals from C rank and up can enter alone, Quinn explained. I see. I have plans to head there as well, maybe I'll tag along for a while, Silva said. No, the receptionist actually told me to tell you when I see you that the guildmaster is asking for you. We were actually going to come by the house first and tell you before we left. I think he is still waiting for you, Quinn said. The guildmaster? What could he want? Alright, thanks. I'll meet up with him and go to the labyrinth later, Silva said. They chatted a little bit more and then parted ways. Silva headed upstairs to the guildmaster's office. Underscore 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 underscore. Captain, was that who you just met? Tara asked as they left. Oh, you are new to this town, so it's understandable that you don't know him, Quinn replied. Is he popular or something? She asked. Well, if by popular you mean that there is absolutely no townsperson that does not know him, then yes, he is popular. He is currently a C-ranked adventurer, Quinn said. C-ranked, at his age? Is that even possible? She asked in shock. Oh, it is. He became an adventurer at the age of 6 and has been growing since then. His strength is greater than C rank, actually, he could even be A ranked in strength. The only reason why he is C ranked is that he refuses to join politics, so he hasn't done an upgrade quest. Still, I wonder how long the guild will overlook that. His strength has far surpassed that of a C rank, and it is now becoming something that is troubling the other C ranks. Underscore 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 underscore. Silva knocked on the office door twice and waited for a reply. Come in. Ray's voice sounded from the inside. Silva opened the door and walked in. He saw Ray seated in his chair and another man seated there as well. Silva, it seems my message got to you. We have been waiting for you to get here, Ray said. We? Silva asked. Yes, this is the butler of the town lord, Baron Ezra. He is here on a matter that concerns you, Ray said. Concerns me? Silva asked. There have been several complaints to me and to the Baron that you are taking all the C-ranked quests. Your strength has far surpassed C rank, yet you adamantly choose to stay there. You take quests that would take others days and weeks to complete, and then you complete them in hours. Because of that, you take several quests in the span of some days, and that has seriously dropped the number of C-rank quests available, forcing the C ranks to carry out lower-ranked quests. That, in turn, is creating a lack of quests for those that are lower, a chain reaction caused by only you, Ray's explained the situation. Then can't the guild allow me to just take B-ranked quests? Silva asked. He understood what they were driving at, but he didn't want to give in. That's not possible, the butler spoke. A system that has been set up can't be continuously changed to favor one person. It was done before when you were a kid, and you were allowed to be an adventurer. But now, you have come to the age where you understand your actions and know what to do. You can no longer force your personal desires to change rules, the butler explained. It is as he said, we can't decide to just change all the rules to fit you. You must be B-ranked and above to take B-ranked quests. Now, I know that you may be thinking about staying in C rank, but sadly, this isn't a request, Silva. It is an order that has been passed down from the Baron himself. It is an ultimatum. You must either take an upgrade quest before the day runs out, or your status as an adventurer will be revoked permanently, Ray's explained the situation. So it has come to this. I've become that big of a threat where if the government can't control me, they'll try to start getting rid of me. First, they'll revoke my status. Soon they'll charge me for a set-up crime, and one day I'll finally disappear without a trace, and everyone will forget about me. Sigh, I ran away from this for as long as I could, but I am not strong enough to resist yet. Though that is only a matter of time. In due time, they won't be able to stop me. Even if this is an inconvenience, It still has its good aspects, like the fact that I can learn more about this world and get closer to certain people. Alright, then what is the upgrade quest? Silva asked. Now, your upgrade quest is the reason that the butler of the Baron is here. In 2 days' time in the city of Blacklight, there will be a festival. That festival is to honor our little town that has delivered an A-class labyrinth. The Baron is going to receive recognition, and the Duke is going to award him a higher title as Viscount. Normally, that is a privilege reserved for the king, but the king will not be in attendance, so the Duke will have to do it. Now, this is a great ceremony, and the Baron will have to flaunt his wealth and power a bit. That's where you come in. As the prodigy of this town and the rising star, you will be his main attendant and security for the period he stays there. If the Baron comes back safe, your quest will be completed, and you will be promoted to B rank, as well as given a good reward. Reyes explained the quest to him. I see, so this quest will throw me out for all the nobles to see, and then I'll be dragged into politics. Since I have no choice, then I'll do it. I've been wanting to see Blacklight for a while, Silva said. Alright, very good. You are to take this free time to prepare, so no quests for you, at all. You must focus on your quest, Reyes said. Silva didn't say anything more, he bowed his head and left the office. This is all bullshit. I wish I could get stronger faster, then I could break free from all this. Silva decided to head home. He saw Leah at home since she had finished her magic classes, so he decided to have fun with her to clear his head. Leah, let's go out and have some fun, Silva said to her. She was cleaning up the kitchen, he sat at the dining table, watching her. Huh? You want us to go on a date? She asked eagerly. When did I say that? I said have fun, not a date, Silva corrected her. When a boy and a girl go out together to have a nice day, it is called a date, she argued. Yes, a boy and a girl, not a brother and a sister, Silva retorted. Tisk, well, whatever. I'll take it as a date, you take it however you want, she said and went in to prepare. Silva also changed into some more casual clothes and waited for his sister. They didn't need to clean up every single time because the mana seeping out of their bodies eliminated dirt on their skin, given some time. Bathing and showering were just an extra luxury. She came out wearing a simple white dress. When she got to Silva, she spun around and asked. How do I look? You look pretty, Silva said. He never had issues with such things as compliments, but when he saw the blush on Leah's face, he thought maybe he shouldn't have complimented her. Alright, let's go. Underscore 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 underscore. It was noon, so they decided to start their date / not a date off with lunch at a famous beast steakhouse in the town. They served all sorts of things, from horned rabbit meat to mountain wolves. When they arrived, a waiter led them to their seats. Silva took the menu and skimmed through it. He saw something that caught his attention. Leah, what is slime jelly? Silva asked. I don't know as well. This is the first time I am seeing something like this, she replied. Ho ho, seems you two don't know of this fine delicacy that has made its way to this town, a blonde-haired man sitting not too far from them spoke. Slime jelly is gotten from the slimes, their bodies to be precise, the man said. How is that possible? The bodies of slimes turn liquid after their core is destroyed or removed, Silva said. Well, that is true, but a famous wild chef discovered a way to do this. He captures slimes and sets them in freezers, and then lets them freeze. Under intense cold, the cores shatter and dissolve into the bodies of the slimes, while the slimes retain their solid form. Then they are taken out and warmed over a low heat that returns them to their jelly-like form, where they are then put through certain processes to make them tasty, the man explained. That sounds barbaric, Leah pointed out. Yes indeed, freezing them alive seems like a very sick thing to do, but there was no other way to get them to retain their bodies. Only this method was able to get the job done, and I have to say myself, the taste is very much worth it, the man said. I see, then I'll have the spicy slime jelly, Silva said. I'll take the honey-flavored one, Leah made her choice as well. They called the waiter over and made their orders. The food was brought to them in some minutes. The jelly looked like normal jelly, and one would not be able to tell that they were slimes. Silva's slime had a reddish tint, probably because of the spice, while Leah's slime had a brownish tint. The both of them dug their spoons into the dish at almost the same time and took a bite. Their eyes opened wide in shock as waves of flavor splashed in their mouths. The jelly exploded as soon as it came in contact with their saliva, filling their mouths with flavor. The man looked at their faces and gave a knowing smile. It's good, right? At first, I didn't think that something as basic as a slime would have such flavors with such immense depths, the man said. Silva and Leah basically gobbled the whole thing down and then ordered another plate. When they finished eating, they thanked the man for telling them about the slime, they paid and left the restaurant, the man watching them as they left with a bright smile. Ah, to see my creations accepted like this, that makes me feel like an accomplished chef. The day of departure finally arrived for Silva, and it was also the first time he was meeting the Baron. The Baron was a middle-aged man with a good and sturdy build, he didn't even look like he needed protecting. Silva was asked to meet at the house of the Baron. He was taken inside to the Baron's office, and there they met each other. So, you are the Silva that everyone is talking about, Baron Ezra said and stretched out his hand for a shake. Silva took his hand and bowed his head slightly. Raise your head, son. You and I will be spending quite some time together, you should be free with me, Baron Ezra said. I understand, sir. I'll do my best, Silva responded. Alright, the carriage is getting set up, but while we wait, let's talk a little, the Baron said and offered Silva a seat. Silva accepted and sat down, the Baron did the same. I would have poured you some wine, but you can't drink until 14, or are you man enough now, the Baron asked. I'll have to decline, my lord. My job is to protect you and be your aide. I can't drink now, it could cause issues later, Silva said. A proper kid, I see. You will go places, boy. Not only did you win the genetic race and get good looks, but you also have immense magical abilities and strength, and a legacy added. In all my years of running this town, you are the first I have seen with such growth. In fact, in all the places I have been to, I haven't seen a child like you. When your sister awakened her legacy and word got to me, I was surprised. I felt we finally had a prodigy in this town, and then you came along. Well, all that aside, you will be going with me as my guard, but mostly to show off a little, so I'll ask that you try to be a bit of a show-off. I know this is a bit much to ask, but it is very much needed. The life of a noble may look all flashy and good to commoners, but the weight we carry is great. We have to constantly force ourselves to do things we don't care about because we need to behave according to our status, to not be looked down upon and to gather allies. The worst thing that can happen to you as a noble is not having allies. You will fall from your position of greatness at a crazy speed. I have seen nobles that lost all their allies, and in just days, their great lives vanished, some of them even died. We live with all this pleasure, but there are many sleepless nights and constant issues that may claim our lives, the Baron spoke in a regretful tone. So why not stop? Why not leave this whole nobility and live off somewhere else? Silva asked. He could guess why, but he wanted to be certain about it first. Oh, it isn't so simple. I'll get killed if I ever do that. I'll be seen as a traitor who enjoyed the lavish goods of the kingdom and then decided to stop when I had my fill. Even if I manage to get away, anyone affiliated with my bloodline will be publicly executed, and their heads kept for display as a warning to traitors. The reason I am telling you this is because you have also stepped into that world. When you complete this quest, you will become a B rank per my orders to the guild. B-ranked adventurers and above are seen just like nobles, their lives stop being in their hands. When I heard of you and all that you are doing, I had to bring you in. And do you know why? With great power comes great responsibility, and with that responsibility comes the bondage that follows. We can never be truly free, but the weaker you are, the freer you become. But that is no life, because you are free from the direct hand of politics, but not from the chains. If a B-ranked adventurer suddenly took a woman as his slave, not many would care, because she was weak and useless, the Baron said. So it is a sick cycle. The stronger you are, the more shackles are put on you by the person on top. But if you stay weak, those that are stronger than you will put you in shackles. It is a system that uses the survival of the fittest, a system where the only way to chase true freedom is to become stronger than the one on top or become so weak that your presence vanishes from the sight of those stronger. Both are extremes that may not be possible to meet, yet they are the only way to be truly free, Silva explained how he saw things. Indeed, young one, you understand how it goes. So do your best to rise and keep rising. But your view has one mistake, you can never be weak enough to vanish because there will always be one being that will still be capable of seeing you, and you will get eaten up. So the only route to true freedom is to go up and keep going up no matter what. If you are in a sea, the only way to go is up, swim up until you get to the top. If you swim down, the pressure will kill you. The pressure of all those above you will crush you, and you'll die. It may take very long to swim out, your legs may be weak, your body may become heavy and tired, but you have to keep swimming if you are ever going to come out. The Baron finished what he was saying. He got up and looked out of the window. Seems our carriage is ready. That was a good chat, Silva. We should head out now, it's time. 3 carriages were set for them to go, with the one carrying the Baron in the center, while the other 2 served to carry his guards. Silva would be taking the same carriage as the Baron and his 2 children. His son was about 15 and was a student of the prestigious Blacklight Academy. His daughter, who was as cold as ice, was 13, and she would be applying to the academy the coming year. Both of them sat opposite their father, while Silva sat beside the Baron. He didn't really care about what was happening in the carriage, so he looked outside, lost in thought. It wasn't long after they boarded that they started their journey. They would pass through the forest to get to the city. The journey would take a full day, so they would have to camp out in the forest for one night. Not long after they left, they entered the forest. The dreams are getting more consistent, but the goddess has refused to give me any more clues. Sigh, I should stop thinking about it for now. Silva stopped looking outside and turned to face inside the carriage, catching the sun glancing at him, same thing with his sister. The boy's name was Ray Ezra, while the girl was Faye Ezra. Silva had to say, their parents' naming sense was pathetic. When he caught them glancing at him, he stared at both of them with a smile and decided to ask. Lady Faye, Sir Ray, by any chance, are you uneasy about me being here? He asked. Huh? The Baron, who had not been paying attention, looked up when he heard what Silva said. Sorry, Silva, they simply haven't been in town too often. My son is in the academy, while my daughter is training with an instructor from the academy to prepare for it. So they don't know much about you, the Baron explained. I understand, their gazes were just a little off-putting, Silva said and stared outside the window. Master, there is an issue, Fong spoke to Silva through telepathy. What is it, Fong? He had told Fong to carefully follow the carriages and alert him of any danger. Master, a group of bandits is headed towards your carriage. They will arrive in less than a minute, and there are about 20 men. Should I take them out, Master? Fong asked. No, let them be. I'll handle it, Silva replied. As you wish, Fong said. The Baron said that he should show off a little, and that was what he was about to do. Silva looked at the Baron. Sir, there are bandits on the way here, Silva said. What? Bandits? The Baron asked in shock. No normal bandit group would attack a convoy with the crest of a noble family unless they were sent by someone. That was very plausible because he was on his way to becoming a viscount, and surely there would be people who didn't want that and would try to kill him. How can you be sure? You just sat there and knew? Ray asked. His sister nodded in agreement. Would I have a reason to lie to the Baron about bandits? Silva asked, and that kept Ray quiet. Silva stood up and banged on the carriage twice to get the attention of the coachman. Stop the carriage, he said. The coachman stopped it immediately. I'll go take care of it with the guards. The 3 of you just remain here, Silva said. Who are you to tell us to stay put? We have the ability to protect ourselves. I know you do, but I have been hired to ensure that you are all safe. I can't allow any of you out into battle. It is not that I do not recognize your skills, but there are uncertainties on the real battlefields. I can sense that you two have trained a lot, but you haven't faced real life or death battles, which simply makes you a liability in the battlefield. If something were to happen to you there, the guards would rally to protect you and risk their lives for you. If you don't know what you are doing, you will send several fathers and mothers to an early grave. If you understand what I have said, then sit out and allow those who have been given the job to protect you to do their job, Silva said and left. Ray heard all that, and he fumed in anger. He, a prestigious first year at the Blacklight Academy, was spoken to in such a rude manner. His father looked at his angry face, but paid him no attention. His son could never surpass Silva, that was something that he very well knew, so his son could throw all the tantrums he wanted. All the carriages had stopped when they noticed that the middle carriage stopped. The guards all came out when they saw Silva come out of the carriage. If the main guard was out, that meant something was happening. They all rallied around Silva. Bandits are headed this way, about 20 of them. We will see them in less than 30 seconds. All of you protect the Baron, but don't charge at the enemy. All you have to do is form a defensive formation around the carriage, Silva gave his instructions. Some wanted to voice their opinions, but it was too late. The bandits had come into view. They came from one direction, like they were soldiers coming for war. Silva took out his sword and looked at the guards. Remember, do what I said, he said before charging at the enemy. He used dragon eyes, and the highest was 25, with an average stat of 50. Seems I was worried for nothing, Silva said. He planted his feet into the ground and activated Flash Step. He vanished before the bandits, and when he reappeared, he decided that he would be injuring them badly enough to cripple them. But against what he decided, a mission came through. Kill the bandits, a dragon does not discriminate against enemies. All must be destroyed or converted. Rewards, level up, 20 free stat points, 3000 SP, S-ranked skill. Penalty, destruction of your soul. Penalty, destruction of your soul. This was unusual. Silva had no other way to calm the situation he had just found himself in aside from unusual. The system, for some reason, just gave him a mission with high rewards that would make his mouth water, and also a crazy penalty that would freeze his heart. There was no stopping to think, there was no point in even thinking about refusing. This was a do-or-die situation. To that end, he changed the direction of his blade, cleanly lopping off the head of the man who was first. He stopped after that. He felt a slight unease about just killing someone, but it evaporated almost immediately. That was definitely done by the legacy. The bandits stopped when they saw one of their men fall to the ground dead. Silva, on the other hand, got his first notification for killing a human. You have killed a human, 1000 EXP 500 SP, x10. First human killed, special reward 5000 EXP, 5000 SP, 20 free stat points, x10. Level up, 2 free stat points. Silva smiled when he saw the results. He looked up at all the bandits as EXP, rather than humans. For one sole reason, killing a human gave him the highest EXP he had reached from a single being. And right here before him was a ton of EXP. He would be able to get to level 40 at this rate. The bandits charged at Silva in rage because he had killed one of theirs, but Silva's speed was too much, and in less than 5 minutes, 19 bandits had been killed. Their blood covered the ground, creating a bloody sight. The guards who had been watching this whole thing shivered in fright as they saw the monster standing on the corpses with a beat-up bandit in his hand. Silva decided that he would not kill the last one and that they would question him first. During this battle, Silva had leveled up so much that he got to level 38. His free stat points had reached over 1000. He dragged the bandit towards the carriage and threw him to the ground. The guards subconsciously stepped back when Silva was near them. What sight could be more scary than a 12-year-old killing humans like they were nothing? It sent chills into their hearts. But Silva could not be bothered, his legacy had a tight seal on his emotions and would not allow him to be reluctant to kill. Baron Ezra, I've taken care of the bandits, Silva said from outside. Yes, I know. We watched the whole thing, the Baron said and opened the carriage door. He came out, and his eyes lingered on Silva for far longer than they should have. Ray and Faye had also watched this brutal scene, and their legs gave out. They refused to come out, or better still, they couldn't come out. Silva grabbed the bandit, who was stricken with fear, and looked into his eyes. The bandit shivered like a naked person on ice. Who sent you? I'll ask this only once, Silva said. The bandit had no thoughts of resisting, but as he opened his mouth to talk, his head exploded, splattering blood and body parts everywhere, including on Silva's face. Mission complete. Rewards, level up, 20 free stat points, 3000 SP, S-ranked skill. Level up, 2 free stat points, x10. Level up, 2 free stat points, x10. Silva was happy that he took this quest, because now he was at level 40, with a shitload of free stat points to distribute. Silva used mana to rid himself of the blood on his body. He then changed his clothes to ones that were in his inventory. It was flashy, and his clothes were changed. Oh, was that an item box skill? The Baron asked. Yes, something like that, Silva replied. You are always full of surprises, the Baron said. Since they weren't able to get any useful information as to who sent them, it was time to leave. The Baron ordered the guards to gather the corpses in one place. Then the guard with earth magic dug a hole, and they poured the corpses into it and lit it on fire. After they finished, everyone boarded their carriage and continued, but all the carriages were quiet, and the reason was one person, Silva. The way he tore down humans like they were nothing gave everyone the chills and reminded them that they were weak. If Silva decided, this whole convoy would simply vanish. Underscore 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 underscore. On the other hand, Silva was enjoying the quiet as he started editing his stats. It was time to use all that he got to get stronger. He started with the first thing, and that was to add all the stat points he got. Name asterisk Silva. Race asterisk human, 50%, Dark Dragon, 50%. Legacy asterisk Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities asterisk Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana asterisk 500,000. EXP asterisk 4000/30,000. SP asterisk 100,000. Level asterisk 40. Strength asterisk 370. Defense asterisk 370. Speed asterisk 370. Agility asterisk 370. Intelligence asterisk 370. Free stat points asterisk 1500. He had a lot of stat points, and now it was time to share them out. He decided to share it equally by adding 300 to all his stats. Strength asterisk 670. Defense asterisk 670. Speed asterisk 670. Agility asterisk 670. Intelligence asterisk 670. Free stat points asterisk 0. Silva felt his power increase. It was an addictive feeling. Whenever he added his stat points, he always got it. Just from this bandit battle, he had become twice as strong. He wondered how strong he would be if he used the Minotaur's Rage or if he used the Joker of the Abyss. While he was getting happy with his strength, he remembered that person who forced Mike's transformation. I have to get stronger fast, he said to himself. Now that he was done with his stats, it was time to check out the S-rank skill that he had gotten. True Clone, S-ranked. This is a special skill that allows you to create a clone. The clone has 100% of your power and your intelligence. Only one clone can be made at a time, x10. With this new skill, Silva was happy and pissed at the same time. The reason he was pissed was simple: he could make exactly 10 clones with his buff, but it didn't stop there. All his clones would be 10 times stronger than him. It made him happy because his strength had generally increased, but the fact that even his clones would be stronger than him made him feel a little bad. Well, there was no reason to mull over it too much. At the end of the day, it was still his strength. The carriage traveled until it was dark, and they set camp at a clearing. The guards gathered together and made food that they would eat. The Baron stayed with his children in a special tent that was brought, while Silva patrolled the area. He went out a bit and found Fong waiting for him. There was something they had to discuss. So Fong, the person that you said was watching from a distance, did you manage to get him? Silva asked. Yes, he is unconscious. I left him a small distance away from here, but why did you ask me to get him and not kill him? Sigh, that was because I had killed all the others and could not get any information. I just have a few things to ask him. Take me there, Silva said. Fong took him to the location where a skinny-looking man lay on the ground. When he got there, he tapped the head of the man and poured some mana to kickstart the guy. The eyes of the man shot open and he leaped off the ground in an attempt to defend himself, but Silva grabbed him by his neck and slammed him back to the ground. Stay down, you idiot. Now let me tell you this before you start lying to me. If you lie, I'll see right through you, so you better be careful in your responses, Silva said, his eyes glowing and releasing a threatening aura. This man could vaguely see Silva's face, but something told him that he was the one that had killed all the bandits that were hired. If he dared do anything funny, he would be killed like a pig for slaughter. I'll answer honestly, the man said. Good, now who hired the bandits, and why? As he asked that question, he used his mana to search the body of the man. He tried to find the self-destruct mechanism that was also installed in the bandits. He had to find it before the man answered. When the man started answering, he saw the mana in the man's body gathering at one specific point. He knew that had to be the point. He channeled his mana as fast as possible and managed to disrupt the explosion, basically saving the man's life. It was Viscount Romeo. He didn't want to stand on the same level as Baron Ezra. I believe they were once friends, but Romeo grew above Ezra. He grew prideful and treated his friend harshly, and now that his friend is about to get to his level again, he wants to end him, the man explained. Oh, I see. Well then, thank you for the information, you have proved your worth. Sadly enough, I am slightly pissed, so your life is forfeited. Fong, you can have him as dinner, Silva said as he walked away. The man stared at Silva's back, and despair filled his heart. I told you what I knew, you are supposed to release me, the man shouted. Silva paused and looked back with a smile. Where in our discussion did I say, I'll let go of you? Silva asked, flashing his smile and walking away. The man looked in despair as Silva walked away. Fong bit into his hands and dragged him away, his yells reaching the ears of Silva. Silva got back to camp and saw Faye standing and looking around. When she saw him, she walked up to him. He could sense some apprehension in her steps, but he didn't pay that any attention. What is the matter, Lady Faye? You should be getting your rest now, tomorrow will be a busy day for you, Silva said. I can't sleep, so I wanted to practice my magic for a bit. I needed a sparring partner, and you are the strongest here, she said. Lady Faye, I seriously think you should get some rest. We can practice another time, I'll be happy to practice with you as well, Silva said. No, I want to start now. I've asked my father for permission, and he said I can ask you, she said. Sigh, fine, Lady Faye, then let's go a bit deeper into the forest, the noise would disturb the others, Silva said and led them into the forest. Underscore. Some minutes before Silva had returned from where Fong took him. Outside the tent of the Baron's son had fallen asleep. The Baron stood with his daughter Faye, he stood and looked at the moon before speaking. What do you think about Silva, he asked. I don't know. He is strong from what I saw, his strength astonished me. His brutality was crazy, it weakened my knees, completely. Aside from that, I don't know anymore, Faye replied honestly. I see, but you don't hate him, then there is a chance. You see, that boy has so much prospect for the future, he will for sure go far in life. I want you to get closer to him, as close as possible. You should even become his lover. I have a feeling that after here, you may never get the chance to get close to him. So I need you to be smart. Unlike your brother, you think things through and know what is good for the family, the Baron said. I understand what you are saying, father, but have you thought about if he has someone he likes? Faye said. Haha, Faye, our kingdom, under the law of the goddess Ophelia, allows a man more than one wife, and even more for barons, as long as all the women accept and the husband possesses the resources to take care of them. In fact, that law can also be applied the other way around, with a single woman and many men, as long as they agree, though that has scarcely happened. All right, come at me with all you have, Silva said. He held a tree branch in his hand to serve as his weapon. Faye nodded and took her stance. Her sword was immediately covered in flames, and then she dashed at Silva. I can sense a lot of mana from her, but I feel that even Leah has a better flow than her, Silva thought. He didn't feel too much pressure, stepping forward and parrying her attack cleanly. He didn't stop there. He moved in, tripping her, and she fell face flat on the ground. You focus so much on your sword that you don't watch the rest of your body, and that's a bad habit. You have to be cautious of your entire body, that's the first stage. After being cautious of your body, you have to take it a step further and be cautious about your surroundings. He stretched out his hand and helped her get up. When you get through that as well, you finally enter the next stage, being cautious of your enemy and watching their every move. If you do that well, you can even predict their movements before they make them. If you practice to this level, you can reach a whole new stage, and that is being able to create your own space. Silva took his stance and then closed his eyes. He extended his senses throughout his body, then to his surroundings, and finally to his opponent. He merged all of them to create a space around him. With this space, you can monitor your entire environment and everything that happens. Now, attack me, Silva said with his eyes closed. Faye charged at him again, trying to aim for his blind spot since his eyes were closed. But as soon as her sword got close to him, he moved out of the way. He then countered and placed his sword against her neck. That's how you do it. Silva opened his eyes. This should be enough for now. We'll continue another time, he said and left. Faye watched his back, filled with conflicting thoughts. I came here to simply get closer to him for the sake of father and the family. I didn't really think I'd learn something this important from him. Now I am eager for what our next lesson will hold, but before then, I have to master what he showed me now. Underscore 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 underscore. When the sun rose, the convoy continued their journey to the city. It didn't take more than a few hours before they finally arrived at the city gates. As soon as the guards spotted their crest, they informed the Duke about their arrival, and they were led to the estate where they would stay. Inside the house that they were given, they all set their things down and met in the living room. Ray and Faye sat beside their father, while Silva sat opposite him. All right, Silva, the main event will start tonight. You have all day to do whatever you want. I advise that you three go through the city and have some fun for the time being, the Baron said. Father, why do we need him to tag along? We can handle things just fine, Ray said. Don't be stubborn, boy. He is here to guard us, and he's stronger than anyone we brought. There is no one more suitable to guard you than him, the Baron said. Baron, what about you? If I leave with both of them, who will guard you? Silva asked. You don't have to worry about that. We are in the private estate of the Duke, under his protection. You'd have to be stupid to attempt anything here, the Baron spoke with certainty. Silva didn't push more than that, so he left the manor with the siblings. Let's head to the market, they have a lot of nice things there, Faye said. I'd rather go to where the guards of the Duke train and watch, Ray said. You can't be serious, Ray. Tell him, Silva, she said. Why the hell are you bringing him into this? Ray asked. Master Ray, the Baron asked that you both have fun. We have to find an activity that both of you will at least be happy doing. And as a gentleman, it is advisable that you let the lady pick, Silva said. You heard him, right? Faye said. I don't care. He can simp all he wants. I'm going to the training grounds. You two can go wherever, Ray said and tried to leave, but Silva grabbed his shoulder. Ray turned around, pissed. He was about to lash out, but when he looked into Silva's eyes, he was stricken with fear. We will go where Lady Faye chooses. Do you understand, or should I drag you along? Silva threatened, his voice like a demon from hell. Ray couldn't resist at all. He slowly nodded his head and followed them. They walked through the market, buying a lot of stuff, from simple jewelry to snacks and food. They came across a store, and a pendant there caught Faye's eyes. She wanted it, but when she looked at the price tag and what she had left, she couldn't afford it, even with her brother's help. They had spent all their funds purchasing other things, and she was scared that if she left to ask her dad, it wouldn't be there when she got back. I'll buy it for you, so don't worry, Silva said. He saw the longing in her eyes and decided to help out. He purchased the pendant and handed it to her. She took it and held it close to her heart. I promise to pay you back, she said. No need for that, it's a gift from me, Silva said, flashing a smile. Ray, who had been waiting for them, could finally leave as Silva started walking as well, his face seriously distorted in anger. It seemed that Silva didn't know what he did back there, but that is a story for another time. Night came, and it was finally time for the ceremony to start. It kicked off with a party, where the nobles talked and drank as much as they wanted for some time. Finally, the Duke arrived at the hall, and he was announced. Silva, who had been in a corner ever since they arrived, looked up to see the Duke, his biological father. The Duke walked in with two children by his side, his son and his daughter, their heads held high as pride oozed from them. So I would have been one of the pompous brats if he had kept me? Silva thought. After that, he didn't pay heed to them and just got some food to eat. No one else was eating at that point, so the Duke noticed Silva. He turned his head a little to look at Silva, but the darkness of the corner didn't allow him to see his face properly. The Duke went up and took the highest seat, his children also sat beside him. He took a glass of wine and held it up. I welcome all of you to this occasion. It is to celebrate the discovery of an A-rank labyrinth and to award the man that found it. This will serve as another opportunity to strengthen the Kingdom of Vermilion, and as a town under my jurisdiction, it brings me great honor as well. Baron Ezra, please step forward, the Duke said and finally dropped his glass. The Baron looked over at Silva, signaling him to follow. Silva let out a sigh and followed the Baron closely behind. When the nobles saw the kid following, they started asking questions as to who Silva was. The Baron didn't even come out with his own children, yet he brought this child. When the Duke saw Silva, he raised his brow. He gazed at Silva as though he was trying to pierce through Silva's soul. But Silva was not disturbed, he had layers upon layers of mental and soul protection. He knew things like this would happen, and so he did well to invest in certain skills and spells. Seems Dad over there can't recognize me. Well, he didn't even look at me for more than 5 seconds before declaring me worthless. Normally, I shouldn't care about this, but my pride as a human and as a dragon is biting at me, and I'll never have peace until I see this man breaking down in tears. Still, I'm too weak to oppose him. He is a duke, his strength is extreme. I am very sure that he has evolved as well. Silva and the Baron knelt before the Duke. Baron Ezra, for your contributions to Vermilion, I, Duke Terran, on behalf of King Charles Vermilion II, raise you to the status of Viscount. You will receive all payments worthy of your status, as well as a 3-year tax exemption. You may rise, Duke Terran said. The Baron got up and bowed to the Duke. He was about to turn and leave, but then the Duke spoke. Viscount Ezra, I have heard that there is a rising genius from your town. After seeing this young man with you, I feel inclined to ask, the Duke said. Your eyesight is indeed great, my lord. This young man is Silva. He is currently acting as my guard, but he is a B-ranked adventurer, the Viscount said. What he said caused a slight uproar in the hall, everyone started saying how unbelievable that was. The Duke raised his hand, and everyone fell silent. He looked at Silva and spoke. Come forward. Silva did as he was told and took a step forward. How old are you, child? The Duke asked. 12, Silva answered, causing another uproar. The Duke silenced them again. It seems the Viscount is proud of your strength for him to take you as a guard. So then, let's gauge a friendly spar, you versus my son Oliver here. He may be older, but I believe you won't find an issue with that, the Duke said. No issues, my lord, but I do pray that whatever the outcome, I will not be held accountable, Silva said. The Duke frowned when he heard that. Silva was implying a few things. 1, he was going to beat the hell out of the Duke's son, and 2, he was certain that he would win. All right, I agree to your terms, the Duke said. The son of the Duke didn't say anything. He simply got up in obedience to his father. As he walked past Silva, the disdain was evident in his eyes. A space was cleared at the center of the hall for the fight. The Duke ordered that the guards hand them swords in order to ensure that no special swords were used. The Duke sat on his seat, expressionless, and raised his hand. Once his hand came down, the match would start. Why do I have to touch a vermin like yourself, adventurer scum? Oliver said to Silva. He was obviously pissed that he had to spar with this peasant. I hope you use your blade as fast as you run your mouth. It would be a shame if you lose here, Silva said. His words were targeted to hurt, and they did just that. Oliver's face distorted in rage as soon as he heard that. The Duke dropped his hand, and Oliver charged immediately. I'll kill you, commoner scum, he yelled. Show me how strong you are, brother. Oliver stabbed at Silva. Silva took one step back, just barely getting out of the reach of the sword. Then he used his sword to tip Oliver's sword aside and stepped in for a clean headbutt. Oliver's head shot back, and he nearly went unconscious, but he remained awake. No one in the hall had expected Silva to pull off such a move. This was a fight of sword and magic, and so his move was unconventional. You see, when you live as an adventurer, you pick up certain things, Silva said, then took a stance. Oliver was pissed at what had just happened, he immediately decided not to hold back at all. I'll show you the power of a noble, you piece of shit. Oliver yelled out, his blade engulfed in flames. He held his flame-covered blade with pride and then slashed at Silva, releasing a powerful flame arc. This is just pitiful, Silva said. He made a simple slash motion with his sword, and the flame arc dispersed. You're weak, Silva said and then charged at Oliver. He wanted to win with a smashing victory, regardless of what troubles it might cause. He was so fast that Oliver was unable to see him. Silva went for a slash at the neck, ready to cut him down. Stop. The Duke's voice boomed, and Silva stopped immediately. He didn't know why, but the voice carried a force that stopped him. Your strength is indeed something else, Silva. My son is considered a prodigy, and here you have defeated him, the Duke said. Master Oliver must have gone easy on me. I am undeserving of such praise, Silva said with his head bowed. The Duke frowned because he understood what Silva was doing here. He was insulting him even further. Everyone could see that Oliver didn't hold back, he was simply subdued. After the fight, Silva quickly found a corner to stay in for the rest of the whole event. He had done what they had asked of him. The Viscount had asked that he show off a little, and he was sure that this was enough showing off, no matter how you looked at it. This fight would cause issues for him for sure, but he was ready for what would come. As long as an evolved did not come after him, he was certain he would survive any fight. As he stayed in his corner, an old lady approached him. She held a glass of wine and carried herself in a dignified manner. But one thing was certain when Silva looked at her, she was strong, maybe as much as the Duke, or even more. He could tell that her power was great, but he could not get a good grasp on it. "It is a beautiful night, isn't it?" she asked Silva. "Who are you?" Silva cut to the chase. He could tell she wasn't here to make small talk. "Oh ho, my name is Matilda, but you can call me Grandma," she said with a smile. "Why would I do that?" Silva asked. "Haha, I was just joking. I am the director of the Blacklight Academy. After your performance today, I'd like for you to join my academy," she said. "No, I don't think I want to go," Silva said. "Also, I am only 12. There are still 2 years before I think of school," Silva said. "Well, with your abilities, accepting you early is not an issue. In fact, there are always those we accept early every year. You will be one of them," she said. "Stop speaking like I have accepted to go." "I am not going," Silva refused. "Then we won't let your sister in as well," Matilda said. Immediately she spoke, killing intent seeped out of Silva. He looked at her with a face that said, "Try that and I'll kill you. You're strong, but I doubt even with your strength you can defeat the academy and the city. I also saw how you looked at the Duke. It seems you have some business with him. You can get closer to his children through the academy. I am offering you this now because of my own personal reasons. I have known about you long before you came here, and also your sister. That is why I know she wants to join the academy. If you refuse my offer, then I'll have no choice but to refuse her. Will you stand in the way of her dreams because of your selfish reasons?" Matilda said, walking away. Silva stood there and watched her leave. These were the reasons he ran from politics. A single man can be strong, but not stronger than politics. It was an alliance made of not only the strong, but the wise. It brought the most demonic and evil brands of humans. Even with all your strength, it is impossible to fight against them. Even the strongest men are tied by politics. Silva wanted to go to the academy, but he wanted to do it at his own pace. He knew that his dreams were leading him to the academy, and he would surely go. But still, he wanted to be in control. When the director came up to him, she took away that control and made him move at her pace. The issue was not in going to the academy. The issue lay in the rope that had been set around his neck. Matilda knew that Silva would not budge and that he was a hard nut to crack, so she immediately hit him where it would hurt the most, Leah. If he refused what Matilda said, he would kill Leah's dream, and if Leah ever found out, she would be devastated and might never forgive him. The solution was simple, he had to do what Matilda said. He would just have to go to the academy. It's just a matter of time. Soon, no one will be able to control what I do. For now, I'll keep quiet and slowly build my own army in the shadows. Waiting for the right time to use them, that time will be to complete whatever task Ophelia gave me. And after that, I can do whatever I want. The night came to an end, and this was the time for Silva to get active. If anyone wanted to assassinate the Viscount, it would be the night when things were lax, due to all the fun they had. Silva got outside the hall before people started leaving, and he created all 10 of his clones. "What do you need from us, Original?" the clones asked. "I need you guys to scan the area and stop any attempt on the life of the Viscount or his family. If things get too far out of hand, you can always contact Fong, he's close to the city waiting," Silva gave his instructions. "We understand," the clones said and dispersed. Now that he was done with that, he went back in to meet the Viscount. "Sir, the event is over and the Duke has left. I think it is time that we head back," Silva whispered to the Viscount, who was held up in a discussion with some nobles. "Sadly, I can't right now, but help Faye and Ray get back to the estate." "I'll be safe, this place is under the protection of the Duke," the Viscount said. I'll be okay? Famous last words, Silva thought, but he didn't say anything. He bowed and left. This message is to the clones, I am leaving with the children. You all have to protect the Viscount. You may be strong, but don't let your guard down even for a second, Silva said to the clones telepathically. Your father has some more things to do here, he asked that I escort you to the estate, Silva said to Faye and Ray. Underscore. The three of them walked under the night sky. The gentle, cool breeze pushed against their bodies as they walked the path to the estate. Silva, do you plan on attending the academy? With your abilities and skills, you would get in easily, Faye asked. He may be too much for the academy, honestly, Ray said, looking forward as he spoke. The director was at the event today, and she met me with the offer of joining next year, Silva said. Next year? You're only going to be 13 by then, Ray said in surprise, but then he remembered who he was talking about. This was a guy not bound by common laws. At the very least, I'll be your senior, Ray said. I can't believe we will get to go to the same class. It will be fun with you there, Faye said eagerly. More like dangerous. He's way out of our league, I think only the fourth years will be a match for him, Ray said. You guys give me too much credit, but I'll see when I get there, Silva said. As they walked, he had long noticed 3 shadows following them, but he didn't say or do anything. He kept using only public paths where some people were still awake and walking through. He refused to use any path that was sketchy. For now, he didn't want to fight them, but the people following them started getting ahead of themselves and were approaching. So Silva ordered 3 clones to handle the issue, and the people following them vanished. The next day was the day they were to leave, but before they could go, the Duke arrived at the manor. He was followed by several guards and his daughter. As soon as the Viscount and the others saw him, they all bowed to him. Raise your heads. I just wanted to see you before you left as a courtesy. I am your host, and it would be bad if I can't do this much, Duke Terran said. You have done more than enough for us, my lord. I do not deserve more, the Viscount said. The Duke turned his attention to Silva. He frowned as soon as their eyes met, something about this child was throwing him off. Aside from the absurd strength this child had, there was something about him that was offsetting. Was it the hair color that resembled that of his wife? What could it be that was ticking him off so much? The Duke decided to keep those thoughts for another time. This was not important for now. Silva, I heard that you will be attending the academy next year. I look forward to what exploits you will carry out when you are there, the Duke said. Silva bowed to him but didn't say anything. After the small discussion, the Duke allowed them to leave. The Viscount and his family, along with Silva and their guards, got into their carriages and left the estate. The Duke looked at the carriages leaving. He snapped his finger, and a guard came close to him. Research that, Silva. Gather every bit of information about him, his family, his strengths, all the details about him, the Duke ordered. Inside the carriage, Silva was also deep in thought. The Duke will certainly ask for my information. This may become an issue, actually. I don't have the means to hide things from him. I'm not smart enough to outsmart the intelligence unit of the Duke. System, is there a way, any skill that I can use that will help me? Alter Ego, 50,000 SP, create a secondary mind that possesses the same intelligence as you. This skill was very expensive, but when Silva read the description, he knew that it was worth it. And there was also one other thing. If he bought this skill, he would have 10 minds that were all 10 times more intelligent than him. That would seriously up his planning and everything else. His battle sense and everything would be out of this world. Purchase the skill. As soon as he bought the skill, he felt his mind split into 11 parts, but his original mind stayed the same. Whoa, this is great, one mind spoke. Yeah, having this many minds will allow us to work better, another mind said. You all should calm down and let OG mind talk, he needs to address us, another mind spoke. Silva stayed in bed for a full day after returning from the city. He wanted to regain his strength as well as understand his new skill. The 10 minds that he had were all 10 times as intelligent as his original, and so he had to find a way to use this. He gave charge of his body and all its functions to 3 minds. They would handle his movements and every body function. He gave his thinking and senses to another 3. they would take care of his ideas and observation. Another 3 would handle his magic, whatever had to do with magic would be in their hands. And finally, the last one was given a special job. He was in charge of overseeing the jobs of the other minds and ensuring that they produced good results. He was tagged Mind 1, while the original mind was called OG Mind. OG Mind just had to be there, getting information from the other minds. His decision was the final and greatest. Knock knock. Silva, it's me, Leah. Silva heard Leah's voice. He hadn't seen her since he got back. He didn't really ask about her, since he knew she was fine. He got up from the bed, stretched his body a bit, and then went to the door. Immediately he unlocked it, she pushed open the door and came into his room. I became an adventurer, brother, at C rank, she said happily, showing him her identity card with a bright smile. Silva took a look at it. Congratulations, but you never told me that you wanted to be an adventurer. Also, you are going to the academy next year, was there a need? He asked. She pouted her lips and hit his chest, but not strong enough to cause any pain. You are so dense sometimes. I became an adventurer because I wanted to go adventuring with you, she said. Alright, I guess I haven't really had time to be with you. I was thinking of heading out today, so we should form a party and go to the labyrinth. It will also be a good opportunity for you to test out all that you have been learning for years now, Silva said. She agreed and decided to wait for him outside while he got changed. He wore simple light armor, and that was all. He got outside, and the two of them headed out. But as soon as they opened the door, they saw someone running towards their house. Sir Silva, the man called out, almost tripping and falling. A monster horde. There is a pack of over 100 wolves headed towards the town. The Viscount has asked that all mercenaries and adventurers help out. He specifically told me to come and get you, the man said. Silva looked at Leah. Take care of Mom and Dad. We will go to the labyrinth another day. He dashed off at an inhuman speed, the ground cracking from his burst. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him and got to the gates in less than 5 minutes. He saw the guards and adventurers lined up in formation, waiting for the horde. The horde was just as they said, filled with wolves, up to 100. Silva thought this would be easy, seeing their numbers, but Fong contacted him. Master, there are over 500 beasts headed for your town, and most are over level 50. Several are up to level 70 and above. This forest doesn't have this many. How come? Silva asked. It's the man from before, the one that caused Mike's abomination to be complete during that time at the labyrinth. He is riding a large beast that is about level 100 if I am not wrong, Fong said. Alright, then keep watch and help me as much as you can in the forest. When I have the opportunity, I'll send my clones as backup, or I'll come myself, Silva said. That man, he wanted to meet him, find out who he was and what he wanted here. This was a good opportunity to finally get to the man, but he would have to fight his way through. The wolves finally got into range and the battle started, the explosion of magic, the crushing of skulls, and the slashing of swords, the sounds filled the air. Silva didn't move yet. He took out his sword and got ready. He wanted to test out his strength as of now. He closed his eyes and let the intelligence squad make up a plan in his head. In less than a second, they did and sent the information to all the minds, and with the final okay from Mind 1 and OG Mind, Silva shot like a bullet. A wolf leaped into the air to bite Silva. He sidestepped, dodging the wolf by only an inch in the most effective way. He slashed up and cut the wolf into 2 halves. You have killed a wind wolf, 100 EXP 50 SP, x10. The notification came through, but immediately the intelligence squad turned off all notifications. Their calculations decided that Silva would be slightly distracted by the notifications. As soon as he finished that wolf, he took a step forward and stabbed the head of an incoming wolf, penetrating the skull. He pulled his sword back and grabbed the wolf by the throat. He used the body to slam a wolf that was coming from behind him. With all his minds working, Silva could sense 360 degrees around his body for as much as half a kilometer. There was no way any beasts would sneak up on him. He stabbed the wolf that he hit and dropped the body of the wolf he held. 3 wolves leaped at him at the same time, but Silva vanished and reappeared in the air above them, cleanly decapitating all of them. He landed on the ground and looked at the battlefield. The battle was raging, lives were getting lost on both sides. Silva could salvage this situation and take care of just about 100 wolves. In his eyes, calling all adventurers and guards was overkill. But he still decided not to do too much. He didn't know what power that person had. If he wasted his energy here, he may not be able to stop the real threat. Quinn noticed Silva on the battlefield and made his way to him quickly. "Silva," Quinn called out. "Yeah, what's up, bro?" Silva asked. "You were probably wondering why the Viscount would call all the adventurers and guards for some wolves, right?" Quinn asked. He stabbed an incoming wolf while talking and ripped his sword through its side. "Yeah, that question was in my mind. It seems like overkill, or does the Viscount know about the other hundreds of beasts in the forest?" Silva asked as he sidestepped and dodged a wolf, splitting it in half. "Seems you know already." "Well, it was my team that noticed the several beasts. The wolves were just far ahead and got to the town first. The Viscount didn't have the time to explain to everyone, but he specifically asked me to tell you to help him protect this town," Quinn said. "What about the other Burinks? And the Guildmaster?" Silva asked. "They are the final line of defense, but you are the sword that will go forward," Quinn said. "Alright, I understand what you want. I'll go ahead then," Silva said. "Alright, my party will provide you with support," Quinn said. He took out a crystal and crushed it. All the members had the same crystal on them, and as soon as Quinn broke his own, theirs cracked as well. This was a crystal that allowed them to know that they were being summoned by their boss, so they all immediately headed for Quinn. By now, more than half of the wolves were already dead, so the battlefield was far clearer. "Alright, we will be backing Silva up. Try to keep up," Quinn said and then nodded to Silva. Quinn charged towards the forest and called Fong to meet him. The party already knew about Fong, so when they saw him, they didn't react. "Fong, were you able to take out some?" Silva asked. "Yes, I killed about 10, but then that man noticed me, so I ran away before he could do anything," Fong said. "That was a good decision. We don't know what he is capable of just yet," Silva said. They soon came into contact with horned earth bears. A single one could stand 10 feet tall, and there were more than 20 here. Their levels all ranged from 50 to 60 with high strength and defense stats over 100. "Take them 2-on-1, Silva said to the party. The only person amongst them that would be able to take one on would be Quinn. For the others, they wouldn't be able to handle the strength of the bears. Silva could sense several more beasts farther in the back, but he couldn't sense that person yet. A bear used its paw to slam Silva. Silva blocked the attack with his sword, and the bear received the whiplash from the strike. Their strength wasn't evenly matched. It was like a fully grown adult versus a baby. The bear was enraged that it couldn't hit Silva, so it attacked again. Silva dodged the paw and sliced it off. The decapitated hand flew into the air. Silva leaped into the air, his intelligence squad stats calculating. With the results of their calculations, he kicked the paw at the perfect angle, causing it to shoot forward, and the claws pierced into the bear's eyes. Silva landed, then dashed at the thrashing bear in pain. He jumped again and slit the bear's throat cleanly. "TSK, that was too easy," Silva said. He was immediately attacked by another bear. He moved out of the way and then kneed the bear in the head, obliterating its skull. Before the blood of the bear reached the ground, he charged at another, got on its back, and twisted the bear's head, killing it. He had basically stopped using his sword, as he felt it was pointless. Fong was also toying with the beasts. He used his paws to playfully bat their heads off, with ease. Not only was he stronger, but he also had the 10 times bonus. He would have already attacked that man, but Silva didn't allow him to, which was why he ran away. Right now, his strength was that of an evolved beast, or even more. He was confident in that, but Silva was a cautious person. The 20 bears were killed in 5 minutes. Quinn only managed to kill 2, and his party took down 2. The rest were split between Silva and Fong. "Was there really a need for us to come with Sir Silva?" Roy asked. "Of course, what if something happened to him?" Roxy said. "I feel like there is nothing in this region that can threaten Silva," Rox said. "Haha, you guys are overestimating me," Silva said. "No, Master, you are the one underestimating your power. Honestly, you are the most terrifying being I have seen. That man had taken us by surprise that day, but he didn't give me the kind of aura you give me. When I look at you, I feel like a massive being is glaring at me. The aura you exude is a mountain, and that man is a molehill, Fong explained. Silva thought about what Fong said. It was common for beasts to subconsciously fear stronger beings. If that was the case, then Fong was scared of Silva's dragon. The dragon in him was visible to beasts, maybe even to humans. Silva felt a sense of pride from that. Hidden mission complete, understand yourself. You are a dragon, a prideful being. Caution is not in your nature. Rewards, dragon newt form. Transform into a human lizard form. All stats are doubled. Pride of a dragon. Your pride rises during battle, and so does your efficiency. These messages were so important that the intelligence squad had to let Silva see them. When Silva saw it, he felt pride rising in his body. He set aside all the plans he had. He looked at his brother. Quinn, return to the town and protect it. I'll take care of everything here, Silva said. Quinn wanted to refuse, but he looked at Silva's glowing eyes and knew that this was not a discussion. He ordered the team to move out. Roxy was reluctant, but Silva walked to her and assured her with a pat on her head that he would be fine, so she finally left with the party. Silva summoned all his clones, all of them stood side by side, waiting for the beasts that were headed their way. He understood that the clones all had higher stats than him, so to make everything level out, he took out the Minotaur's axe. All the clones were armed with basic swords, but with their power, it was enough for what they needed to do. Silva got on the back of Fong, and leading the army of clones, he charged into battle as soon as the next wave of beasts came into sight. 11 Silvas ripped through the wave like a typhoon, and nothing was left, the beasts were all decimated in seconds. They continued inward for the main army, and finally, they came head-on with the remaining beasts and the mysterious man that sat on the largest beast. As soon as the man saw the enemies, he raised his hands, and the beast charged at Silva and his clones. The clones split into 2 groups of 5 and all used flash step to flank the man. Silva instructed Fong to blast a path through the center. Fong used a powerful lightning roar, roasting all the beasts that blocked their path, and then he charged through the middle. The man riding the beast panicked. He tried to retreat a bit, but he forgot to give the beast the right instructions, and the beast ended up throwing him to the ground and almost stomping on him. He rolled out of the way and got on his feet. He took out a pin and injected the beast. It was similar to the one he used on Mike. Just like Mike, the beast started turning into an abomination, but Silva could not allow it. He didn't know how much the strength of the beast would rise if it became an abomination. He jumped from Fong's back and then used the new skill he had gained, which was transforming into a dragon newt. His entire body was covered in thick black scales, his head took a lizard-type shape, and wings sprouted from his back, as well as a tail, but that was not the amazing part. With the axe in his hands, his stats had already reached over thousands, but now that was not just doubled by the skill, it was also multiplied by 10. His strength soared and hit a new high, well over 10,000. Silva felt like there was nothing in this world that could stop him at this moment. He swung the axe down, it tore through space, creating ripples as it moved. Immediately the axe touched the beast, it was blown to smithereens, the ground was torn apart, and the man was blasted away. A clone ran and caught the man, they couldn't let him get away now, could they? That was why they flanked him, in case he ran away. Now that their leader was taken down, all the beasts started running wild. Silva still had use for their EXP, so the clones dealt with the beasts, and that allowed Silva to level up. Level up, 2 free stat points. Silva walked to the man on the ground and removed his cloak, expecting to find out who he was, but what he saw was not normal. It looked like a wooden doll, it had no face, no features whatsoever, and now that Silva had looked at it, it cracked up and then turned to dust like it was made of clay. It seemed that whoever that person was, he was far smarter and stronger than Silva thought. He thought that he had finally caught the man, but it was a puppet. That simply meant that the man was somewhere watching what was happening. Silva tried to think of a reason, with all his minds working at hyperdrive, but he still could not come up with a good reason for this man to be attacking this town. The only 2 reasons were the man wanted Silva, or he wanted the dungeon. There could be another reason, but Silva had no lead. Sigh, forget it, I can't figure it out, Silva said. He unsummoned his clones, packed up all the dust from the doll as well as the cloak, before getting on Fong and leaving the forest. He would have to take more time to think and look into the matter, it couldn't be rushed, but he knew for certain that the man wanted something in this town. As soon as Silva left the forest and was far gone, a tear in space appeared and the cloaked man walked out, staring in the direction Silva had gone. So he is the one to be wary of. I'll need to get rid of him for the sake of the plan, the man said, and then disappeared. Underscore 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 underscore. As Silva headed back to town, he asked Fawn to stay in the forest. He went back on his feet, but before he reached the town, he felt a gaze. He turned back and looked in the direction of the gaze. He was vaguely able to sense a person, one similar to the cloaked man. Silva thought of running back into the forest to fight him, but that wouldn't be possible. A person capable of appearing and disappearing, as well as hiding his presence, would surely escape before he got there. Silva decided not to do anything, he just waited, and when the man finally disappeared, he went into the town. Immediately he got back to town, Quinn and the others came to meet him. Quinn explained to him that another beast used a different route and made it to the town gates. It was as strong as the one that Silva had killed in the forest. The beast caused a lot of injuries, but no deaths. They finally subdued it, and now the beast was captured alive and taken to the Adventurers Guild. Silva also had to go to the Adventurers Guild. He needed to talk to Reyes about the cloaked man. If he wanted to find out the reason for the man attacking, he needed some help. After relaying all that had happened to the guild master, they discussed a plan of action on how to deal with whoever that man was. It seemed that the man was searching for something in this town, and the person who knew most about the town would be the Viscount. So the guildmaster decided that he would go and have a talk with the Viscount to try to find out what the issue was. Silva, on his own oath, decided to take a rest. He was a bit tired after using the dragon newt form for the first time. Underscore 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 underscore. Brother, are you ready to go? Leah asked as she knocked on the door repeatedly in an impatient manner. Yeah, I am almost done, Silva said, putting on his armor and opening the door. Since they didn't have the opportunity to go to the labyrinth the other day, they had decided to go today. They left the house and headed straight for the labyrinth. Leah seemed extremely happy that she was getting to go into the labyrinth, her face was all smiles. Alright, Leah, I need you to listen closely. You are never to stray beyond where we can see each other. If something were to happen, I need to be able to see you. Also, there may be monsters that have hidden abilities and can use them at any time. You have to keep a level head and ensure that you watch out, Silva gave his warnings. All those are true, brother, but I don't have to fear all that much. After all, I still have you with me, Leah said. Silva was happy that his relationship with his sister was not destroyed. He didn't know how he would react if she chose not to relate with him, because they weren't siblings. Underscore 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 underscore. First floor, Ribis Town Dungeon. Silva stood behind Leah as some goblins charged at her. She pointed her hands at them. Ice bullet. She cast her spell. Silva expected that it would fire only one ice bullet, but it fired more than 10, completely decimating all the goblins. What the hell? He asked in shock. Leah looked at him and gave him a silly smile with her tongue out. Seems she has grown way more than I was expecting. Her legacy must be a high-class one. Alright, it seems you will be able to handle everything on the first floor, so I'll just follow for safety. You'll take care of all the monsters, Silva said. Leah nodded and started heading deeper into the dungeon. They spent a lot of time taking out monsters on the first floor and finally moved to the second floor. Like the first time, they came in contact with a chimera. Silva wanted to step in and kill it, but Leah took care of it. Ice coffin. She called out. Ice spread from under the chimera, covering it completely. When the chimera was completely covered, the ice shattered into pieces, and so did the chimera. Silva watched this in shock. So this was the power of a legacy? He couldn't use himself as a standard for measurement because his abilities were absurd. But his sister was a perfectly normal person. Even for Quinn, he would need to fight a bit to kill the chimera, yet she took it out with one spell. He decided to take a peek at her stats with dragon eyes. He hadn't done it in a while. She was already level 23, and her base stats were all more than 40, but her intelligence was close to 100. Since intelligence was needed for casting spells, it made sense that it would be higher. Her stats were impressive, and so was her level. Their father was stuck in the 20s, yet she was able to surpass that with ease. Her legacy was surely powerful. Silva finally understood where Mike's hate and anger stemmed from. In a family of normal adventurers, there was a son with extraordinary combat abilities and mastery of the sword, who had also become a peak C-rank adventurer. Then there was a daughter with a powerful legacy who was growing at an outstanding rate. Her future was set to be great. Lastly, there was the adopted son. He wasn't even part of the family, yet he was the most terrifying out of all of them, and common sense didn't apply to him. Mike was the only normal person, and that was what ate him up. He could never compare to his siblings, and who better to pour his rage on aside from the outsider who took his sister's love from him. The stronger the three got, the more the hate grew in his heart. Underscore 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 underscore. Silva spent until noon killing monsters with his sister, but they didn't go past the second floor. He decided that it was enough for now, so they left the labyrinth. He wanted to take it easy on her first raid, and they could go deeper in the future. After they left, he walked her back to the town. "I'll be heading to the labyrinth. I have to raid for myself," Silva said. "Huh? I wanted to spend the rest of the day with you as well," Leah complained. "Sorry, I'll make it up to you another time," Silva said. She pouted, and then she hugged him out of nowhere. "I'll hold you to that," she whispered into his ear, before she left. Silva stood there in a bit of a daze. He didn't know why, but she did send a shock through his entire body. After clearing his head, he headed into the forest, where he met Fong. "Are we doing it today?" Fong asked. "Yes, we will be going as deep as possible into the labyrinth." "Let's find out what's in there," Silva said. Since the first day they entered the labyrinth, he had this feeling of a power the deeper he went, so he wanted to find what it was. When Fong and Silva arrived at the dungeon, there were many people looking at them. It was shocking to see a kid with such a massive beast, and some people were not from the town, so they didn't know about him. As you would imagine, a party stood in his way, about to make trouble for Silva. Silva began wondering, didn't these people already see him when he came with his sister? So the only reason they are here now to trouble him is Fong. The man who was the leader looked slim, and he held a long sword. The rest of the party consisted of just men, 5 in number. "Hey kid, why don't you let us take a look at your pet?" The man asked with a smile that could make the devil cringe. "Why do you idiots never do any research before acting? Why don't you think?" Silva asked. "What the hell did you say?" The man asked as he grabbed Silva by the neck. People saw what was happening, and when those who knew Silva realized it was him, they started talking. "Isn't that Silva?" one asked. "Yeah, it's him. Seems someone is picking on him." "The hell? Do they want an early death?" The man holding on to Silva heard some of the conversations, but didn't understand why. Who was Silva? Do you even know how to use your head? A 12-year-old walks around with a massive tiger beside him, yet no one has tried to do anything to him, Silva said. The man heard Silva. He thought about what Silva said, and it made sense. Added to the words of pity he had started hearing from the people watching, he knew something was wrong. Silva grabbed his hand when he felt the man's grip loosen. "Do you think you can grab me and walk away like that?" "You must be delusional," Silva said. Silva's eyes glowed, and the man shivered uncontrollably. He tried to say something, but his mouth wouldn't open. "Hey, let go of our leader," one of the guys said. He was on the younger side and tried to come close to Silva, but Fong blocked him, roaring at the man. The man fell to the ground, ridden with fear. He couldn't even move after Fong roared. "That's enough, Silva," a voice came from behind. Silva had already noticed this person approaching long ago. It was the B-ranked adventurer and the #1 adventurer of Ribist, Lucas Grave. He was a noble who had chosen the adventuring life and decided to stay in this town. He was a well-built man in his middle ages. He had a thick beard and neck-length hair, with a massive sword on his back. Behind him was his party, known as the Lost Winds, made up of 2 women, a knight and a mage, and 2 men, a swordsman and a healer. "Sir Lucas, it's quite nice to see you here," Silva said without looking at Lucas. He knew Lucas' strength. It was said that Reyes was the strongest in the town, but honestly, Lucas would definitely win in any fight between them. That was because he was a terrifyingly good swordsman. No one in the town had ever made him use his true sword technique. I don't know what happened here, Silva, but you shouldn't disrespect other adventurers like this, Lucas said. Disrespect? No, that's not it. I am simply showing this lowlife his place. He laid his hands on me in an attempt to hurt me. I am sorry, but there's no way I can comply with your wish to let him go, not until I'm done ensuring he is punished well, Silva said. He didn't really care about the man he held. He didn't even have him in his sights. But Silva was stubborn due to his legacy. He would have normally not hit this man too hard, but when Lucas told him to let him go, something in him refused and rebelled against it. Silva, we are both B-ranked adventurers. For the sake of the respect we both have, I ask that you let him go. This can be settled in a more amicable manner, Lucas said. Not happening, Silva said. He lifted the man into the air, slammed him into the ground, lifted him again, and sent him flying with a kick. The man slammed against a tree and coughed up blood before fainting. You bloody little brat, Lucas roared in rage. He took out his sword and charged at Silva. The ground cracked from the force of his movements, and he was like a bull rushing toward a red cloth. Silva took out his sword. As soon as Lucas swung, Silva used his sword to block the attack, then stopped him and sent a kick into Lucas' chest. He sent Lucas back a few meters before finally stopping. Don't stand in my way, Sir Lucas, or the respect I have for you will diminish, Silva said as he turned and left with Fong. Everyone who witnessed the scene was filled with all sorts of thoughts and emotions. They didn't know how to react to what had happened. Lucas looked at Silva as he entered the labyrinth, his mind filled with rage for Silva. He wanted to kill Silva, to end that little brat. Underscore 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 underscore. What you did back there, master, was there a reason? Fong asked. At first, I was honestly pissed at that man, but then later I sensed Lucas. I wanted to see what the strongest person in Ribist was like. I've heard so much about him and the exploits he had done. So when I sensed him, I took that as my opportunity to test his strength. He wanted to show that he was the strongest, and he tried to stop the conflict. So my refusing to listen and doing what I did back there was bound to piss him off. The final straw was when he attacked me. I ensured to make him look bad in front of everyone, so I put enough strength into my counter. All this will genuinely piss him off, and he will come for me. And when he does, he will use his true strength to fight me. Then, I'll be able to see that technique that everyone talks about, Silva explained. He and Fong walked through the first and second floors unhindered. It wasn't until they got to the third floor that they had to start fighting. It seemed the monsters on floors 1 and 2 were scared of Fong, a natural predator. Boom. A massive fireball exploded against the wall. Silva moved out of the way just in time to dodge the fireball. The salamander that shot the fireball receded quickly into the darkness after attacking. This was the 6th floor of the labyrinth, and unlike other floors, this one had very little lighting. Silva could still see, but his enemies thought otherwise. He was facing a pack of level 70 flame salamanders, and they were using hit-and-run techniques to fight. Silva took the time to find out if there were any really strong ones amongst them, but it turned out that there weren't, all were right around the same level. Since that was the case, he wanted to take them all out in one swoop. He decided to make the best use of the enemies, and that was to grow stronger. Meeting his father, the Duke, and also that cloaked man had shown him that there was so much he was yet to know in this world. Gates of Hell. He activated the spell that consumed all souls. He took his sword and slashed his hand, pouring out blood that turned to gas and then disappeared. The gate appeared and started sucking in all the salamander souls. They struggled, but against Silva's spell, it was futile. You have killed a flame salamander, 300 EXP 150 SP, x10. You have killed a flame salamander, 300 EXP 150 SP, x10. He gathered a ton of EXP from killing them, but it still wasn't enough for him to get to level 42, so he decided to use Consume on the souls inside the gates of hell. Consume. You have gained 100 EXP, x10. You have gained 100 EXP, x10. Level up, 2 free stat points. He finally leveled up, but that was not the main thing, it was the next notification. Consume has evolved to Gluttony. Gluttony, consume the strength and abilities from the opponents. When Gluttony is activated, the urge to consume will get stronger and stronger over time, x10. This skill was a double-edged sword for Silva. When he consumed a skill, he would get 10 times the power of the skill when it was with the owner, but also, the urge he would feel to consume would be 10 times stronger than it would normally be. Still, it was clearly a powerful skill, one that would raise his power faster than before. There was no better place to try out a skill called gluttony except for the labyrinth, so Silva activated the skill and headed deeper with Fong. "The upper floors are too weak," Silva said. "No, master, you are just too strong," Nat responded. "Fong, I noticed that your base strength is far too high for the place where I found you." "What was that?" Silva asked. The labyrinth spoke to me on a normal day. I think I was in a deep floor, and then I heard the voice. It promised me my freedom as long as I went to a particular floor and waited for some days. I did as I was told and went there to wait, and after some days of waiting, you finally came by, Fong explained. "Then you mean this labyrinth is alive?" "Not only that, but it can also see the future?" Silva asked. "I don't know for sure, but that was what happened," Fong said. As they headed deeper, they didn't come across any beasts, but then, all of a sudden, the ground began to shake. The floor burst open, and 7 dragon heads made of black-looking metal came out. Their presence was terrifying, and as they roared at the same time, the labyrinth shook. They came out of the ground fully. Their massive body was like that of a dragon, but without any wings. All heads locked on Silva and Fong as soon as they appeared. "Is that a hydra?" Silva wondered aloud. It wasn't a real hydra, though, and was some sort of mechanical hydra or metal golem. The hydra opened all its mouths and immediately fired 7 streaks of purple flame that all merged at the center to create a more massive blast. Fong jumped in front of Silva, opened his mouth, and fired a powerful stream of lightning that collided with the hydra's blast and cancelled it out. Silva took the time to look at the stats of the hydra, and he discovered that the hydra had no levels, but it had an average stat of over 1,000. "Something that strong shouldn't be on this floor," Silva said. As he said that, he heard a cheeky giggle coming from all around the labyrinth. It seemed it was the labyrinth itself that made that laugh. "Fong, is that the voice that spoke to you?" Silva asked. "Yes indeed, master." That was the voice, Fong said as he got ready to take another attack from the hydra. Then the labyrinth must be watching us for some reason, Silva thought. He looked around and then yelled. "What do you want from us?" he asked. "Kill the hydra, and you will find out," the little voice said again. Silva was curious and wanted to know, so he decided that they would kill the hydra quickly. "Fong, take him out," Silva ordered. "With pleasure, my lord," Fong said, and his body vanished, appearing behind the hydra. His claws crackled with lightning as he slashed into the base of the necks. He decapitated all 7 heads at once. The body of the hydra fell to the ground and then vanished, leaving a small crystal behind. Silva walked to the crystal and picked it up. Teleportation crystal acquired. Destination has already been set. Do you wish to use the crystal? Fong, come closer to me, Silva said, and Fong came close. Use the crystal, Silva said. Please pour some mana to activate the crystal. Silva did that, and the crystal lit up brightly. A magical circle appeared under them, and their bodies started disappearing. They vanished from the floor, taken to wherever that crystal's destination was set.